Hello, my friends, and good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. I just want to take a second and thank all my friends from around the world for being here. Our friends over in New Zealand who are joining us at 1:30 in the morning. Thank you for staying up so late or getting up so early, depending on how you want to look at it. We really appreciate you being here. To our friends in Asia who are here in the evening time, to our friends in Europe and the UK who are with us midday, taking a break from their afternoon work, hopefully cleared their schedule so they could be with us into the evening. And then to our friends in the Americas, good morning to you. Thank you for starting your day with us. We are so excited that you are here. My name is John Levesque. I am the Senior Platform Evangelist for the Power Platform, and it is my honor to host this day. I'm so excited for the Power Platform Community Conference. It's near and dear to my heart, but before I go further, let me take a second and introduce my co-host, the wonderful Heather Newman.
Hello. Oh my God. Hi, John.
Hello.
Hi from way over there.
Hello.
We are social distanced in Channel 9 studio in Building 25. I gotta say, shout out to Building 25, my first building at Microsoft. Back in the day, SharePoint was here. So very excited to be back in this building. My name is Heather Newman, and I am Principal PM Manager leading the Power Platform Community Success Team here at Microsoft. I am back at Microsoft after a while. I was MVP in the Office Apps and Services area, and I am thrilled to be back at Microsoft working with an amazing team of community success managers. We have a wonderful show for you today. We have got so many beautiful community speakers, and we've got some fantastic Microsoft guests coming in, interstitially, as we say. And we also have a fantastic Twitter social media handle, which is hashtag POPCC. So if you are watching and want to interact with us today, put that hashtag on and ask us questions, give us feedback. We are here to serve you. So today is all about community, about feedback you can give us, questions you have, and popping up those awesome speakers too, right? Give them a follow when they're speaking and interact with them as well. We also have folks, John, don't we, working on the comments on our channel as well, yeah?
We do, yes. So in YouTube, we have some staff who will be hanging out there. We have a bunch of MVPs. We call them Flow Fam. They'll be there representing, answering questions, putting links to all of the content that you're asking for. And I just want to get this out of the way so we don't have to ask a million times in the chat. Yes, the content will be available fully on demand as soon as the conference is over. We'll have timestamps in the description so you can click through the sessions and get right to the content you want. So go ahead and save us the effort of putting that in chat 1,000 times. Yes, it will be on demand. And if you see people asking, go ahead and feel free to inform them, because that will be a big question today. So real quick, I just want to touch on what Heather said about the social media. POPCC is going to be how you will converse with us throughout the day. We actually have a wonderful Power App. You know how we do it here. We're the Power Platform team. So Brian Dang, Mr. Dang, you know him. He went ahead and built us this awesome Power App where we can actually interact real time with you guys on social media. I can click into the details here. My friend Pandya, what's up Pandya? Thank you for being here with us at this time, for starting the day early with us. You can see here that Pandya is already talking about the show. And so just like we can pull him up and call him out, we want to do the same thing for you all throughout the day. And so please do feel free to jump into the conversation. Let us know questions you have. Let us know what you're thinking about the sessions. And then if you want, just show us some pictures. Show us what you're doing today in your home office. Share your life with us. And Heather, what else do you think they should do this morning getting started?
Well, for us getting started over here, it's a little early. What time is it? It's 5:34 a.m. We got zhuzhed this morning very early, and I am drinking a power coffee. Let's call this hashtag power coffee. So if any of you are having a beverage of any sort right now and want to show us what's going on, hashtag power coffee, hashtag POPCC. Be fun to see what's going on. I love the lattes with the little hearts on them. The community, you know, like those, like when you get the
and
hearts.
right now everyone's home, so if you are making heart lattes at home, definitely show us, because we would love to shout out your talent. And real quick, we have a little bit of housekeeping to get out of the way. Heather, you have a couple of slides that you're going to share, right? To share a little bit of additional info that you will need for today. Heather, go ahead.
Absolutely. Well, hopefully we're sharing slides, and if not, I'll just speak to it anyway. But
Okay.
everything that you need to know about the conference, aside from being on Twitter, is on that original registration site that you went on. If you're looking for the agenda to see who's coming next, if you're looking to hear about what's going on with our challenge that's coming up. So we do have a power challenge coming up that it's not even coming up, it's on right now. So you can go in and you can actually, let me just talk to it.
You know, there's actually over 350 people who already completed that challenge.
Are you kidding?
I'm not.
Wow.
We didn't even start the day yet, and I looked this morning. 350 people already completed our Cloud Skills Challenge.
You're amazing. That's so exciting. So yeah, so it's a Power Platform Fundamentals Challenge, increasing your understanding of the platform, developing your skills, benchmarking your progress. And so to participate, you just have to sign up before November 23rd. It's aka.ms/WAC you're going to hear that all day, WAC challenge, right? So go in there and check that out. It's going to be super cool. And then let's talk about the panel that we're going to have tomorrow. So we couldn't just have one day. You know, we kind of decided to spill over in tomorrow. And so we have a panel, myself and John are going to be on it. John, you want to talk about that a little bit?
Yeah. It's going to be a really fun thing. We have a bunch of people here who work at Microsoft who actually got hired straight out of the community. And so Brian Dang, Mr. Dang, Manuela Pickler, and April Dunham are three of those community superstars who now work here at Microsoft. We will have them with us tomorrow for a live panel where they will answer questions that we garner from social media today and put aside. So stuff that we don't get to that we want to add extra attention to tomorrow, we will go ahead and cover in that panel.
10 a.m. Pacific,
10 a.m. Pacific, 1 p.m. Eastern. That's right.
Absolutely.
Okay, so go ahead, grab a coffee, take a picture with it, do Power Coffee, #Power Coffee, #POPCC, and we'll see you back here in about 20 minutes.
Hello, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome to the Power Platform Community Conference. My name is Heather Newman, and I am here with my co-host, John Levesque. We are so excited to be with you here today. Yay! Totally good. So when John and I and the team were talking about what we wanted this conference to be this year, we really centered it around gratitude and thankfulness. We all know that we're all going through a very interesting time in the world, and we were thinking a lot about how everybody's doing. And when we centered our theme around reflection, connection, and direction, we were thinking about, where have we been? What are we getting through? And what's our future look like? And so community to us is really that opposite of loneliness and bringing people together to be part of something that is bigger than themselves. So we're really excited to be here today. We've got some amazing speakers, all from the community, with some Microsoft guest appearances in the middle. And we've got some sweet social coming up that John's gonna show on the board. And we also have some opening remarks and a keynote from James Phillips, President of Business Applications, and Charles Lamanna, CVP of the Low Code Platform, Power Platform. So John and I had a moment with both James and Charles during the recording of these videos and got to talk to them about community and what it means to them. And I gotta say, it was so fun and so exciting, and they're so passionate. And both of them are so different and wonderful. And John, I know you were psyched about that too.
Yeah, absolutely. To see James and Charles really light up when they talk about community, both of them really firing from the hip what it means to them and how important it is to the business. Just getting to sit in there and witness that firsthand is special. And so I'm very excited for them to give that talk to you this morning. But before we go there, I just want to do a quick shout out to our social media. You can get connected with us at hashtag POPCC. We have this awesome Power app here where we are interacting with you on social all day. We have Power Coffee images already coming in.
Yay.
The feed is live and active, and it is on fire. I cannot even keep up with all of the tweets that are coming in. So I'm going to go ahead and set some of those aside so we can comment in between. But let's go ahead now and head over to James Phillips, the president of the Business Applications Group, as he shares a little bit about what community means to him, what community means to this business, and how excited he is about the growth and how caring and giving this community is. So I'm going to go ahead and hand it off to Mr. James Phillips. James, go ahead and take it away.
Yes.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to the Power Platform Community Conference call. It's great to be with you. It's been a crazy year. I'm sitting here, obviously, in my home office. Haven't been into the office probably I went in just briefly to record a couple of sessions, but it's been months and months. And I know many of you also are working from home and trying to sort of cope with the challenge that 2020 has thrown at us. I saw a joke on Facebook actually a couple of days ago that said, "Is anyone else concerned about the 2020 season finale?" And that's kind of how I'm feeling right now. But it's been interesting through all of this, to watch the Power Platform serve our customers and to serve our partners and you in the community, leveraging these technologies to help each other in many ways cope and to sort of survive and thrive as best we can through these challenges. It's been amazing, truly amazing, to watch the solutions that have been built, whether it's communicating in a crisis or the ability to maintain personal protective equipment for those who are first responders, or the ability to change the way that organizations engage with their customers, since you can't come into a lot of physical retail settings, for example, the ability to buy online, pick up curbside. And so all of these sort of applications and process changes that we've all had to do and adapt to have been made possible by the Power Platform. And so notwithstanding the crisis and the challenges that we've all faced, the Power Platform really has in many ways grown through it all. And we talk a lot about with the Power Platform that it gives you this ability to be agile. And even though it's it's been a bummer, frankly, to have to contend with the global pandemic, it has been a situation where we needed to be agile and where the Power Platform has proved its mettle in some ways through that. So, it's maybe just talk a little bit, I will, about the growth of the Power Platform. So we are now, one of the fastest growing platforms, certainly in the history of Microsoft, and I think in the industry. Today, over 500,000 companies, organizations, are using the Power Platform, whether it's Power BI, Power Apps, Power Automate, Power Virtual Agents, the Common Data Service, to go transform their businesses, their processes, to better engage their customers, to operate more efficiently and effectively, to empower employees. And 97% of the Fortune 500, part of that 500,000 organizations. So in many ways, the Power Platform has become nearly ubiquitous. It's pervasive, certainly across the Microsoft customer base, and many customers and users of the Power Platform are those that have not traditionally been Microsoft customers. And so our ability to go enable this sort of agility and the ability to really sort of adapt has made a difference for hundreds of thousands of organizations in every corner of the globe. But we couldn't have done it without the community. I mean, this growth has been largely attributable to all of you who have come in alongside us in the product organization and Microsoft at large, who believed in what we were trying to do, and who have sort of made the vision a reality. Truly, we could not have succeeded to the point we've succeeded thus far with the Power Platform without you, without the community. I hear it all the time. I'll visit with a customer and, they'll tell me they saw Lauren Taylor talking about how she leveraged the Power Platform to make a difference for her kids, as she calls them, in the Tacoma School District, or how Samit inspired them to sort of transform their careers, where, as he was a security officer at Heathrow and now is one of the preeminent experts globally for the Power Platform and one of the strongest voices in the community, it's you who have inspired others to go embrace this platform, to use it to transform your customer or your company's operations, and to serve others. I think the thing that inspires me the most is to see the selfless giving. It's amazing. If you look across the super users and the MVPs and the champs and everyone who shows up every day with this sort of willingness in their heart to contribute to the success of others, to make others successful by giving freely of your time and your knowledge, it's awe-inspiring. I feel like I'm part of something, part of a movement in many ways, to not just make our customers' businesses more successful, but to help each other, to empower each other, to change our lives and our careers in the trajectory there. So I couldn't be more grateful for the time, in fact, that you're contributing right now as you watch this, but for all the time and all the interest and all the alignment. It's been a real pleasure to walk alongside all of you. And I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for all that you do, all that you give. Know that I and the rest of my team and all of us at Microsoft stand ready to serve you. You're at the tip of the spear. Ultimately, you're where the rubber meets the road. You are where the platform turns into value for you, for your customers, and for each other in the community. And I was telling another organization at Microsoft this today. While we're sitting back here in Seattle building products and services, we're doing it because of you. And the minute you need anything, we'll drop whatever we're doing to ensure that we're there for you and there to support you. We're listening. We're here to serve. And I can't thank you enough for going on this journey with us. So once again, welcome. Really glad to have you here. And I'm going to turn it over to Charles Lamanna, who will go deeper on some of the enhancements that we're delivering in the Power Platform and talk about some of the successes we're seeing, again, in large part thanks to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, James. My name is Charles Lamanna, and I'm Corporate Vice President of the Citizen Application Platform at Microsoft. And I'm incredibly excited to be talking to the Power Platform community today. And I want to start by just saying thank you. Thank you to the amazing community that's out there online, in person, back when you can get back to seeing each other in person, sharing all the great knowledge and wisdom and helping to go skill and build such a vibrant community around the Power Platform, and also providing such great feedback to us on the product team, which we go use to drive our roadmap and our sprints to make sure that we're going and solving the problems that our customers and our community are facing all the time. And to really put that into perspective, I've actually asked my leadership team and a bunch of folks on the Power Platform team to record a few short clips about how thankful they are for all the help that the community provides.
Thank you for every minute you spent with us, giving us feedback, sharing your thoughts, and helping us prioritize. We really appreciate every single thing you do. You have a tremendous impact on the product, but also on our everyday. Thank you.
Hey everybody, it's Ryan. I work on the Common Data Service, and I just want to give a shout out to our community. I want to thank Keith for showing us how data has the power to transform our lives on a day-to-day basis. I want to thank Andrew for showing us how Oakdale can make teams even better by connecting data to the place that we work each and every day. And I want to thank Jerry for showing us each and every day how we can improve how the Common Data Service and Power Automate make all of our lives easier. Thanks so much, everybody. Keep us moving.
Hi, everyone. I'm Geetha, Program Manager on the Power Virtual Agents team. We're so grateful to have an engaged PVA community in less than 6 months since we launched PVA's own community site. Special call-outs to Renato Ramau for his daily engagement on the PVA community, responding to posts and solving issues. We know that visiting the PVA community site is almost a part of his daily routine, and we're so thankful for having him in there. Special call-outs to Lisa Crosby for the COVID-19 chatbot Rona, and to Prashant Shukla, Reza Dorrani, Diane Taylor, and Yash Agarwal for great PVA tutorials, and many more names that I can't even get to in this short video. Thanks for being strong advocates for PVA, and we look forward to the continued engagement. Thanks.
Hi. So when we're building a product like Power Automate, there's so many different sources of feedback that we get in terms of figuring out what we want to go build, how we want to go build it. But I would say that the community is likely one of the most important sources that we have. And it definitely has changed my perspective on a variety of issues. Thank you for all of the hard work that everybody in the community has put in, and keep the feedback coming. We want to know what it means to truly have a business, a career built on top of Power Automate, and we'll only hear that from you.
What does community mean to Power Platform? Are you kidding me? What is Power Platform without community? This whole thing is about helping people do something they couldn't otherwise get done. It's about uplifting a whole population of people, and that only happens together. It's not about pixels and lines of code and capabilities. It's about the humans who take advantage of them and make amazing things happen. And I think if there's one thing we've learned, that never happens in isolation. It happens because people help each other out and uplift each other. And community is the beating heart of what makes Power Apps and the broader platform awesome. Turn this thing from just a product into a global movement. And I am so honored to be part of that movement. And I really genuinely believe we are creating this thing together. So community is everything. Man, we just write the code. Thank you all.
And what's really amazing is that the community has continued to thrive and be so helpful and so selfless during such a challenging time for most of the globe. And at a time like this, our CEO at Microsoft, Satya, said that he's seen 2 years worth of digital transformation in the last 2 months, or just in 2 months. And that's because so many companies and so many industries are having to completely reimagine how they operate and how they run business processes as we move to a world where most information workers are remote, where most retail locations need to go online, have curbside pickup, and things like education and healthcare have started to do telehealth and teleteaching. It's such a transformational and different time. And we've seen throughout, there's an amazing community come together to go create fantastic solutions that helped governments and all kinds of other companies to really thrive and recover with speed during this unique situation. And this is going to be really important as we go look towards the future, because what we know is that in a situation like this, which is ultimately a macroeconomic recession, is what we're seeing, is that the global unemployment rate is going to continue to grow. And if you go look at this chart just over the last 20 years or so, we can see whenever we enter one of these recessionary periods, there's a really big increase in unemployment. And we're seeing that already happen across the globe right now. But what is often not talked about is how it doesn't impact everybody the same way. What we've seen is that repetitive tasks, where it's more manual, whether it's digital tasks or in-person tasks, tend to be even more impacted during these recessionary periods. But high skill, high technical background, highly digital positions aren't as impacted during these recessionary periods. And what we've learned is that for so many people out there, when times get tough, it gets really hard to go thrive during basically for a whole bunch of different jobs out there. And that doesn't always apply equally. If you go look here, even though we're facing the great lockdown, which is a term that folks are using for the current situation associated with COVID, we're seeing a dramatic increase in digitization. We're seeing over 149 million new jobs that are going to be projected to be created over the next 5 years, all around the development, cybersecurity, database administration, data understanding, AI. There's going to be a huge amount of opportunity created around that, despite so many folks running up against tough times. And you may be wondering, like, why are we talking about this during a Power Platform community discussion? But it's because of this point right here. In the past, whenever we actually had digitization, digital transformation, a lot of folks were left behind. A very, say, small group of folks, of programmers or technology companies, were able to harvest a lot of that benefit. And what's unique about the Power Platform and what we're able to go do together is that it can change all of that. It's actually possible for us to go create economic opportunity for everybody. And really, when in our mind, when we think about it at Microsoft, that's tens of millions of new Power Platform developers. And we can't go do that alone. That's something to really go truly democratize development around the globe and to get everybody involved in building apps with Power Apps and understanding data with Power BI, building chat-based experience with Power Virtual Agent, and automating tasks with Power Automate. That's going to take us building great product and great experiences and great solutions, but also it's going to take us working together between the community and all the employees at Microsoft to go really achieve that vision, that dream of democratizing development for everybody. And if you look at what we're going to go try to do together, it's going to require all of us to not only have great solutions and great business impact where we are with our day jobs, but also really to go reach out, to go teach others how to use the Power Platform, to go do app in a day or do dynamic Saturdays, or go find ways to go reach new people and invite them into this community where they can go deliver interesting digital solutions and become a participant in digital transformation and in automation that everybody's starting to see these days. And that is really what we hope that we'll be able to cover throughout this conference, is all the great technology, all the great stories out there, but also how we're able to go work together to really drive this change for so many people.
My name is Foyi Olajide Bello. I work with Sterling Bank PLC here in Nigeria. The first app I built came about from the request of a business user saying, we would like to put this Excel sheets on OneDrive. And I said, what we need to do is we need to build an app for this. And I built my first app using Power Apps. After that, people got to hear about the app and how quickly it was done. I'm like, oh, Foyi, I would like to build an app. So I thought to myself, why should I upskill myself alone? And why should every other person not know how to do this themselves? So I thought about the idea of Citizen Developer Academy. So the user group, we started with 2, and we started to grow in that way, and we're currently 1,200. And when they learn, they get so inspired, and they go back to their communities, they go back to their schools to start up local user groups there. So we'll have events, and most of the speakers will be male. That was what started out Textilers. We're currently over 300 women, all passionate about helping and supporting each other, using our knowledge in the Power Platform. For me, the Power Platform is not just another tool, it's actually a transformational agent. And I believe strongly that if we all get into this revolution, we'll get to a point where our whole country, Nigeria, will be totally transformed.
And Foyen's story is one of my favorite ones because not only did she help lead transformation in her day job, she also was able to create such a vibrant community locally and online to go help others do the same thing. Another great example where Power Platform has driven a whole bunch of change is at Telstra. So let's go play a video from them as well.
The biggest changes for our business has been the way that we communicate things out to our technicians.
When we looked at the ecosystem for a field technician, there were lots of different applications and systems and links and places to go and get information, having to manage and service all of that. It can be quite challenging. And what we really wanted to do is we wanted to really bring that together into one place for them. Microsoft Teams has been really important to running our field services. We saw this amazing opportunity to integrate Power Apps. We created 2 platforms, Technician Plus and Leader Plus, linked into Microsoft Teams, has made that cohesive experience for our users.
It really has everything. It's more about automating and digitizing a lot of those manual processes which were typically done via paper. It's really been an integral part of ensuring that the rest of the technician workforce is up to speed.
First thing in the morning, I log onto my tablet, jump onto Technician Plus to make sure I'm across all the new communications and news that is uploaded there daily. Then I travel to my first job.
I think the foundations that we laid has really helped create that platform for crisis management, whether it be fires or floods or obviously the most recent pandemic. We have to be quite agile in the way that we develop solutions to be able to manage those. And I spent about 7 years in the field servicing our customers. I then transitioned to a role in the field digitisation team. I don't have a typical software engineering or IT background, and what the Power Platform has allowed me to do is really develop an application within 48 hours with end-to-end reporting. We've automated and digitised around 70 processes.
We had visibility of weather warnings, and we have meetings on MS Teams daily with our field leads just to ensure our safety before we are mobilising.
Technicians will go out to those sites and they'll capture photos through their tablet, and then our resource coordinators can visualise that information in a Power BI report.
Being in the field, we knew where to go for the updates and communications. It's increased our efficiency dramatically. We can service our customers quicker.
Power Platform has helped us get about 10 million minutes back into our business, which has increased the productivity of our people. I'm really passionate about building that community of problem solvers, seeing those guys out there using the tools that I've developed, and it makes you want to provide a better experience.
I like resolving customers' issues, and the tools that we've been given definitely improve our experience and the customer's experience.
And another great story is about how schools are able to transform with the Power Platform as well, particularly during a time like this. So let's play a quick video from the local Tacoma School District.
My name's Lauren Taylor. I am the principal at Manitou Park Elementary. Last year, I was the assistant principal, and during that time, I came across Power Apps. The very first app that I created was our reading app. That's really what sparked kind of a lot of the ingenuity in realizing, okay, I can use this for lots of different systems. With COVID, this school year is one like no other. Teachers needed to submit their schedules for working in the building so that we could all follow health department guidelines. And so one suggestion that we were given was a Word document that teachers fill out and then they would email to the principal. I saw so many emails in my inbox, it almost terrified me. I was looking on the Office 365 homepage and I clicked on Power Automate and I thought, oh, this automates things. Creating the approval flow in Power Automate has saved us time. Success for us is, even in a pandemic, starting with remote learning, our babies are going to learn. There's going to be student growth. The principal role is kind of a catch-all. Anything that needs to be done, you get in there and you do it. I'm often asked, do you consider yourself a developer? And I always say no, I'm an educator. However, I am developing apps. I'll leave it at that.
And what's so amazing is that we have all these great members of the Power Platform community, and they're all around the globe, Nigeria, Australia, and really local to where I am here in the Pacific Northwest in the US, all contributing to making this this platform and advancing this idea of anybody can become a developer. And this is one of the important ideas that we have, and we're really trying to go breathe into reality together with our community, which is the idea that in the future, everybody will need to be able to do lightweight development. And they're going to have to do this not by learning how to write code, but by having a product like the Power Platform that makes it possible and accessible to become a developer. And the Power Platform does that across all aspects of data, apps, automation, as everybody knows. And that's really the vision that we're working towards, to really go make it truly democratized and truly accessible, like is the normal trend in typical software and technology, just more and more people being able to do more and more advanced and sophisticated things. And one of the ways that we track this progress is really to go look at the number of jobs that are being created and the opportunities that are being created around the Power Platform, as well as the type of background that's being required to fill those positions. And what we're seeing is a dramatic acceleration of positions being filled and hired across a whole bunch of customers and partners and for external delivery. And they're pulling from all kinds of different backgrounds using the Power Platform. And what I look forward to doing is for this community to keep growing it, get it more advanced, get it more geo-distributed and more capable and more skilled all the time. So, and that wouldn't be possible if we didn't do that together. So I think that's probably the biggest theme that you'd hear throughout my time as well as the rest of the time in the conference, is that not only do we need to go work together to go make this vision, this idea of making anybody a developer true, but I also, number two, that I really want to say thank you for everything that the community does, every way that you contribute in the way you shape the future of this idea. It's something that we own together. So thank you again, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference.
Hello and welcome back to the Microsoft Channel 9 studios. My name is John Levesque and I will be one of your hosts today. I am joined by my wonderful co-host, Heather Newman. Say hi to everybody, Heather.
Hello. Yay! So excited to be here. Hi, John, way over there.
Hello.
Hey, production team, way back over there. So excited to be here today. Hi, everybody. Yay.
We get to be here together live with you at the Channel 9 studios in Redmond, and we are so excited. We just got to hear from James Phillips and Charles Lamanna about their thoughts on the community revolution, about how important and vital community is to every single thing we do. And honestly, it's an honor to get to work in this organization where we have leaders like that who, I'm not kidding, I got to sit and watch that talk get recorded, and getting to hear both of them talk about community straight from the hip, what it meant to them, what it meant to this business, it was just inspiring. And as someone who gets to work with community all the time, it's an honor to get to be in an organization that feels such a way. So, today is all about that. It's about community. We are going to have 16 community speakers come and show their stuff. We put out the call and over 170 sessions were submitted. Sadly, we only got to choose 16, but we feel really, really good about the selection of sessions we have today. We're going to do something a little bit different where we have 12 how-to sessions that are kind of focused on products or how you can use products, but then we're actually going to throw in a couple of curveballs as well. We have 2 TED-style talks, which is something new to this conference, and also 2 sessions that will be focused specifically on real-world examples. And so I'm excited. Those talks are set to be fantastic. There's a lot of them ahead. If you haven't seen the schedule yet, go ahead and go to the site where you signed up, aka.ms/POPCC. It's down in the description in YouTube. The full schedule is there, all the details about the day, our panel tomorrow that we're having. I didn't even mention the panel. Heather, we're having a panel tomorrow, aren't we?
Yes, we are. Absolutely. We have a panel tomorrow. The panel tomorrow is post-event. It's 10 a.m. Pacific. It's 1 p.m. Eastern Time, and we thought we'd bring together a bunch of us from Microsoft, myself, John, Manuela Pichler on our PowerCat team that we are a part of, April Dunham, and the amazing Brian Dang, Mr. 8-Bit Classroom on Twitter. I think it's 8-Bit Classroom on Twitter. So yeah, there's a lot of us who have come from the community and are now back either back inside of Microsoft or at Microsoft for the first time. So we're going to be in a panel to take questions and talk to each other about what community means to us. And that comes from a lot of, talking about like where these communities came from. If you think about it, SharePoint's been around for 20 years next year. Like, that's bananas, right? And Power BI is what, 5 years old? We just celebrated 5 years old and did thank yous around that. So the amazing thing about the Power Platform community is the growth that's happened with all of us so quickly. And all of the products. We've got Power Apps, Power Automate, Power Virtual Agents, Power BI, and our friends over in Dynamics 365 as well, right? And we see a lot of crossover too. People who work in SharePoint and Teams, gosh, with Project Oakdale, we're seeing so much crossover, and it's so exciting to know that we've got people we're all one community, y'all. Really, at the end of the day, right? We may have our favorites. OneNote still, I think, may be my favorite. I don't know, John. But anyway, very exciting to bring all the communities together and have so many of you. Hey, John, how many people are watching right now?
There's over 7,500 people tuned in live right now. Last I checked, I bet there's actually even more than that now. There is a whole load of people. And the cool thing is, it's representative of the whole world. We have people chiming in from every corner of the planet. And so it's just exciting to see such representation from all over the globe, to recognize that there's so many people from so many places, from so many starting points, that are here to learn about the Power Platform. And so I'm excited. This day is going to start out with some beginner material, and it's going to work its way up. We'll work our way into intermediate. We'll then work our way into some advanced material. And so no matter what your skill set is, we have something for you. And so go ahead and I want to remind everybody, we have a social media interaction board where we will be talking with you all day. You can chat with us with hashtag POPCC. And so any tweet you make, be sure to use that hashtag so we can get you up on our board here. Let's do a few shout outs. Carl Cookson, how's it going, my friend? Arafat Tessin, how you doing, buddy? Matt Beard, how you doing? HK Executive, John Liu over in Australia. You are up late, my friend. Thank you for staying up with us. Sandy Yu, Geetha, Barrett Blake. You can see here that we have a ton of social interaction happening. People are so excited, and so are we. And so be sure to use that hashtag POPCC all day long to take part in the conversation. But Heather, I think you have a couple of housekeeping things to share real fast, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've got slides behind me. Sweet. Okay, yeah. So that's the panel that's going to go on tomorrow for sure.
Yep.
And then we found our slides. So we've got the Power Challenge that's happening. So this is super cool. So you can go in, and it's all about upskilling. We've got Donna Sakar on our team and LaShawn, who had Start Dev Change last week, talking about upskilling and career switchers and students and all of that. And so this is all about leaping in and benchmarking progress with friends and colleagues. And John, you said there's 350 people that's already taken? Already. So that's amazing. So we've got people rocking this out. So get in there, aka.ms POP WAC Challenge, WAC POPCC WAC Challenge. And also just, feel free to put some feedback in as well, like on Twitter. We want to hear from you about what we can do better as a community, what you're looking for. And also, community engagement has all kinds of things with it. And we have the online communities that we're going to talk about later, and we're going to go through what those are as well. So I'm really excited to have another video that goes with our theme today.
Yes, another thank you from us at Microsoft to you guys. Let's go ahead and roll that.
Hi, my name is Tulsi Keshkamath, and I'm the group
I did not see.
for Power Apps on Teams. On behalf of the product group, I want to say thank you so much to the community. As a PM, as someone in the engineering team, for me, problem solving is important, but at the same time, finding meaning in that work is also super important, and that's what the community has helped me with. Seeing videos that are created by the community, seeing how different people are using the products that we are building every day, that has been the most exciting part of my job. I also want to say thank you for keeping us honest, for giving us your great ideas, for supporting us, for trying out the products, for being honest. All of that is much appreciated. Thank you so much, and we so value you. Thanks again.
Hi all, Harish Menon here, Senior Program Manager for Power Automate Integrations. Part of the fun of this job is putting out all these triggers and integrations out there, but more importantly, seeing what you guys in the community do with it. It's amazing to see some of the scenarios and use cases that you light up. I'd specifically like to shout out Daniel Laskewitz and Tomasz Poszytek, whose blogs and how-to videos and YouTube videos really help our customers see the potential of some of these integrations that we build with Teams, approvals, and Power Automate. So huge thank you. See ya.
All right, and so that theme of thankfulness is going to continue throughout the day. We are so thankful that we have such a great community that participates in all that we do, that gives back so much. And speaking of community, it's time for our first community speaker. We're going to open the day with Reza Dorrani, who is a superstar community member. He epitomizes what it means to give back. He constantly is in forums, he constantly is making videos and writing blogs and helping the product team. He is a superstar. And so, without further ado, our first community speaker of the day, Reza, the show is yours.
Thank you, John, for the introduction, and welcome everyone to the Power Platform Community Conference. My name is Reza Dorrani. I am a Business Applications MVP, and I am the Power Platform Practice Lead at Catapult Systems. I am an active YouTuber who blogs all about the Power Platform and the M365 stack. The first session today is on getting started with building Power Platform solutions for Microsoft Teams. Microsoft Teams is the hub for teamwork in Microsoft 365. It provides various capabilities like persistent chat, calling, and meetings, integrated M365 apps, customizable, extendable, and all of this with enterprise-grade security and maintainability. The Microsoft Power Platform, or the Business Application Platform, is the one low-code platform that spans across Microsoft 365, Dynamics 365, Azure, and beyond. And within the Power Platform, we have the four main pillars: Power BI for analyzing your data, Power Apps to act on your data and build apps for the web and mobile experience, Power Automate for performing workflow automations, and the newest member to the Power Platform family, Power Virtual Agents, which allows you to build intelligent chatbots using a graphical user interface. The Common Data Service, or the CDS, is the data layer of the Power Platform. It provides powerful relational database capabilities with rich data types and a scalable infrastructure. Data connectors allow you to connect to your data sources no matter where your data source lives. And AI Builder provides the low-code artificial intelligence capabilities that you can leverage and plug them in your apps and flows. Now, would it not be great to leverage the Power Platform capabilities to build apps in Microsoft Teams, and not just apps, but also perform automation scenarios, leverage the CDS, which is the Common Data Service, and build chatbots in Microsoft Teams, leveraging the Power Platform. Introducing Project Oakdale. Project Oakdale is the low-code data platform for Microsoft Teams. It allows you to build apps, flows, and bots directly within the context of Microsoft Teams. Project Oakdale provides the data platform, which is a subset of the capabilities of CDS. The data platform is relational in nature with rich data types. All of these capabilities included for you directly in Microsoft Teams with your standard Office licensing. No premium licensing required. At the same time, if you leverage Azure API management and publish custom connectors through Azure API management, those connectors will be available in Teams, and those custom connectors will also be included as part of your Office license. You would have to only bear the Azure costs. So let's explore Project Oakdale with demos. I am in Microsoft Teams, which is the hub for teamwork in Microsoft 365. I will go ahead and create a new team from scratch, create a public team. I will call it my Power Team, assign team members, and my team is ready to go. Now, in order for me to build apps for Microsoft Teams leveraging the new Project Oakdale capabilities, I can go to the left-hand navigation rail, select the three ellipses to add more apps, and I can search for either Power Apps. In my scenario, I already have it in my recent apps. So I'm just going to go ahead and click this. Now, once you have the Power Apps Microsoft Team app installed, my recommendation is to right-click on it and pin it, because you would want this on your left-hand navigation rail so you can keep building solutions using Project Oakdale. Now, in the Microsoft Team Power Apps experience right here, on the Home tab, I have the capability right here to start building apps for my teams. In this scenario, I will go ahead and click Create an App, and this will list out all my teams that I have access to. In my scenario, I just created this new team, so I'll go ahead and select this. Now, if this is the first time any user is building an app for the Microsoft team, this will go ahead and set up the Oakdale environment for your team. You get an environment for every team in which you create an app for. So right here, I'm going to pick my team and click Create. Now, because this is the first time I'm creating an Oakdale environment for this Microsoft team, it can take a few minutes before the environment is set up. Once the environment is set up, I will be notified via email, and I will also get a notification in Microsoft Teams that I'm ready to start building my solutions using Project Oakdale for my Microsoft team. So as you can see, I have been notified in Teams, and I've also received an email that my environment is ready. I will go back to Power Apps on the left-hand navigation rail right here, and this time head over to the Build tab. Now the Build tab will list out all the teams for which there is an Oakdale environment created. Now in my scenario, I have my Power team right here. So this is my team for which I have the environment created, but I do not have any artifacts yet. So I can straight away go here and start creating my app. Now when I click on Create, this will open the Power Apps experience right within Microsoft Teams. So this now takes me straight to the App Studio experience right within the context of Microsoft Teams. And as you can see right here on the home screen, there is a hero template that's provided, which gives you a gallery and a connected form control in Power Apps. Now, in order for me to get started, I need to start creating my tables in my database. And the experience for creating the tables is so seamless that it is right here within the context of the app making experience itself. So right here, I can click on Create New Table, and I can give my table a name. Let's say I'm trying to build an app for employees to register for training. I will call this my registration table. I will go ahead and create my table right here. And when I create my table, it will open the visual editor experience for my table, once again, within the context of Microsoft Teams. Now for this table, by default, you get the name column. That is a mandatory column. I can go ahead and add more columns. Now this is Project Oakdale. The data types are rich. If I open the type, you will notice that there are various data types that I can choose from. There are many additional data types also available, for example, an image data type or a file data type. So you can actually store images and files as well in Project Oakdale. Those capabilities are available on the Build tab, and I will show you that shortly. I will go ahead and add some additional columns. I will add a description column of type text, and maybe I'll add a column called date of type date for now. So I've just gone ahead and simply created a very simple within my Microsoft team. This is like an editable grid. So if I would like to add data, I can do so right here. So let's say Reza requires some training on Power Apps, and he wants it by this date. So I can go ahead and actually start adding data right here in the visual editor. You can even copy and paste data from Excel directly into this visual editor experience. And once you're done with this, all you have to do is just click on this X icon, and this will go ahead and save your table as well as the data settings that you've plugged in. And not just that, if you observe the home screen right now, and if I preview this app, you will notice that here is my table connected in my app directly. So my data from my registration table right here in the gallery, and I can see the form control in action right here connected to the gallery. So if I want to edit this record, I can do so. And I will go ahead and save this. And I can go ahead and add new records. I'll click on save, and here's my second record that got created. Now all of this information is going into my table in Project Oakdale. Now the data platform here is relational in nature. So if I would like to add more tables and relate tables together, I can easily do that. So I can go here and add and create another table. I will call this my training table. I'll go ahead and create this. And maybe right here, I got the training name, and maybe I have the code name associated with my training of type text. And I can quickly go ahead and start plugging in data. And I've gone in and plugged in data into my table. I will go ahead and close this. So right now I have two tables that I have created for my Microsoft team. If I want to make schema changes to my table or add more data, I can just click on my table right here, go to the three ellipses and go to edit data. And I am back into the visual editing experience right here. Now let's say I want to create a relationship between my registrations table and my trainings table. Remember, Oakdale is a relational database system. I will go to my registrations table. I will go ahead and create a new column. I will call this training, and I will perform a lookup to my trainings table. Now this will list out all the tables that are present in this environment. There are many other system-based tables that are listed out here as well. I'm interested in my training table. I will go ahead and select this and click create. And just like that, I have created a relationship between my registrations table and my training table. So right here, if I would like to pick my training, I can straight away go and pick my training from my training table. So I can even go and define the level of the training. So let me just go ahead and add a column of type level, and I'll pick choice. And right here, I can pick my different levels associated with my training, maybe 101, 201, 301. You can also go ahead and format the data right here with some basic formatting options. So maybe 101 is green, 201 is yellow, and 301 is red. So I can go ahead and create this, and this will go ahead and add a choice column for me right here in my table. And let's say this user needs 101 training, whereas this user is interested in Power Automate 201 training. So as you can see, the visual indicators are right here. I will go ahead and close this, and this is my app in action right here. Now, of course, I'm in the context of Power Apps. I can go to data sources and go ahead and leverage all the 375 plus data connectors that are available. So I can connect to SharePoint, Planner, OneDrive, whatever the data source of choices, and go ahead and build multiple screens right here by going to the tree view and creating new screens, and all the standard Canvas app functionalities available for you right here. One additional thing that I would like to cover here is the Teams object. So because Project Oakdale apps are always going to live in the context of Microsoft Teams, you also get a Teams object, which provides you a lot of data points that you can grab from your team or channel where this app would be published to. So in my case, let's say I'll go ahead and I will add a label control to my screen. I will place the label right here on the top. I will change the size of my label to 16, center align my label right here. And the text property for the label, I will go ahead and leverage the Teams object. So if I do Teams.IntelliSense will guide me through this. As you can see, there are a lot of properties available as part of the Teams object. Is this being viewed in full screen mode? What's the theme of my team? And other useful information like which channel is this app currently published to? Which team is this app currently associated with? So if I go to this team right here, and if I look for additional properties, I can get the display name of my team or the group ID associated with my team. In my case, I'll just go ahead and pick display name. So when I have this app published to my team in my channel, I will see the name of my team show up right here because I'm directly reading it from the Teams context object. Once I'm done with this, if you would like to rename your app, just go ahead and click on the name of the app right here. I will call this my trainings app. I will click save. That will go ahead and rename my app. And then in order for me to push this to my Microsoft team, all I have to do is just hit publish to Teams. And this will go ahead and save and publish my app. And once published, this will show all the channels associated with my Microsoft team. Currently, I just have one channel, which is my general channel. In order for me to add this app as a tab in my channel, all I have to do is click on this plus icon. And once I do that and click save and close, my app is ready to use in my Microsoft team. Now, from a security standpoint, if you notice, there is no sharing option right here. That is because it respects the security of Microsoft team. Owners and members have full access to the tables and the app. Guest users also have access to the app within the context of Microsoft Team, of course, but they can only see their own records that they've created in the tables, and they cannot make modifications to the tables or the app. Now, back in Microsoft Teams, if I go back to my team, right here, I have a tab called the Trainings app. And if I select on this, this will open that same application right here for me within the context of Microsoft Teams. And all my team members, owners, and guest users have full access to this. All of this with your standard Office licenses. So that's how you go ahead and quickly build apps for Microsoft Teams. Now back to Power Apps. Now this time I'm in my web browser. So please note that Project Oakdale will work both in the Teams client as well as in the browser. So right here now I'm in my browser. I'm in my Microsoft Teams app for Power App. If I head over to build, it will list out all my teams. I'll go back to my team, and this time I'll go to See All. Now See All will show me all the artifacts associated with my Microsoft team. For example, if I go to Apps, this will show you the Canvas app that I created. And you can create multiple apps within the context of Microsoft Teams, and all of them will have access to the tables that you have created. So if I head over to tables right here, it will show me my registration table and my training table. Now remember that there are more column types that you can leverage. So let's say if I go over to my training table right here, and if I would like to create more columns, I can just go to add column right here. And if I go to the data type option right here, you will notice that there are a lot more data types that you can choose from. Some examples right here are file, floating point numbers, images, multi-select option sets, and so on and so forth. Also, if you go to relationships and go to add a relationship, you can create more additional complex relationship types right here. Example, many to one, one to many, many to many. You can of course create a lookup column, which is a one is to many relationship. To build flows in Project Oakdale, right here within the context of the Teams Power App, if I head over to flows, right here I can start creating my flows. So if I go to new, and if I head over to flow, I have all the 3 types of flows available right here. So I can create automated flows, instant flows, or scheduled flows. Let's say I go and pick an automated flow. And let's say my use case is that whenever somebody makes a registration request, I need my admin team to be notified. My trigger right here will be when a record is created in the common data service environment. Remember, in Microsoft Teams, Oakdale is leveraging a subset of CDS. So right here, I will pick this and say notify admins. That's my flow. I will pick my trigger and I will click create. And once again, directly within the context of Microsoft Teams, I can go ahead and build my flow. Now, as you can see, this uses the CDS current environment connector because we have to be in the current context of Microsoft Teams. And in this case, let's say I pick the trigger condition create, can pick my entity. In this case, my entity is registrations. And right here, I can go ahead and send an email. Once again, we are in the context of Oakdale. We are building a flow, but we have full access to leverage all the data connectors that are available. And I will go ahead and save this flow. This flow now has been built for my Microsoft team, and it is now ready and the flow is listening. So whenever a new registration request comes in, this flow will trigger. Now, in order for me to build chatbots using Power Virtual Agents, just like we have a Power Apps Teams app, we also have a Power Virtual Agents Teams app. So if you search for Power Virtual Agents, in my case, I already have it since I had it as my recent app. I'll just go ahead and select this. And once again, just spin it on your left-hand navigation rail so you can quickly get to it. Right here, if I head over to chatbots, I can now start building chatbots using the Power Virtual Agent GUI experience right here within the context of Microsoft Teams. Go ahead and select new chatbot, and I will pick my Microsoft team. And in my case, my team is called the Power Team. I will click continue, and the Power Virtual Agent chatbot building experience will be available for me right here within the context of Teams. I will call this my registration bot. I will create my bot, and this will go ahead and set up the bot for me and go ahead and use the GUI experience in PVA to build intelligent chatbots. And once my bot is ready, all I have to do is just go and hit the magic publish button, and my bot will be published to all the members of my team, or I can publish that as a personal bot. I can install the bot and I can start conversing with the bot once again directly within the context of Microsoft Teams. Now in Project Oakdale, there are 3 sample templates provided: employee ideas, inspection, and issue reporting. And all you have to do if you would like to leverage these templates is just click on them and go and add them to your team. And once you do that, it will deploy the entire solution to your Oakdale environment associated with your Microsoft team. All the tables, the apps, the floats, everything would be deployed for you as a solution package. Now in this scenario, I will show you a demo of a solution that I built in Project Oakdale, a very common use case, expense reporting. So my team members and owners can come to my Microsoft team and leverage the Power app for expense reporting to log in their expenses. Now this time I'm logged into Microsoft Teams on my mobile device. So right here I have my team, and I will head over to the general channel in my team. And if I head over to more, this will list out all the tabs. One of the tabs is my expense reporting solution that I have deployed leveraging Project Oakdale. Now, as part of the expense reporting solution, on the home screen of this app, it will list out all the expenses that I have submitted in this solution. Currently, I have 2 expenses. One has been rejected, the other one is approved. I can go ahead and select the tabs on the top, so it will only show me the expenses related to the status, or I can go to all and see all my expense statuses. I can even go ahead and filter this by the date, or go ahead and sort my expenses. On the top, it's listing out how many expenses I have in the open status, pending status, approved status, or rejected. In this case, I'll go ahead and create a brand new expense. I will give this expense a name, so I'm going to call this Power Platform Community Conference. I will give this a start date. I will give this an end date. And right here, I can go ahead and select a cost center. Now this cost center information is coming from a separate table in my Project Oakdale environment for this Microsoft team. And for each of these cost centers, I am dynamically defining my approvers as well. So in this case, I'll go ahead and pick Contoso and give comments. So I have put in my comments, and I will go ahead and click create. Now the moment I click create, this will go ahead and create a record in the expenses table. And at the same time, I'm once again leveraging the powerful relational capabilities in Project Oakdale. The users can now create line items associated with the main expense. So there's a 1:n relationship between the expenses table and the line items table. So let's go ahead and create a few line items right here. Now, when I'm creating my expense, I need to upload a receipt associated with my expense. So I'll go ahead and click on upload receipt. Now the receipt column right here is using the image data type in my Oakdale environment. So I will go ahead and select upload receipt. And because I'm in my mobile device, it will allow me to use the native mobile capabilities. So I can open my camera or look into my photo library. I will go ahead and select my camera. And I have this receipt right here that I will go ahead and take a picture. Once I have taken a snapshot of my receipt, and this is a live snapshot, I will click on done. And once I do this, in my solution, I'm actually leveraging Flow. So the moment the user selects a receipt, Power Automate is called at the back end. And what Flow does is Flow goes ahead and leverages Azure Cognitive Services to go ahead and perform receipt scanning. So receipt scanning is one of the pre-built models. And as you can see right here, it has gone ahead and pre-populated the name of the merchant, the total cost, as well as the transaction date. All of this through the power of AI. I can go ahead and pick a category and I can give some comments right here. And once I'm done with this, I can click on save. And this will go ahead and create the line item for me and associate it with my expense. I can go ahead and click on this attachment icon and see my receipt right here. I can modify it, delete it, add more expenses. And as I keep adding expenses, they will all be added up right here so I can see the total cost associated with my expense. In this case, I will just go ahead and click on submit. And the moment I click on submit, the status of my expense is now pending. And if I select my expense, it will show me who the approver is. So right here, as you can see, the approver is a user called James. I dynamically define my approvers based on the cost center that the user has selected. Now I'm logged in with the user persona James. And because I'm using the native approval capabilities in Power Automate, so James gets an email about the new expense that has been submitted by Reza. So if I click on this link, it will directly deep link into the Power App and take me straight to the expense item that was submitted by Reza. So right here, I can see the details of the expense. I can go ahead and look at the attached receipt. I can even go and look at the details associated with the line item. So once James reviews it, James can take the approval decision right here in Outlook itself. This is the power of approvals in Power Automate, actionable messages. So I can straight away either approve this or reject this right here. Alternatively, in Microsoft Teams, James will get notified directly by the Flow bot. So right here, I have that same approval action in Microsoft Teams. The same adaptive card experience is available for me right here as well. Also, if James has the mobile app installed, they would be notified about it. I can even go to the approval center. And now there is a new app called Approvals that is also available that you can leverage to directly go and take action on your approvals. In this case, I'll take my decision in Microsoft Teams. So I will go ahead and approve this and say OK and click on submit. Now I'm logged back in as Reza in Microsoft Teams. And as you can see right here, once James approved it, I see that my expense has been approved. The status now shows approved. And if I select this, I can see the status and all my details. I can even see my comment and the approver's comment right here. So in this scenario, what we've done is we've basically gone ahead and leveraged the capabilities of Project Oakdale to quickly build a solution for expense reporting, build a Power App right here that talks to the tables associated with Oakdale. All the data is stored in my Microsoft team. And I have a flow that I built using Power Automate that handles the approval process. Now wait, there's more. If I head over to Power Virtual Agents, remember I can even build chatbots so my users can directly interact with the bot. So now in Power Virtual Agents, I have gone ahead and built a chatbot associated with my same Oakdale environment, which is my Microsoft team. I will show you how we can publish this bot and make it available to the team members. But right now, I'm just going to test this bot right here within the context of Microsoft Teams. So let's say I go ahead and I say hi. So I'm basically greeting the bot right here, and observe how the bot is responding to me right here. I'll try and zoom in. The bot says, hi, Reza Dorrani. It's aware of the logged in user's details. Now let's say I'm interacting with the bot. Get a status of my expenses. So get me the status of my expenses. Now it says, okay, so you want to see all your expenses, pending expenses, approved expenses, or rejected expenses. So let's say I go ahead and say, okay, get me all my expenses. Now it says enter the dollar amount for it to search for expenses greater than the amount that I have specified. So in my scenario, I have 3 expenses. Let's say I say $80. Now the beauty of Power Virtual Agents is it understands natural language processing. So right here I can say expenses more than $80. I'm using the entity called money. So if I submit this, The Power Virtual Agent bot will interpret this and understand the money aspect associated with this, which is $80. And that in turn now will be leveraged for it to query my data source, which is my Oakdale environment. And as you can see right here, the bot has gone ahead and given me the summary of my expenses that have been rejected. So right here it says Microsoft Ignite for $102.54 was rejected. That's my rejected expense. And the only reason it returned this expense is because that's the only expense I have that is greater than $80. Now that I have built my bot and set up my bot, how do I publish my bot? To publish the bot to Microsoft Teams, it's as easy as going to publish and clicking on the publish button so that all the latest changes or the latest content associated with my bot are registered. And I can do two things. I can start chatting with this bot in Microsoft Teams, use it like a personal bot, or I can share the bot with my team members. So right here, I can go ahead and say add it to my team. And that's all I had to do. I'll go ahead and close this. And what my team members have to do now is they can go to apps right here. And there's an option here called built for the name of your tenant. The tenant name in my case is Power Addicts. So I'm going to go ahead and pick this. And it should list out my expenses bot right here. So here's my bot called expense reporting. I will go ahead and add this. And each of my team members now will have access to this. They can perform the same action. And right here, as you can see, this bot is now live. I've gone ahead and I have this bot on my left-hand navigation rail. So I'll go ahead and pin this so I can always interact with this directly in the context of Teams. Once again, it's greeting me and it is contextually aware. So I will say I need to check my expense status. Hit enter. This will ask me what status are you looking out for. Maybe I'm looking out for all my expenses. Expenses greater than, let's say this time, $5. I will submit this. This will go ahead and check my system, and there is all my responses. I see my entire summary right here in one go. So that's the power of Project Oakdale. You can not only build apps, but you can build flows, you can build bots, and all of these will be contained within your Microsoft team. I will quickly run through the backend associated with this solution, which is my expense reporting solution. If I head over to tables for my Microsoft team in this scenario, I have three main tables. I have a table called cost center. And right here, I'm defining my different cost centers and who my approvers are. And that's how my approvers are being dynamically picked up by my flow by querying this table. The second table is my expenses table. And as part of this table, I have these different properties. And look at the different data types that I'm leveraging. Currency, email. I have my lookups. I have my lookup to my cost center. That's a relationship that I created. And then finally, I have my line items table. And as part of this table, two interesting things right here. One is my lookup column that I've created. So here's the relationship between line items and expenses. And I have also leveraged the image data type. That is where the receipt is being stored. In my apps, I have my expense reporting application right here. And if I head over to Chatbots, here is my expense reporting bot that I built. Back to flows. I have a couple of flows. One is my expense reporting process flow. This basically handles the approval aspect. The second flow in question is the scan receipt flow. So currently AI Builder is not available as part of Oakdale. So what I did is I actually went ahead and leveraged the Azure cognitive capabilities to get that information. To quickly recap, I showed you a demo of an expense reporting solution that I built leveraging Project Oakdale. Project Oakdale gives you the low-code data platform in Microsoft Teams. You can build apps, flows, and bots. You get a subset of the capabilities that you get in CDS. Of course, relational data storage, rich data types included at no additional cost for Microsoft Teams customers. That's number one. Number two, it supports up to 1 million records or 2 GB storage capacity. And if you reach that capacity for your Microsoft team, you have the option to upgrade this to leverage the full CDS capabilities. Thank you so much for watching this session. I hope you enjoyed this. We have a lot more fantastic sessions lined up at the Power Platform Community Conference, so stay tuned for more.
Holy cats, that was a whirlwind. Reza, you rock. That was super, super awesome. Did everybody catch that? So, and what's great about all of our sessions, y'all, is that they are going to be on demand the very next day, later today. So it's great. You can go check out what you missed and also watch something again. So our next presenter is Ed Gonzales, who is awesome, who is a UG group, a user group like rah, Superman, and from Portland. And I hear he's a cat rescuer and also creates flows to turn on his sprinklers. And so we're going to have him up next. And so Ed is also going to be talking about his younger self. 10 things I wish I knew when I started Power Automate. So really excited to see that. and hear from him. And, you know, I think user groups are a big deal around, and I know that, you know, we haven't been able to be together physically because we're doing our social distancing and all of that stuff. And so, you know, we love it. I'm a user group leader here not here, but in Los Angeles where I live. And so, you know, being a part of those things, I want to say thank you and a big shout out to our user group leaders all over the world. You all rock, and putting on your Power Automate Power Platform Saturdays and the hackathons and Hack for Good. It's super awesome. And y'all, here's Ed.
Hi there. You ever look back at a moment or an event, something in your past, and think, if I had known then what I know now, I would have done it completely different, and I could probably rule the world? Well, that's what we're going to do. I'm going to talk to the new user, the younger version of me that was just getting started in Power Automate, and share some things I picked up along the way that might have made my life a little bit easier. And it definitely would have made my automations seem a bit cooler. My name is Ed Gonzales. I am a Microsoft MVP in business applications. I'm a Microsoft certified trainer, and I am also a power user in the Power Automate community. Got my start in Dynamics 365 on the sales side, and kind of branched into Power Automate with that. I speak at different conferences, mostly from the perspective of the business user, sharing different tips and tricks that I've picked up along the way, and hoping to make other folks' lives a little bit easier. My blog is at flyingpolymath.com, and you can find me on Twitter at poweredbyedg. In this, we'll talk about how I like to learn, how I like to make different things and build stuff, and then also how I like to fix them, make them better, make things more efficient. So Power Automate is interesting to me because as a business user, I found myself challenged by what I'll call the bureaucracy of traditional development. I have this idea, I have this thing that I need done, and just sort of a nebulous scope, if you will, and I'd start to go down the path of having someone make it, build it. There'd be requirements gathering, there'd be scope building, there'd be, you know, a lot of flow charts and whiteboarding and things like that. And I'm sure that's great for like the bigger stuff, and you absolutely need that for some project. But sometimes I just wanted to, you know, create a trouble ticket when an email came in, and maybe it didn't need all that. Power Automate gives me the flexibility as the business user to just do that. And so when I'm faced with, you know, the fewer resources that a lot of companies or a lot of organizations are looking at today, and also the continued or increasing workload and demands, I'm able to meet those demands by automating some of my stuff, and also relieve some of the load from the technical folks by doing a lot of this stuff myself. I've made the organization more agile by providing a proof of concept and basically saving the rough sketch stuff or the translating from the idea in my head to, you know, somebody else's impression of what it is I think I'm saying and what it is they're actually hearing. And so I'm able to kind of put together this shell of a thing and say, hey, this is kind of what I'm looking for. Can we make this more robust, right? Sometimes that proof of concept is enough. Sometimes that gets the job done. And a lot of the work that I do, it serves up just fine. And that has saved the organization some bucks there as well. Also, you know, a lot of the connectors in the Power Automate side, there's a lot of cool things that you can do with, you know, some of the free stuff, and then also some of the business office plans. You know, you're able to connect to all of the office products and get some really cool things done. And then, of course, once you go premium, you can have a lot of fun and really do some cool stuff as well. Doing all of this kind of frees me up and frees the user, the business user up, to do the things that they're really not really good at, but they're really valued at, right? So my organization, they didn't necessarily hire me to check my email. They didn't necessarily hire me to, take certain emails and turn them into trouble tickets. That's something that I can automate. And by doing that, I can now take that time and spend it on the stuff that I was hired to do, and the things that I'm passionate about, and things that I feel like really make a difference, rather than doing, some kind of email triage. The other side of that coin is that we have to change kind of like our security paradigm from the technical side. We need to rethink governance, because now we're sort of democratizing the building of the process. And so the technical, I've challenged the technical or the IT department, because I'm outside of the norm. I'm outside of the box. I'm trying to build things and do things that doesn't fit in the normal flow. And so this way, they have to kind of think, okay, how am I going to allow people to have this agility, build these things, save us the time and the money, but still maintain that sense of security, and also the governance. So all of these flows don't get out of hand, right? And not everybody's, making hundreds of these as they go. One of my absolute favorite conversations to have, and this is one I talk with both trainers and people trying to learn Power Automate, is that it really needs us to change the way we teach and the way we learn, right? So instead of teaching or looking for classes that say, how to do this very specific thing, in my example before, how to take an email and turn that into a trouble ticket, or specifically how to save email attachments to OneDrive, right? Instead of teaching that class, right, or teaching that class from that perspective, we really need to focus more on the ingredients rather than the final dish. So spending time on getting folks to understand, how to connect to the different services and what you can do, how to look up what are the triggers I can do with that service, what are the actions that I can do with that, what are the options, meaning what are my alternatives if that service doesn't do exactly what I need it to do. That's a responsibility of both the folks teaching and also as students. We need to keep in mind that, when we're learning Power Automate and we see a class that isn't exactly the thing that we need to know right then, still go to it, still learn from it, because there's going to be an opportunity later to take one of the ingredients or something that you learned in that particular class, session, YouTube video, whatever, and apply that to some business use case that'll basically make you look like a star because you remembered that particular ingredient from that particular recipe, right? That's one of my favorite things to share with folks. Getting into the meat or the nuts and bolts of Power Automate, when you go to the home page and you click on Create, so over here on the left rail, you can see all the different things you can do. Generally, you start with Create, and that takes you to all the different kinds of flows that there are. An automated flow would be one that basically is triggered when something happens. So in my example so far, when an email comes in that matches certain criteria, I want to create a trouble ticket in Dynamics 365. When the email comes in, that's the automated flow part of that. An instant flow is a manual flow. So that's a button that I can push either, in the web interface or through the Power Automate app on my phone. And those are kind of handy and for many different reasons. When I'm doing testing, I'll generally have a manual button so that I can trigger the thing whenever I want rather than continuing to send an email or whatever to see if it worked yet. Scheduled flow is another useful one. That is one that you can set to run at a certain time every day. Maybe you want to have it run every 4 hours on the 45, or at the top of the hour. Maybe you want to have something run every 5 minutes or every 2 hours or every whatever. You can do all of that with a scheduled flow. UI flows are new to me, but they've been around for a little bit, and that basically allows us to connect to some of those legacy systems that don't have, a back-end kind of API thing to connect into so that I can do those automations. Things that kind of require you to open up a screen and click on a certain thing, click over here. A lot of those kind of term server type applications are good examples of that. UI flows are perfect for that because you can essentially have an automated trigger that says when this thing happens, kick off this automation, this macro, if you will, that opens up the terminal window and starts filling out the fields with the data from my trigger. So there's a lot of fun stuff to do in there. Business process flow, much like Dynamics 365, in fact, exactly like Dynamics 365, lets you have, stages of a business process, and each one of those stages can have a set of actions or tasks. And once those are complete, it moves on to the next stage. So all of those are super useful, and each will have their own place when you're doing things. And a lot of times you can combine them. I've got one that it's actually two different flows. One is the automated side where when, the email comes in, or actually it's when I upload an image to a certain place, it runs through a process. And then I've got another scheduled flow that when, every day it kind of resets the counter. So that way, as the image files are being saved, the file name gets to restart at the beginning of the day. Looking at templates, a great place to start when you're first getting into this. You want to, go in with kind of an idea of what it is you're going to use, what it is you want to do. You can, in the search up here, you can put just simply the things you want to use, right? So if I wanted to take the, all of my attachments from emails and save them to OneDrive, I could do a search as simple as Outlook and OneDrive. And here we go. The very first one is save Office 365 email attachments to OneDrive for Business. Once you click on those, it'll have you connect through the services and will be super easy for you to do. And I use those as good sort of jumping off points, right? Because they won't always do exactly what I need them to do, but they'll get me pretty close. And so I can start here and then look at how the person that built the template did the thing, and then I can reverse engineer or deconstruct that to the point to where I kind of understand what's going on, and then mix in some of my own ingredients from what we talked about before. Moving on to some of the other tips, one of the other things that I wish I knew when I was first starting out is that, the experts are just like us. They're fallible. They make mistakes. They don't think the same way that we do, and they don't have the entire scope the same way that you do. They're missing your context. So, keep in mind that when you're trying to do something, just start with the belief that it's possible, right? And when you solicit somebody's help and they say, oh, that's not possible, don't be discouraged. Don't give up. Don't stop trying. Find a workaround. Find another way. In one of my other sessions, I talk about how to get from point A to point B. It's not always a straight line. Sometimes you got to meander your way over there, but a meandering trail is often better than no trail at all, right? So just, start with the assumption that this thing is possible and go from there. Okay. Looking at some of my favorite actions, right? And some of the things that I think are going to be important for the new user to understand. First off is something called Compose, which acts as kind of like a container. It lets you put in, functions. You can have expressions in there. You can have values in there. You can do quite a bit with that. I'm going to start in this demo with a manually triggered flow, and I'm going to go straight into a compose action where I'm going to put, in this case, sample data, right? So I'm going to use a sample email address and use that later on. And so this information here will be available all throughout the rest of my flow in this. And so I can use it as I see fit. The other thing that I often do here is I'll put a compose at the top of my flows to store kind of release notes, if you will, like just sort of like a README file or something that says, here's what I did and why I did it. And that little box gets kind of bigger and bigger as I make changes to my production stuff. The other thing you can do with a compose, and this kind of leads into the next step, is that you can store expressions in here. And so for the new users, I'll tell you, I avoided expressions for the longest time. Like anytime I got to a point where I had to write an expression or there wasn't really a way around getting an expression, I just, I went a different direction. They are not as scary as they seem. If you can manage something in Excel, you can manage an expression in Power Automate. In fact, I've got a quick demo up here. You can see that I've got the same email address that I've got in the very first compose. Then I use an expression or a function inside of Excel to separate the first half of that. And then I go a little bit further and break the email address into first and last name so that I could use that information later in an email. I can do the same thing inside of Power Automate by building an expression there. In this example, I'm going to do a split, and I'm just going to tell it I want to split on the @ And what it'll do is it'll take everything in this window and divide it into at the @ right? So I can save this and run a quick test so that we can see that. And what I'll get back from this thing that's called a string, or which is basically just a bit of characters, it'll return an array, which is 2 elements that let me work even further with the the first half and the second half of that, right? There's lots of information on that, but the point is, don't be afraid of expressions. Get in there, try some stuff. There's lots of resources out there. I've got some at the end of this that tell you, all the expressions all the functions that are available and what you can do with them. And so we can go from there. The other thing that I wanted to talk about was all of the built-in actions that are in there. There's quite a bit out there. There's a lot of stuff that you can do that doesn't involve, a complex connector, and also lets you do a lot of the same stuff that functions can do. So as an example, I want to maybe do something with a text. Both of these text functions are available, and I can point it to my very first compose, which is the email address, and say, find me the text position of the @. And if all goes well, it'll return the position number, which is just like the find function in Excel, right? It'll return the position number of where it found that thing. Same exact thing is happening here when I do the find @ and go back one. It goes to the @ goes back and gives me everything before that. So same thing is kind of happening there. Another good one in here is format number. So you click on number functions, and then I want to tell it what number I'm going to be messing with. I'll just take the text position, and I want to add 2 decimals to that to make that number look maybe like a currency or something like that. I can do all sorts of things with that. And so now you can see it gave me an output of 11.00. And then finally, on the built-in functions, another good one is all the date time stuff. So all of these actions are built in, and you can do things. There's also some functions that you could do this with an expression, but if you're just getting started, you don't have the confidence to do that, start with this. You can do the same exact thing. So for the base time, I'm going to choose the timestamp from when I actually push the button, and I want to add an hour to that. And that lets me do that. And I've written for those last 3 actions exactly 0 expressions. And so here you can see that it added, here's the original hour where it looks like 150 and right here. And so it added my hour here, 250. When you're looking at dates and times inside Power Automate and pretty much any Microsoft platform except Excel, it'll be in this format. The Z at the end indicates that it's UTC. So you can see that it's at 150 UTC, and then added that to added an hour and changed that to 250. There are a lot of tricks out there that can help you do things better. And unfortunately, we're not going to have time to cover them all. But one of the things that keeps popping up in the forums is, where folks will discover the condition and they'll use that. It's a really cool action. It lets you check, if something is true or false, if it's equal or greater than a number, if you're dealing with that. And basically lets you have binary results, meaning it's either going to equal or it's going to meet the criteria or it's not, right? And that's the two paths, and that's what you're dealing with. Here you can see I've got a condition set up that is checking where the @ sign is at, and I'm saying if it's further along in the email address than 11, which is, my first name dot my last name, then it's too long. And so I put a quick compose that says this is too long. And then otherwise I said it's perfect. But what if I wanted to have another situation that was a non-binary outcome, meaning that it wasn't just a true false, check this criteria and then move along. What if I said, if it's only one character, I want to go down this one path. And if it's two characters, I want to go down this other path. And if it's three characters, a different path entirely, right? So that's where a switch comes in. And right here, you can see that I've got a switch that I've also checking the same text position of where that @ sign is at. And this pops up and lets you have more than just the two cases of did it meet the criteria or did it not, right? So here in the first case, I'm checking if text position is 1. Well, that's obviously too short. So I'm saying that's way too short. And if it's 2, it needs more characters. And 3, we're almost there, but not quite, and so on. And then ultimately at the end, you've got the ability to have a default, which means did it not meet any of these cases, then here's the thing I want you to do. So there's a lot of opportunity there to do some cool stuff with that, right? The next thing I want to talk about is where to find help and how to ask for it. The where to find help thing, I'll have a URL in the next slide, and you can see that the communities are really good. There's also that Azure directory of functions that I talked about, and I'll link to that as well. That's a good one. The how to ask is the most important thing. I see a lot of questions on the community forums where people will do things like they'll say, this is what I need, right? Well, you just scoped a project. You didn't ask me a question. End up asking what the question is. Super helpful if you say, this is what I've tried. Very helpful if you include screenshots, maybe show the data coming in and out, stuff like that. But be sure to ask the question and be sure to give the context, because remember, those of us trying to help you on the other side, we don't have all the context that's inside your head. So if you give us kind of very nebulous, problems or issues, you're going to get a bunch of what I'll call shots in the dark as far as people trying to resolve your issue, but without having all of the information. So give as much information as you can and include some screenshots in there. And the final thing that I want to talk about as far as a tip, speaking to the new user, don't worry about waiting until you become an expert to share your story. There is, no matter where you're at, there's somebody that's 1 or 2 steps behind you that needs to be inspired by what you're doing. Share your story. And even if you see other people writing on the same exact thing that you want to write on or blog about, do videos, things like that, write about it anyway, share it anyway, because somebody needs to hear it in your voice. It may not be, the other ones out there may not resonate with them. They may see this stuff and it may not click, but there may be something in the way you present it. There may be something about the way you tell your story in your journey when you're learning Power Automate that inspires somebody, and that makes it so worth it. I mean, just hearing from somebody that, I was down, I was about to give up, I threw up my arms, I couldn't handle this, I didn't like it, and then I saw your video, or then I saw your blog article, and it gave me a perspective that I didn't have before, and it just made me want to go after it, and finally I got it fixed, and that was great, so it's a really good time. Here are the resources I talked about. So the Azure function is the list of all the functions that are available in Power Automate, and I think also in Power Apps, and it also will demonstrate what information you need and what the syntax is and what goes in, what comes out. The community that I talked about is the second link there. And then finally, Power Automate has its own learning path. So you can follow that link there, and it'll kind of walk you through everything you need to know to get started with Power Automate. A lot of useful information out there. More coming in the sessions, before and after mine. Be sure to stick around. Here's my information. My name is Ed Gonzales. Again, you can find me on Twitter at poweredbyedg, and my website is Flying Polymath. Hope you had fun. I sure did. Thank you very much.
Welcome back to the studio, guys. I love Ed's presentation. How many of you would sign up for a weekly show? The smooth sounds of the Power Platform, hosted by Ed Gonzales. I know I would be down. If you would too, go ahead and let Ed know. And make sure to go ahead and follow all of our speakers on social media. Reza, Dorrani, who was first, Ed Gonzales, who was last, and there's my tag up on the screen if you want to follow me as well. So you guys, let's go ahead and check on social and see what you all had to say about Ed's session. Okay, so let's see here. Travis Broadbeck. Oh, this is an awesome one. He actually says, look at this. Let's bring this up full screen. Thanks, Ed Gonzales, for helping me get over my fear of using expressions in the Power Platform. Wow, that is super cool. As someone who also has struggled with expressions in Power Automate, Ed really does make it easy. And his style is very approachable, and the way he breaks things down is just really awesome. I want to also check out here, Brijesh Patel says, a big thank you to the Power Platform Community Conference, and thanks to Reza Dorrani for sharing the demo of building Power Platform solutions in Teams. Barrett Blake, using a compose to comment block, that's genius. That's in relation to Ed's session. Let's go ahead and refresh the feed here and see a couple of our latest ones. Will Power Automate give us ability for state machine? Oh, that's a good question for our panel tomorrow. I'm going to save that one. You know what, guys? Keep the conversation going on social with us. Use hashtag POPCC so we can continue to interact with you. But we want to go ahead and keep the thankful trend going. And so we have another video for you with a bunch of Microsoft people saying thank you to the community. Let's go ahead and roll it.
Hey everyone, Chris Huntingfield here. I'm a Senior Partner Technical Architect in the UK, and I do loads of Power Platform. I would really like to give a shout out to two community members in specific. The first one is my good friend Carl Cookson, aka Cookie. Dude, you do so much behind the scenes, man, and I wish people knew exactly how much work you put in. So thank you so much for the huge amount of effort. You're a big inspiration to me. The second one is my good pal, MCJ, or Matt Collins-Jones. Again, one of these people who also just sort of flies under the radar but does the most amazing things. You know what, guys, great work, and I'm looking forward to seeing more of you in the future. And just keep doing what you're doing. You know, you're doing an amazing job, and thank you very, very much. Rock and roll.
Hello, my name is Lucy Bourne, and I am a Partner Development Manager for Business Applications in our Strategic Recruit team here in the UK. I would like to say a massive thank you to some of the really unsung heroes in our partner community. The likes of Andrew Bibby for his fantastic social events and quizzing, bringing everyone together during this weird time. Megan Walker and Lisa Crosby for their fantastic Up podcast, again giving us some decent content to listen to when we've completed Netflix. And also the wonderful Keith Watling for keeping us all jolly, happy and smiling. Thank you for your insight, your dedication to the community, and keep doing what you're doing. Thank you.
Okay, Heather. Oh. Hey, Heather, we're on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What are you stickering
I'm
over there?
stickering.
You're stickering right now?
Well, I have new laptops. I mean, I got a sticker, right?
That's
Don't we
awesome.
do that?
That's
stickering. Yeah, I have yours right here.
All right, well, that's a good one. That's a collector's item. All right, you go ahead and keep stickering. I will go ahead and introduce our next session. Emma Darcy is doing a real-world session on building a beer bot. That's right, a beer bot. How cool is that to get to work with a brewery and create an experience for their customers that can help people understand what beer works for them and what they should choose? Just a quick shout out, if you guys need any market research, I am available. All right, Emma, the show is yours.
Hello everyone, and today we're going to talk about PBA and a real-world implementation of PBA. So just a quick de-witch to everybody here who is not familiar with me. I am Emma Darcy. I am better known as Tattooed CRM Girl in the community. If that name sounds familiar to you, it probably is because of the wonderful Tattooed CRM guy. Yes, I am unfortunately the female version of him. I'm a business applications MVP. I tend to specialize in things like sales and marketing and customer engagement. I also like to blog about things occasionally, so you can find anything that I talk about usually on my blog at tattooedcrmgirl.com. And also I like to tweet about things, usually angry things related to hockey or airports back when we used to be able to travel. So I'm very, very excited to present to you guys my first virtual bartender PBA, and I would love for you guys to take a spin while we're going through this presentation today. So I have a QR code here that you are welcome to scan. It will bring you to a live version of my virtual bartender that we're going to be going through in detail. Play around with it. Let me know what you think. I would love to hear your feedback. All right, so let's take a look at what we're going to speak about today. Quick rundown of a few different things. Firstly, for those of you who are not familiar with Power Virtual Agents, we're going to go through a couple of things about them. Firstly, covering what they are and where they sit on the Power Platform. We're going to take a look at the key components of PBA also. What does PBA consist of? What parts of PBA do you need to be familiar with? And what do they do? Then we're going to discuss the implementation of the virtual bartender. This is my real-life implementation of PBA at my local bar here in Philadelphia. We'll go through a full live demo breaking down the different aspects of PBA, and also we'll go through how the different conditional logic sections work. At the very end, if there's any questions, I will be more than happy to answer them. So before we break into the actual looking at the components of Power Virtual Agents, I always like to cover off why Power Virtual Agents are actually really important in our day-to-day lives. And this is a shameless steal from the PBA in a Day slide deck. So if any of you have done PBA in a Day, you will notice that I have completely ripped this from that slide deck, but it's very, very useful and very important to keep in mind. So this statistic really stood out to me. 66% of people try to use self-service first, rather than contacting an agent for assistance. I am a self-confessed millennial, a shameless millennial, if you will. I will never pick up the phone to call customer service unless I absolutely have to. So I will always go down the route of using self-service first, rather than actually speaking to a human being, because nobody likes human interaction anymore, especially in the days of COVID. So it's become even more important now, and I would love to see that statistic today, given the world that we live in. I would imagine that's significantly higher today. So step in Power Virtual Agents, and it is a key player on the Power Platform. It is brand new to the family, so if you are not familiar with it, that's totally okay. It's been around for maybe about a year or so, not even that long. So firstly, let's take a quick look about Power Virtual Agents and where it sits on the Power Platform. So as you can see from the diagram here, it is the fourth major component of the Power Platform, and it sits right on top of the Common Data Service. And as we all know and love the Common Data Service, that means that we can pull data from any areas of the CDS and display it back into Power Virtual Agents. So built on the Power Platform, it is really an interactive chatbot type experience. So if you've used Amazon or if you've used any kind of major commercial website like that, you will have experienced a chatbot at some stage. They can be used for multiple different things, such as support, assistance, knowledge base, and even quizzes. And again, because it is built on the Power Platform, we can use amazing things like Power Automate to pull data in from our Common Data Service and display these things back to our end user, depending on who the end user is. Even further than that, we've also now added Power Virtual Agents to Teams. So if you want to build a PVA within your Teams environment specifically for internal use, for example, we've done this internally at my previous job. We built a Power Virtual Agent knowledge base that would allow salespeople to ask some very commonly asked questions of the pre-sales team, such as, will this application work with an older version of Dynamics? And other kind of questions. So it actually freed up a lot of time from our pre-sales agents from answering commonly asked questions and was also very interactive. Also, at any stage, the end user was able to ask to speak directly to a human being, in which case they were directed to an email address to send their queries to my team. So it is a super versatile platform and can be used at many different ways. So we covered off where it sits on the Power Platform and a couple of different things about how it's built, but what exactly can they do? So as we mentioned earlier, very powerful AI chatbots. They do have some AI built in there, built exactly right on top of the Power Platform. They are probably the easiest component of the Power Platform to implement, and it's probably why it's my personal favorite. I can definitely be a little lazy at times. So they are very easy to create and can be spun up in literally minutes. Very easy to interface as well. So we'll see later on in our live demo that it's really, really easy to see what ways your topics are flowing, make testing really, really easy. Integrates again with Power Automate, as we mentioned earlier, so we can pull that data from the CDS as required. Really, really importantly, a built-in escalate to human agent is also required. So I know for myself, when I have been on the phone or one of those automated voice checking things, or if I've been on a chatbot and I'm frustrated and I want to talk to a person at the end, we always have that ability too. So always ensuring that user experience is key and core of what we do. The built-in analytics are really, really helpful. They allow us to see which topics are being used, which topics are causing frustration, which topics are ending in resolution of an issue, and also which ones are causing abandonment of the bot altogether. And finally, the ability to publish this bot anywhere is absolutely key. So I can spin it up on our demo website. I can pop it on my WordPress site. I can even integrate it with Facebook chat. So there's so many different things that we can do with the Power Virtual Agents. So we're going to talk about some of the key components of PVA. And if you haven't used PVA before, some of these phrases might not be familiar to you. So we'll go through them in detail. First and foremost, PVA is built on top of topics. And that's something that you're going to hear about a lot when dealing and building these bots out. And a topic is basically a conversation piece, something that triggers the bot to interact with the end user and provide control to the flow of the conversation. Generally, they start with trigger phrases. So a really common example here, and one that we're seeing in front of us, is store hours. If you are on a chatbot and you're trying to return an item to a store, you might ask the chatbot, well, what time are you open until? What days are you open? So understanding different trigger phrases to kick off that specific flow of conversation is really, really important. It does use AI to parse natural language. So we can see here there's 4 different trigger phrases for this particular topic, such are you open? When do you close? What are your hours? If I were to just type in the word hours or open, the chatbot is smart enough to know that this is the specific topic that we're looking to use. If the chatbot kind of recognizes that the words used by the end user might relate to multiple different topics, it will always display that option back to the end user, giving them ways to interact with the bot that is most meaningful to them. Topics can also be changed to other topics to create this very nice flow of conversation. And that's very much what the PVA virtual bartender is built on. And we'll see that in our session later. Once you have your topic built and your trigger phrases created, the next thing you're going to do is you're going to build out that particular conversation flow using something called the authoring canvas. And the authoring canvas allows the bot builder to request input from the end user. So you can do things like ask a question, display a message, kick off a flow, multiple different things. In our example here, we've asked the end user a question, and it is a multiple choice question. And whatever way the end user responds, we're actually able to store that as a variable. And that variable can then be used either within the context of the specific conversation flow, or it can even be used within the context of the entire bot. So there's many different ways you can store different answers to conversations. We can even do things like call an action, which kicks off a Power Automate flow, and we can take in that response from the end user. So as an example, let's say I'm on a website and I have a pair of shoes that I'm looking to return because they don't fit. One of the things that the chatbot can ask me for is my order number. And I'm then able to display that order number to the chatbot by typing it into the box. We can use Power Automate to search CDS for that specific order number. And we can also do some conditional logic on that value. We can check and see if it exceeds a certain amount. We can also check and see if it is returnable. It is completely up to the user. And using that piece of information, we're able to make sure that the conversation is unique to the end user. So it's super, super powerful. All of this is done within the authoring canvas. Integrating with Power Automate, as I mentioned earlier, this part is key. Honestly, you can't really have a PBA without Power Automate. Power Automate just really accentuates the experience for the end user. So we use Power Automate to do things like take inputs from the bot, do some things and kind of search through CDS. We can action on that item within CDS, and then we can return different messages based on what we found in CDS. So the create a flow action, when we look at this within the authoring canvas of PBA, allows us to create, I lost my train of thought, so we're going to have to edit this part out. Allows us to create a very unique experience for the end user. So next thing we're going to do, once we have our topics built and the authoring canvas has been created, we're going to start testing our bot, which is really, really important. And honestly, having worked with PBA for quite a while now, testing is probably more critical than any of the other applications I have built during my time frame. So testing your bot needs to be really easy, needs to be really seamless, and we need to be able to see exactly what's happening on the back end. And in this case with PBA, they've absolutely nailed this piece of functionality. So we can see here on the left-hand side, you'll be presented with the test bot, and you can toggle between the track between topics, which basically allows you to see on the right-hand side what exactly is happening when I select different options or when I type in different words, what actions are being called, what messages are being displayed, what Power Automate actions are also being displayed back. God, I can't say words today. And we can also show what different variables are displayed back to the end user too. So we can test within the actual PBA canvas itself, but we can also test using the test website or the demo website. And this is something that I use for my UAT experience. I would basically take the demo website URL, provide it to my testers, and ask them to run through multiple scenarios. And from there, I would have them display the actual results back to me and give me their feedback. What did they like about the bot? What did they not like about the bot? How did the bot react to certain things that they asked them? What phrases did the bot not understand? So getting a full and total picture of things that I need to include when testing is really, really important with PBA. And the reason for that is because you can't really tell how a human being is going to interact with the bot. With robots, we kind of have a pretty good understanding as the things they're going to know and need and say. But with humans, because we're all so unique, you don't really know how a person is going to interact with the bot. You can anticipate that for sure, but it's also helpful to do a full round test for this. Finally, once your bot is built, we need to deploy it. And PBA, as I mentioned earlier, gives you so many different ways of deploying your bot. And here is just a little selection of ways you can do that. Firstly, again, as I mentioned earlier, the ability to include teams, the ability to include your chatbot with teams is absolutely phenomenal. You're able to now build those in-house PBA bots to help with your customers, to help with your end users. There's so many different applications of this. Second way is obviously the demo website that I have used with my testers. So very quickly, very easily spin up a live URL containing your chatbot, and then you can easily deploy that. Of course, you can always deploy to your custom website. It will give you the iframe code you need to deploy it wherever iframes can be accepted. Integrating with Facebook is another absolutely amazing thing that we can now do. So a lot of businesses these days are using Facebook to manage their communication with their end users. So being able to integrate directly with Facebook Messenger is absolutely amazing. Other things we have as well are Slack. If you're not actually using Teams, which you should be, If you're not using Teams, you can integrate your PBA bot with Slack, which is another amazing possibility with PBA. So you've been using your bot for a while, you've tested, you've built, you've deployed. What now? Of course, you want to analyze the results and make sure that your bot is performing at its absolute best. So we can see here with the analytics, several different pieces of information that helps you decide where to take your bot next. Things like your total number of sessions, which is really important from a billing aspect. Your engagement rate, ensuring that engagement always stays high. Abandonment rate is another huge figure we need to be keeping an eye on. Ensuring that people stay engaged with your bot and they're not just abandoning things and closing things out. When a conversation is complete with a PBA bot, you always have the ability to ask them for feedback. This built into the CSAT score, which is really key when you're looking at customer service bots. So ensuring that your CSAT stays at a really acceptable level. Also seeing which different topics are resulting in which different types of CSAT scores. So if you have a specific topic that's resulting in a negative CSAT score, maybe we need to look at how that topic flows. Has there been any problems with that topic? Did the end user encounter an error that frustrated them? Understanding all of that information within the built-in analytics is really key to ensuring your bot gets to the next level. So now we've gone through the core of what PBA looks like. We're going to take a look at a real-world implementation of PBA, and I'm very excited to share this with you guys. So this here is my friend Neil, and he is a bartender from Northern Ireland at my local bar called the Black Taxi. He is a phenomenal bartender and he does a really good job. And of course, pre-COVID times, he was able to do his job really well. You're able to interact with customers without the need for a mask or without the need for social distancing. So we had a really good time doing so. But then of course, unfortunately, the pandemic hit. And so we now have a couple of different challenges. So firstly, Neil, being from Northern Ireland, if none of you are familiar with what someone from Northern Ireland sounds like, he has a very thick Tyrone accent, which sometimes can be quite difficult to understand. Even I, as a native Irish person, has often had difficulty understanding what Neil is saying. So now, because he has to wear a mask, it's even more difficult for customers to understand what he's saying. And so he sat down with me and I discussed PBA with him and we came up with a solution. Robots. So now we have built the virtual bartender, also affectionately known as Neil's translator. So I'm really excited to share this with you today and show you how we've actually built out this process to help Neil with his day-to-day job. So now we're going to see it in action. Okay, so this is what your Power Virtual Agent desktop is going to look like when you spin one up. It's important to note that spinning up a bot literally takes seconds. It will ask you for a couple of pieces of information, like which environment do you want to set your bot up in, and also what language do you want your bot to be into. So several different things that are really important. On the left-hand side, I'm going to open up our topics in here, and you're going to see several examples of topics that we've built out for this particular Power Virtual Agent. And if I scroll down, you'll see different things like the food quiz that we built out, which allows people to help decide what type of food they're going to eat. So I'm going to kick off by just running through the bot and showing you guys what it looks like. I'm also going to turn on track between topics so you can see how the flow of topics actually works. And with our bot, we need to start off the conversation by typing hello. As a little point, the ability to start PBA bots off automatically is something that is going to be coming in future releases. So just bear that in mind. So on the left-hand side, you can see the test bot, which is going to be showing you exactly how the bot is reacting to real-life scenarios. And you can see I said the word hello, and basically that kicks off an immediate response, which asks the question, what can I do for you? And we're seeing here a picture of Neil with his mask behind the bar of the Black Taxi, basically saying, hey, I'm Neil's translator, and he's going to be serving us virtually today. And it's going to start off by what every good server is going to start off by asking you, what can I do for you? So if you want to ask, like, what should I order? This is an option here. What events are coming up? And also, who is Neil? If you're new to the Black Taxi and you want to know who Neil is, we can also ask him that question. So I'm going to kick right in by asking Neil, what should I order? Usually if you're new at somewhere and you don't really know what to order, you're going to ask the question, what's good here? So you can see Neil is now immediately saying, well, are you hungry? Are you thirsty? I'm always a little hungry, so I'm going to kick off by ordering food first, because that's always the most important thing to me. And a couple of things Neil's now going to do. In a real life scenario, Neil would hand you the menu and you can look through it yourself. And he would also be able to suggest certain things to you. So firstly, I'm going to kick off by asking it to see the menu. And you can see here it's displayed an image for us, which is really great. If I click to enlarge, it's basically going to open up this PDF for us. This experience is actually really seamless on mobile. So when you click open to enlarge, it's right there on your screen. You can kind of zoom in using very familiar techniques that end users all are very comfortable with. So you display the menu, you can go through the menu, you can have a look. And of course, when your server comes back around to ask you, what did you like on the menu? Are you ready to order? You can either say, yeah, I know exactly what I want, or if you're like me, I'm going to ask about 200 questions before I decide what to order. So I can say, no, I don't know what I want, and I do need help deciding. So by clicking on this yes, please option, it's going to now kick off the food quiz topic for us. And we're going to go through this and decide what it is that we want to eat. And here we've displayed 3 different very commonly used Irish phrases. So I'm going to just say a little bit peckish, I'm not super hungry today. And that's going to go through that particular flow on the topic. So Neil's going to continue going through here and asking us different questions. Depending on the answer to these different questions, we're going to get an end response. And over here on the right-hand side, I do just want to quickly point out, you note that we're actually saving these responses in here. You can see this response is being saved as this particular variable to be used within this particular topic scope. So I'm going to stay vegetarian. I am vegetarian. And you note that we've now recorded that particular response for the actual topic of this bot. Next thing Neil's going to ask us is, do we want to order something spicy? So we can say yes or no. Usually I love a bit of spice. And again, note here that we're saving this particular response down here. So I'm going to click the word yes. And before I do that, I wanted to show you guys the flow. If I scroll down here real quick and we can zoom out just a little bit and move around, you'll notice that I have 4 different conditional pieces here. And the 4 different conditional pieces are checking to see whether I answered spicy as yes and whether I answered vegetarian as yes. And depending on how I answered those 2 particular questions, it's going to give me an end response and end the conversation. So I'm going to say yes, I want something spicy. It's going to basically flow through that piece of conditional logic and it's going to say, I recommend you get the buffalo cauliflower. The buffalo cauliflower is absolutely excellent and I highly recommend it if you're ever at the Black Taxi. And now once we've gone through that full flow of conversation, we're going to come to the end of our session with the PBA bot. It's going to ask us, are you set? Which basically in Irish terms means, are you ready to go? Are you good to go? Or do you have any more questions? So you can see here on the right-hand side, it's saving this response to the survey question. I can say, yes, I am all set. And now that I'm all set, it's going to pop up with this 5-star rating for us. And we can basically say whether we enjoyed the experience with the Power Virtual Agent or not. I'm going to go ahead and say it was a good experience. And once I selected good, we're just double checking that the end user is happy with how everything has gone. And it's basically said, thank you for letting us know what you think. Are you sure there's nothing else we can help you with? I'm going to say, actually, no, I'm all set. And that's going to kick off the end of our PBA, and that's the end of the actual session here. So you can see here it said, enjoy your stay, tip your server, always very important, and sláinte. So that's just one of the examples of the flows of this particular bot. If you've had a chance to play around with this bot, you've noticed it's got multiple different pieces of functionality. So I can kick it off again always by typing in the start greeting phrase, and that will basically make sure that we can continue our conversation with the bot. Things that were actually coming up in the future that I'm excited to be building out, we're not quite there yet, this is just phase 1 of the actual PBA, is the what events are coming up option. And our plan for the future when events become more realistic within today's pandemic world is that we will actually score them in CDS in the back end. And our plan is to use Power Automate to pull through recent events that are going to be upcoming and display that information back to the end user. And we're also going to have different categorizations for those events. We always have sing-songs. As Irish people, we love a good guitar and we love to sing. So there'll always be music sessions. Actually, Neil here, our bartender, is a very well-known Irish musician within the United States. Just a shout out to Neil. So being able to trigger through which different types of events are unique to that particular end user. Other pieces of functionality that we're very excited to be bringing to this particular virtual bartender is the ability to keep track of the different drinks that you would order. So being able to say, oh, I had the beer today, I had a sour, and I can rate it. And then when I go back and look through the different things I've ordered, keeping track and rating them. And then being able to basically collect all those different ratings for people who are using the bot and displaying them back to the end user saying, this beer is actually quite highly rated. So being able to do things like that is pretty neat. Finally, let's take a quick look at analytics here. So we've actually gone through, the bot has been built, we built out our topics, we've built some flows, it returns images, it's really, really beautiful and seamless to use. We can now take a look at the actual analytics and keep track as to how this particular bot is performing. So I can see here we have a really good engagement rate of 98%. The CSAT score is also pretty decent at 4.4, so ensuring that we're always maintaining good customer service. All right, guys, and that is my presentation for today on Power Virtual Agents. I really hope you learned how amazing PVA can be and how fun it can be and how very, very easy it is to spin one of these up and implement it. If you have any questions or any suggestions for the virtual bartender, I would love to hear them. Please feel free to reach out to me at Tattooed CRM Girl and also at tattooedcrmgirl.com, where you can read all about getting started with Power Virtual Agents. Furthermore, if you're in Philadelphia and you want to go have a beer sometime, theblacktaxi.com is where you'll find out all the information about my amazing local Irish bar. Thank you so much, and I hope you guys have a really good day.
Woo! That was HOT. Oh, honey, it's hot in here right now. Emma, that was amazing. I like beer, but you know what I like cider better. So maybe can we wrap that up into the beer bot as well? I'm a cider drinker for sure. Amazing. I'm so blown away by all of these. John and I got to look at these before, obviously, and then just seeing them today, I'm just, yay! So, oh, hey, our producer, can we put a slide up? The one that I have up? Yeah, rock on. Okay, cool. So our next speaker is Mary Thompson, who is super rad and wonderful, and she's going to give us some talking about the future, your future, not just the future, your future with Power Platform. And a couple of things that are super duper cool is Humans of IT community. And if you don't know about that, you can go check it out at aka.ms/humans-of-IT. The jacket I had on earlier, the green jungle print, that was from our fabulous folks who run the Humans of IT program. Shauna, you're amazing, Anna Chu over there in the Microsoft Tech community. So I don't know if you take there's a QR code that'll get you there as well. But it's all about mentoring. You can share your stories. I mean, we connect with each other by sharing stories, right? It's like that good aloha, right? Talking story with each other. I said we'd shout out to Power Platform Zimbabwe community, so what's up? And also Power Platform, the Power Apps for Kids. There's so many amazing things happening. Gosh, you all do such cool things, and you're sharing them with each other, and like our chat on YouTube is going off. It's just kind of amazing, and I don't know. And so anyway, I just wanted to say, Humans of IT is fabulous, and Mary's session relates to that, talking about who we are, what we do, and how we get there. And I love hearing those stories from people. It's about the technology, but it's also about us being humans and sharing with each other and mindfulness and, talking about mental health, talking about, wellness and all those things too. They're all wrapped up. It's all the same to me. John.
So this is our first TED Talk of the day. Mary Thompson will be sharing her story about the Power Platform and how it has changed her career. And so let's go ahead and hand it over to Mary for our first TED Talk of the day. Mary, the show is yours.
Woo! Hey y'all, I'm Mary Thompson, and I'm super excited that you decided to check out the Power Platform Community Conference today. If you're just getting started in your Power Platform community, you are in for a real treat today. Before we get started, let me go ahead and share a little bit about myself. I work for Cooper Perry IT as our Dynamics Angel Guru, which means I help other partners get started in creating their own Business Central practice. I'm also, of course, a Power Platform enthusiast. I am a Humans of IT ambassador, and I like to call myself the Chief Maximizer at World Max, which is my mission to help empower as many people as possible reach their maximum potential using the Power Platform, of course. Let's go ahead and get started now. There are so many communities in the Microsoft ecosystem, but personally, I think that the Power Addict community happens to be the very best. I've been here for about a year and a half now, and I can honestly say I've waited my entire life to feel like I belong somewhere like I do here. #PowerAddicts is a place where you can come wherever you are at and whoever you are and just be yourself. Finding a place that you have a sense of belonging and feel safe is especially important in this crazy year of 2020, where each new month is like, okay, well, what level of Jumanji are we in now? I want to take a second and share with you my journey because I really love taking selfies. No, actually, I hate taking selfies, but I want to kind of share with you the path that I've been on and help explain that it really doesn't matter who you are or where you come from, but you can always change your career and change your path, and the Power Platform is a perfect opportunity to do that. In 2009, I had my sweet son and quickly became a single mom about 2 weeks after he was born, which meant that I had to figure out how to work full-time, go to school full-time, and raise a kid all by myself without any help from anyone. Long before I ever had my son, I had started in the work career mode and worked a bunch of really bad jobs sometimes. And, along the way, whenever I had my son, it just got a lot more difficult. And there were so many times I actually didn't even know how I was going to be able to feed both of us, which is why I had to finish up my degree so I could get to a better place. Even though I graduated at the top of my class in high school, I made some not so great decisions along the way while I was in college. This actually made me really prolong my college career long after I had my son, and it took me 11 long years to finish my degree. Even after I finished my degree, I was still working some bad jobs that had me working all the time and not making that much money. Then, finally, in 2018, I got my big break, and I was able to jump into the technology community career, whatever you want to call it, as an AX consultant. From there, I was really kind of stumbling my way into figuring out what that even meant. And I ran across this opportunity to go to a D365 Saturday app in a day event. I would have to say that really was the catapult in changing everything in my life. I not only realized that it was a really great opportunity for me to continue to change and progress in my own career by really diving into the Power Platform, but more importantly, I saw that this could really help so many other people and hopefully allow them to make not so many wrong turns like I personally made. If you know one thing about me, I hope that it would be that I believe that there's a silver lining in every negative situation. So if you've lost your job, or you really need a change in your career, or maybe you just graduated and you're really struggling to find that job, I want you to know that the Power Platform can change your career just like it did for me. Also, it's not like it's been all rosy, even when I got into the tech community or industry. I actually lost my job 6 months ago whenever the pandemic hit, and I was unemployed for 3 long months. But I decided that during that time, I would really just dive into the Power Platform even more. And so I worked really hard every day at trying to learn new things and create new content, and I'd say that it really paid off. Since then, I have found my dream job. Like I said before, I'm now a Humans of IT ambassador, and I've been asked to speak at several different events, including Microsoft Ignite, which for me personally was really exciting because last year, whenever I asked my employer if I could go, I was told that it really wasn't that important. So that was a nice change for me. Today, I'm here because I want to share with you 3 different ways that you too can use the Power Platform to change your career. We're going to talk about what it means to actually identify your own personal success. Also, we will talk about how to use the Power Platform to get you some attention. And finally, we're going to talk about going big or going home. So let's go ahead and get started. All right, so the first thing that I want to talk about is, what does success look like for you? We're all unique in our own very ways, and we have to figure out what success and happiness looks like for you. Of course, you can do the same things that other people are doing, and maybe you can reach success, but are you really going to be happy if that's not your own idea? I think often we all try to chase and follow these dreams that other people want for us, or that we think we're supposed to achieve, but it's not really for us. You know, I know personally, several years ago, there was this one girl I was really jealous of. I thought that she had everything that I wanted. And, you know, I thought that she had a nice life and she drove a nice car and she made a lot more money than me. And at that point in my life, I defined my self-worth by the number of zeros that I had on my paycheck. And I didn't have very many. So I didn't think I was worth much. I actually paid no credit to the fact that I did put myself through school while raising my son and did it all on my own. So when I finally got into the tech industry, of course, I made an income that I only dreamed about previously making. But to be honest with you, I wasn't happy. At that time, I was traveling back and forth from the East Coast to the West Coast, basically on a weekly basis. And I missed my son and my new husband more than I could possibly imagine. I can't tell you how many nights I spent in a hotel crying. I hurt because I missed them so bad. Now, when I lost my job, I actually knew that it was a sign that life could not continue like this. That was not happiness for me, even though I previously thought that that would be everything that I ever wanted. In fact, I was making more money than the girl I was jealous of, but it didn't matter. It was at that point that I realized that I had to choose my own level of happiness and what success looked like for me. And it was at that point that I realized that I needed to have a better work-life balance, and I wanted to work someplace that actually respected me, and that I needed to be at home a little bit more than I previously was. So when like I said, I was unemployed, and I was going through a bunch of job interviews, obviously, to find a new gig. You know, I still had to figure out how to support my family or do my part. And I ended up turning down a job where I would have made a lot more money to take the job that I'm at now, because I knew the job that I was taking meant that I could be home 100% of the time, which meant I would obviously have a lot more time with my family. Looking back, I have no regrets about that situation because I'm actually happier than I've ever been. And I finally feel successful because I have a job that I love. I have work for a company that truly respects me, and I get to see my son and husband every day. So I really want you to take a deep look inside your own heart and decide what happiness looks like for you, because you're never going to be happy if you're chasing someone else's dream. This is your life, and you need to make your dreams come true. Okay, so after you figured out what your vision of success is, it's time to use the Power Platform to get you noticed and get your name out there. From my own personal experience, I can say that if you just sit back and do exactly what's in your job description and nothing more, anyone else, basically your coworkers, they're going to leave you in the dust because they're doing just a little bit more and they're going to get ahead and you won't. Now, I get it. I tend to be a little extra and over the top. I may show up to events wearing Wonder Woman costume. You just never know. But just because that's who I am doesn't mean that's who you need to be just to be successful. There's many different ways that the Power Platform can help you get there. So the first way that I would explain or suggest to you would be that there has to be some type of problem that you face daily, or maybe it's one of your coworkers or even your boss. You know, just something that just really annoys you. It's very time consuming or it's not efficient. Maybe you used to be able to do something, but now that everyone's kind of having to work from home, you know, it's not quite the same. There is your opportunity to shine. You can use something from the Power Platform, whether it be maybe a new report or an app, maybe a flow, or even a Power Virtual Agent. Some combination of the Power Platform can help you solve many different problems in your workplace, but you just have to start with one. And once you figure out that one problem, you can send it on to your boss, and they're going to take a step back and they're going to be mind blown. Like, wow, I never knew it. How did you do this? And they're going to start to ask you all kinds of questions and try to figure out what else your amazing brain can fix for them. This is a really great way to get started without even having to do, you know, a lot of extra if that's not you. Okay, maybe the next thing that you're saying is, that's real nice, Mary, but I'm currently unemployed, so thanks. That's not going to work for me. Or I like to say, maybe you're seeking new opportunities. That's what I said for 3 months. But you don't have to worry. Even if you don't currently have a job, the Power Platform can still work for you. Let me tell you. So like I said, what I did is I made it a goal every day to try to learn new things about the Power Platform that I didn't previously know. I took Power Virtual Agent classes. I tried to work on new flows. I thought about problems that were previously there or different concepts that would be really cool. Then what I did is I would create different content. Maybe it was a blog or maybe it was a YouTube video, and I put it out there. And, you know, this is really great for a couple different reasons. One is it really solidifies in your own brain what you know, right? If you just learn something and read it, but you don't maybe put it into application, you're going to forget it. So that would be just a little bit of a waste of a time. The other part is that, you know, you can help others. You'd be amazed at how much you can help others by just creating really entry-level video content. Also, a really big plus for you if you're unemployed is when you're putting out a blog or a video, it shows other people, potentially new employers, what you know. So it's kind of like a nice, easy resume builder. I know personally, whenever I was getting started making my content, and even up until, I don't know, a month ago, I would worry about perfection, right? Like, oh, my blog isn't cool enough, or my video doesn't have a lot of fancy effects. Who cares? Okay? You don't have to have it perfect to get it out there. You just have to get it out there. Maybe you're worried that your video content isn't technical enough, or it's super entry level and not really advanced. Don't worry about that either. I've often worried about that, but I also know that that's my place, right? Like, I'm rather entry level, and so I help create that type of content for others getting started. Recently, my friend Lisa Crosby really made a great statement. She was, commenting on how many people are making different jumps into the technology industry, and they're coming from different places. And everyone learns in a different way. So that entry-level content is super important, even if you think that that same thing has been done 100 different times. The way that you say it may resonate with someone better than somebody else that's created that same blog or concept that's super technical. It's just different things for different folks. So don't let any of that stop you. Really, you're only hurting yourself and others by not getting started because you're waiting on perfection. Another really great way to kind of get involved is really jump into the community. There's always different types of user groups, conferences, or hackathons going on, basically like on a monthly basis. And this is a great opportunity for you to learn new stuff, but even more importantly, you're going to meet a lot of new people. And it's a great way to build your network. And by building your network, then whenever somebody else has a new job opportunity, they may think of you when they wouldn't have if they didn't know you. Honestly, that's how I got started at Cooper Perry. I was talking with somebody else at a Power Platform user group. They said, Mary, you really have a lot of passion. Have you ever heard of Cooper Perry? I hadn't, but they went ahead and connected me, and the rest is history. So I always think that if it can happen for me, I'm nobody special. It can happen for you too. So I definitely recommend, putting yourself out there and building your network and just getting started. Okay, so my final piece of advice when it comes to succeeding with a Power Platform is you always have to be resilient. Whenever you're learning something new or trying to make a change, there's always going to be challenges. But that doesn't mean you have to give up or that you aren't good enough. In fact, being able to keep pushing even when you feel defeated proves how truly amazing you really are. Your employers or potential employers are going to be way more impressed that you keep digging through even when you don't know all the answers than if you just give up because you didn't know it. Everyone has those days when we're creating solutions in the Power Platform when you figure out a flow or make a button work and you're like, I'm a freaking genius. And then there are other times or days where you're like, I cannot do this. I must be an idiot and I just can't do it. But that's especially when you need to keep going. And it's important to know that you're not alone because we all feel like that. Even the smartest people in the Power Platform community feel like that. But what you need to do is check out these two hashtags that I have on my screen here. Hashtag Power Addicts and hashtag FlowFam. Jump into Twitter and you can ask your very specific question. Use one of these hashtags and you will be amazed at how many people jump to help you. Also, make sure you check out the powerusers.microsoft.com community and pick whichever site it is that you're having a problem with. I can't tell you how many times in the last year and a half I will spend hours and days and a bunch of different questions over one solution and trying to, figure that out, and how many people come to help me. And I think it's really awesome too, because then I think everyone else is just as invested in your success as you are. And everyone learns everything. So it's a really fun concept. Tenacity is such an important quality to have, even beyond trying to figure out the Power Platform. In your career, you're going to meet a lot of people that are really supportive. But you're also going to meet a lot of haters. They're often jealous, insecure, or just unhappy in their own life. Personally, I feel really bad for other people that think the only way that they can rise is by lifting others. You need to know that this is not the Power Addicts motto by any means, right? The Power Addicts motto is we rise by lifting others. So keep that in the back of your mind. Also, it's easy to let these type of people knock us down, but I really want to challenge you to use that type of fuel to feed your passion to succeed. There have been so many people in my life personally that were like, oh, you're a loser and you're not going anywhere. You're never going to finish school. And I'm talking about my family and previous employers that said I was going nowhere. I look back and I'm like, think about where I am now and know how many people I've helped along the way. And I know that they are so wrong and that actually I'm a winner. And when you let those type of people get into your head and make you think that you're not smart enough or you don't belong and you don't deserve to be where you are, you let them win. Personally, I am way too stubborn to let people like that beat me. And whenever you finally achieve those really hard dreams that you want to accomplish, you're going to feel like the person in this picture, on top of the world. Recently, I've had absolute legends that I totally look up to in my career stop and ask me or say, hey, Mary, you've just really exploded. In just a short amount of time, your career has really taken off. What advice do you have for others? My advice is exactly what I've shared with you today. First and foremost, decide what success looks like for you personally. You need to have a clear picture of what you are chasing after. Next, make your mark on this world by solving a specific problem at your current job, or learn and share the knowledge that you gain with others by creating content if you're currently out of work. Finally, you need to go after your dreams as hard as you possibly can. I've always believed in the saying, go big or go home. When you set your goals, don't let up no matter how hard the journey may be. The way that you feel when you achieve that goal and finally attain that level of success that you've always wanted will be worth every bit of stress, frustration, and anxiety along the way. Make your dreams as big as you possibly want. Even if others say they're unattainable, who cares? They're your dreams. Shoot for the moon, because even if you miss, you'll land on the stars. I'm so thankful that you decided to join me today, and I absolutely cannot wait to see where your career goes next. I'd love to connect with you more, and here are some great ways that you can find me. You can find me at LinkedIn at Mary Thompson. You can find me on my super successful with 28 subscribers YouTube channel, Mary Thompson, and there's a link in there as well. And I'm also on Twitter, MM090511. Feel free to connect with me there. here I've got a little QWERTY code and a link where you can provide feedback. I'm always trying to improve. Plus, if you go and fill out my feedback survey, there's a few different questions in there, and then if you fill that out and subscribe to my YouTube channel, I'm going to go ahead and send out 3 World Max t-shirts if you're randomly selected. So I know people love t-shirts, and I can't wait to give them out. Thank you so much for your time today, and can't wait to see what you do next. Thanks.
Hey there, I'm Emma Cooper. I am a PM on the Power Apps team, and I want to say thank you to everyone in the community. Your enthusiasm is just unreal. I love it when you all try out the new and the experimental features like seconds after they're released. And also thank you to everyone who posts and tweets and blogs and comments on all the stuff and showing off all the stuff you make. It means a lot to see what you do with the platform. And also thank you to everybody who helps out other folks on their Power Platform journey. Really, you're all just rock stars.
Okay, everybody, how about some mad love for Mary Thompson for putting herself out there, for being wholehearted, for being brave, for being vulnerable. Here's the thing, y'all. We all have a story to share. We all are also going through something ubiquitously, love that word, around this globe right now. We're in the middle of a pandemic, and we've been there for a while, as we all know. So community to me is about belonging. I said that earlier, and I want to remind everybody of that. You know, we spent some time a few years ago making sure that we had a Humans of IT diversity and inclusion track at Ignite. And it goes up against the Tech Talks. It's the same time as them. And so people can choose to dip in and dip out to talk about mindfulness and gender issues and LGBTQ and accessibility and all of the wonderful things that we all talk about or should be talking about more. So Mary, I want to say big heart for putting yourself out there like that. It's really amazing. And here's the thing, you all could do that too. And you all have a story. We all have a story. And I say this a lot with my team and the people in my life. We never know what's behind somebody's smiling eyes. Everybody here, everybody watching is dealing with something right now. You are. I know you are. I am. We all have stuff, right? So when people put themselves out there, I want a what's up, level up, yay. And if you want to wait for the tech sessions, wait for the tech sessions. But you know what? You're going to grow and level up by watching Humans of IT and other things like that. So just wanted to tell you that. So Mary, thank you so much. Super awesome. And thanks everybody for being so sweet in the chat and on Twitter and all of that. John?
Okay, so
how you feeling?
I'm feeling good.
I am feeling good too.
I want to say a thank you to Mary as well. Getting up there and doing a talk like that in front of people where they're expecting a tech demonstration and you get up and you pour your heart on the line. Mary, huge shout out to you for being vulnerable, brave, and for sharing that truth with us so that we can grow from it too. Really appreciate you. And I say this all the time. Don't pay attention to the haters. I saw there were people commenting unkind things. Doesn't matter, because I saw one comment that stood out most. And you know what it said? It said that my wife's life will change after watching this video. And so just know already, Mary, you have someone out there who's inspired to change their life from what you've already shared. Okay, so our next session is up. I'm already a little bit late. Daniel Laskewitz, one of our most active community members, is about to do a session on Power Automate Desktop. Power Automate Desktop is a brand new tool that got released in Power Automate. It's how we are now focusing on RPA, robotic process automation. And so lucky for you, Daniel's here today to share with you some of the tips and tricks in how you can get started with this awesome new tool. Daniel, my friend, amazing human being, wonderful MVP, and awesome teacher. Happy to hand the floor to you, my friend. It's all yours.
Hi, everyone. My name is Daniel Laskewitz, and I'm really excited to be here at Power Platform Conference this year. My session is about Power Automate Desktop, and I'm going to learn the basics about that. So that's why my session is called Power Automate Desktop 101. First, let me introduce myself. My name is Laskewitz and I am the Power Platform lead at Society in the Netherlands. I'm also a YouTuber, so I record videos every week and I post them on my YouTube channel, which you can also see on the slide here. I'm also the founder of the Dutch Power Apps and Flow user group in the Netherlands. And yes, we still need to rename Flow to Power Automate, but we'll fix that really soon. And I'm also a Microsoft Most Valuable Professional because of all the work I do in the community. So I do a lot of presentations at conferences or user groups, and I really want to contribute a lot to the community. During this session, we are going to touch upon a couple of topics. One of them is robotic process automation. To make sure that everybody is on the same page, I'm going to explain what robotic process automation is and what it actually entails. Next, we're going to talk about Power Automate Desktop. Power Automate Desktop is Microsoft's new solution to automate desktop processes. Next, we're going to talk about the prerequisites that you need to install Power Automate Desktop, and after that, we are going to talk about the installation. After that, we are going to switch to the demo, and I'm going to show you how you can automate a process on your desktop. And at the end, we're going to wrap up with the resources and a call to action. Let's talk about robotic process automation, or RPA. Gartner tells us that robotic process automation is a productivity tool that allows a user to configure one or more scripts to activate specific keystrokes in an automated fashion. Often people reference to it as screen scraping, and while screen scraping is certainly a part of RPA, most of the times there is more to it. For example, workflow automation, that's usually also part of RPA, and even artificial intelligence. There are multiple types of RPA. The first one is attended RPA, and that's when a user is already logged into a machine, and that user can start a process and it will automate tasks on their machine. Then there's also unattended RPA, and that's when a user could start an RPA process by uploading a file somewhere without even knowing that RPA is starting. But that can be done without the user being logged into a system or into a machine. And that process could log into a virtual machine, for instance, and then it could perform some tasks and then it could log out again. So sometimes that happens even without the user knowing. And that's something that's really interesting, of course, and also very scalable. Let's talk about Power Automate Desktop. Power Automate Desktop has been announced by Microsoft during the Ignite conference, and that's already a couple of weeks back. And Power Automate Desktop is the successor to Win Automation. Win Automation was a tool that has been around for more than 10 years in the RPA market, and Microsoft has acquired their company, and that was called Softomotive. And when they acquired that company, they integrated Win Automation into their stack, into the Power Automate stack. And now they even created some more functionalities and renamed the whole product to Power Automate Desktop. And also they changed the design of the tool. So it looks a lot more like a Microsoft tool now. So you can see that the design of Power Automate Desktop has some resemblances to the Power Automate product on the web, for instance. And that's something that's really interesting, of course. There's also some new capabilities in here. For instance, the output variables, those weren't available in the Win Automation product, at least not with the integration with Power Automate. But now they have been added as well to this product. And there's also some other capabilities like saving the processes to the cloud and also better error handling within Power Automate on the web. To install Power Automate Desktop, you have some prerequisites. The first one is a paid or trial license for Power Automate Attended RPA. The second one is a work or school account to sign into your Windows device with administrator privileges, and also to sign in to Power Automate. You need to have a device that runs Windows 10 Pro, Windows 10 Enterprise, Windows Server 2016, or Windows Server 2019. So Windows 10 Home Edition is not included. So make sure to have something from these Windows editions on your machine to run Power Automate Desktop. Next to that, you also need either Microsoft Edge and then version 80 or later, or Google Chrome. You need to have an environment with a Common Data Service database in there, and that's because you need to be able to save your UI flows from Power Automate Desktop into the Common Data Service. And next to that, there's also the prerequisites for a supported keyboard that you need to have attached. When you have the prerequisites available, then installation is a breeze. You can go to powerautomate.com, you can select My Flows on the left side of the screen, then you can select the UI Flows tab in the middle of the screen, and then you can create a new UI flow. When you create a new UI flow, you can see on the screen here also that you can select Power Automate Desktop, and when you select Next, it will prompt you to download Power Automate Desktop if you haven't installed it yet. And that's really nice because then everything is already installed for you, and you get all the different pieces available on your machine. One note, if you want to trigger UI flows that you made with Power Automate Desktop from other flows, you must make sure that you install the on-premises data gateway and you also configure that. Because without that, you are only able to create, edit, and run UI flows locally on your machine, but you are not able to trigger them within an automated flow process, for instance. Let's talk about the demo scenario that I have for you. Every day, a new Excel file gets created with invoices. An RPA process needs to be started daily to process that Excel file. All rows in that worksheet should be read, and one by one, the rows should be added to a legacy application. And the legacy application you can see on this slide as well. So without further ado, let's move to the demo and show you how easy it is to automate through Power Automate Desktop. In this demo, we are going to use an Excel file called invoices.xlsx. This file is on my desktop, but let's open that file to show you what's in there. We have the first row with the column names in there. The column names are date, account, contact, amount, and status. 2 rows below that are the data we are going to use in this process, but in total there are 3 rows and there are 5 columns. Let's close this one down and go to Power Automate Desktop. Let's open up a new flow. Select the flow name. So here we go, invoicing, I'm going to call this one and click create. It will open a new window and there we can build our process. At the left side you can see all kinds of actions. In the middle there's the process steps that you can have. So whenever you have selected an action, you can just drag and drop it into this part, and then you will see the numbers in here of all the different steps that you have in this process. On the right side, you can see the variables, and there's also 2 buttons here called Web Recorder and Desktop Recorder. The Web Recorder is for all the websites that you want to automate. The Desktop Recorder is for all the legacy applications and other applications that you want to automate. On the right side, you also have UI elements, and this you can use when you are using a desktop application and you want to click one of the UI elements in that application. You can add those to this bucket here, and then you can use that inside your process. There's also an images button here, and that's almost the same as the UI elements, but then it's an image and not a UI element in this case. Let's go back to the variables and start building our process. We are going to use the first step in our process, and that's going to be get special folder. When I drag and drop that into this white space, you can see that I already get the select parameters option here. We are going to use the special folder name called desktop, and you can see that the special folder path is in here as well. It will get stored into the special folder path variable when you run this action. Click Save. And now we want to use Excel. So let's open up the Excel directory here. And I'm going to use the Launch Excel action. I can launch Excel with a blank document, but in this case I want to open the following document. In the document path we can select the FX button here, and that's for the variables that we want to use. We're going to double click the special folder path and it will get added to the document path. Next we're going to use invoices.xlsx and XLSX, that's the one. And then we are gonna keep the rest like it is. The variables produced, that's Excel instance. We're gonna use that in the upcoming steps. So when we hit save, and we want to use our next step, and that's the get free column row from Excel worksheet. You can already see that the Excel instance is already in here. Let's click save. And you can see that there are some other variables available here as well. And that's the first free column and first free row. Those variables are an output from the step we just added. The next step is going to be read from Excel worksheet. Let's add that one to the canvas as well. And here we can retrieve single cells values, but we also can get values from a range of cells, and that's what we want now. Here you can see a start column and start row. We're going to use 1 for both of them because we want to start at the top left corner of the Excel file. For the end column we are going to select the output from the earlier action, and that's going to be first free column. And for the end row we're going to use the first free row. But this is not correct. We want to have the first free column -1, because if we use the first free column, it's going to be an extra column and that's going to be empty. And we don't want to have empty data in our Excel file unless it's also really empty. But we only have 2 rows and those were all full. So in this case, we're going to use that. So here we have the end column, that's first free column -1, first free row -1. And we want to also enable the first line of range contains column names, because that's what we have. The variables produced is Excel data. Let's select save. And now we have the Excel data variable. We want to close down Excel because we already have the data. I'm going to click save, leave it all standard. And the next step is going to be run application. So here we have the run application action. I'm going to add that to our process and I'm going to select the application path. And here's a page icon. And when I do that, I can select C, program files, Contoso Inc., Contoso Invoicing, and Legacy Invoicing app. I want to change the window style because I don't want to have normal, but maximize so that it fills the whole screen. And now I'm going to click save. And let's check if it works as planned. So let's select run and see what happens. It should open up Excel. And it already has all the documents or all the data of the Excel. And now it opened the Contoso Invoicing app. When we look at the Contoso Invoicing app, we see that we open up in accounts, but that's not what we want to automate. We want to go to invoices, and in invoices you can see all kinds of invoices here. You can see the data in here, so you could eventually change this and then save it, but we want to create a new record so that we get a new record, and that would have ID 1026. We want to enter the data, the date, the account, the contact, and the amount. And we want to change the status to whatever in the Excel file that we used as our source. So what we want to do is we want to select invoices first. We want to create a new record. We want to enter all the data, and then we want to save it and close down the Contoso invoicing app. So how are we going to automate that? Let's go back to the invoicing process and let's see what we do after the run application action. We want to use a loop because we want to use a for each loop. And for each Excel data, we can select save. And then you can see that for each current item in Excel data, we can do stuff. There is something in Power Automate Desktop where you can create subflows. And subflows are like functions. So when I select this and I can select a new subflow, I can, for instance, call this create invoice. And select save. Now we have an empty subflow in here. And I can also call the subflow from this action. So let's enter this one in here. And I want to select the create invoice. Let's click save. So what we want to do with the create invoice is, of course, we want to do all the steps that we can do here. How can we automate that? We have the desktop recorder. So when I select this one, I will get a desktop recorder here and I can go start recording. I really like the comment option here, so I'm going to use that as well. So let's select comment and start with select invoices. Now we are going to start recording and then I can select the invoices. It will automatically get the action I did. I clicked an element in the window, left click on UI element, text invoices on screen window, Contoso invoicing. I want to change text invoices because that's not really something that says a lot. I want to select this and then change this to BTN, that's short for button, invoices. The next step is going to be another comment and we are going to select new record. And I'm going to select the new record button here. And here we can see that there has been a click element in window, left click on UI element, image. In this case, we are going to make this a BTN new record. The next step is going to be entering the date in here. So what we want to do is, let's pause this recording. We want to select this and start recording again. We want to add a comment here, enter date, and we want to edit and say 10/04/2020, for instance. And now we have that also in here. When I select pause recording, we can see that drag and drop element in window. That's something we really didn't want to do. So let's remove that one and use the populate text field in window, because that's really what we wanted to do. Let's change the edit text box here and call this IMP, short for input, date. And it uses the text now 10/04/2020, but we are going to change that in a little bit. Let's add another comment and enter account. Let's start recording again. Go to account and enter account name. And you can see that it populated that text field in window. Let's add another comment, enter contact, and we're gonna clean up the edit text box in a little bit. And let's add that as well. So contact. And the next one is going to be another comment. We're gonna enter an amount. Let's select that one as well. Let's 500, or let's make it a little bit different. Let's do 2,500. Let's add another comment here. And let's change the status. And this is a different one because all the others are inputs and this is a drop down, but we're going to select uninvoiced. And what we see now is that it selected set drop down list value in window instead of populate text field in window. And what we see here is that it's going to select the option by name uninvoiced of UI element combo box on screen windows window console invoicing. I'm going to change the combo box, and I'm going to change this to DRP for drop down status. I'm going to change the UI element above, and I'm going to change this to imp amount. I'm going to use the other one for imp contact. And I'm going to change the account one for imp account. And I think that we are done now. So we have all our comments in place. We have our renamed elements, UI elements here. So everything is perfectly fine. The only thing we want to do after this is we want to add another comment to save, of course. And we want to select that also from here. So let's select the right button. And we want to change this to btn save. And this is the last step that we do. Let's select finish. Now you can see all kinds of steps here, and you have a comment at the top, start of auto-generated actions using the desktop recorder, and it selects all kinds of steps here. It also added the comments in here, so it's really easy to see what happened during those steps. The only thing we need to do right now is we need to change these to the items that we have here. So what we want to do here is we want to remove the text to fill in, and we want to select the FX button, and we can use the current item. What we can do here inside current item is we can add brackets, we can add single quotes, and we can use the name of the columns in the Excel file. So I'm going to copy this one. This is going to be date. I want to change this one to account, of course, because that's the next step. I'm going to save this one. The next one is going to be contact. And that's why I entered also the data contact in here. So for me, it's really easy to see where what column it was. So here's contact. And I'm going to add the amount in here. So let's add amount in here. And the last one here is going to be the status. Okay. And that's going to be the step for the invoices. When we are done with iterating through all these steps, so what is going to happen here is we're going to go to invoices. We're going to click button new record. We are going to step through all the steps here and we are going to save it. Then we're going back to the invoices, new record, etc. We could even change this around because this is the invoices part. We can copy paste that or cut and paste that to in here. So hold on, let's move that a little bit so that we don't have that in the for each here, because we want to be in the invoices part, of course, and then we want to create the invoice. So this goes even faster in this subflow. The next step is going to be closing the application. So let's do that as well. And we're going to use the close window action for that. And I think I can select Contoso invoicing window and select save. Let's close this one down. We have the 1026 here available, and that's the one we just entered. Let's close this one and let's see what happens. I'm not really sure about the close window, so let's run this and see if it all goes well. It opened all the Excel data, it got it, and now it's gonna start with entering all the data, or at least the 2 steps that we have here, and that was all fine, and it closed down the window Contoso invoicing. So it works all really fine. With that, we're almost at the end of this session, but not before I shared some resources with you. The first one is RPA in a Day. It's a workshop by Microsoft to learn more about UI flows. There is also a new update there, and that's about Power Automate Desktop, because that's the new kit on the block, and they already updated the material for that. There's also a link in here for UI flows tutorials. It's the playlist from John Levesque, the host of this conference, and he has lots of great videos with community members. Next, there's also the Power Platform community, and that's my call to action to all of you. If you haven't yet, make sure to register for powerusers.microsoft.com and go to the different communities from the Power Platform. And of course, for Power Automate, you can go to the Power Automate part. There's also a big UI flow part in there, so make sure to go there if you haven't gone there yet. With that, I want to end my session. So thanks a lot for watching, and I hope to see you at another conference. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Daniel, so much for that awesome tutorial. There's not many people who do a Power Automate Desktop 101 session better than Daniel Laskewitz. He has been involved with the team, sending feedback, using the tools, and so thank you so much, Daniel. I'm probably going to use that tutorial myself, because to be honest, I haven't got as much hands-on time with Power Automate Desktop as I've wanted to. Okay, our next bit is actually about how we are partnering with a very special organization with a very important mission. And I'm going to go ahead and hand it off to Heather to tell you a little bit more about that.
Thank you, John. And Daniel, that was awesome. So you rock. Yay. So yeah, so ChickTech, it is a nonprofit organization committed to increasing the number of girls and women with an X, female identifying, non-binary, and transgender women in technology, and also retaining women in our industry as well, throughout every stage of their career. So from local conferences to hands-on workshops, mentoring, there's inclusive and supportive multi-generational, I can't ever say that word.
Generational?
Generational, yeah, thank you. Multi-generational workshops for folks to participate in. So we're partnering with ChickTech. You can get more information at info@chicktech.org. And we're gonna roll a video here in a few minutes to show you what they're doing. And it's an awesome organization, and please, please sign up and check it out. Here's the video from ChickTech.
Hey, Power Platform Community Conference. How's everyone doing? I am loving this event and so excited to be here. I wanted to highlight a really great partnership that the Power Platform Community Conference is having with ChickTech. ChickTech is a nonprofit organization that is committed to increasing the number of girls, women, and female identifying individuals in technology and retaining these individuals in the industry throughout every stage of their career. From conferences to hands-on workshops to mentorship opportunities, they are creating an inclusive and supportive space for a multi-generational community for female identifying individuals to increase their sense of belonging, interest, and self-confidence in tech and engineering. I think that this partnership just represents this entire community. You all are so dedicated to each other and learning more, and I just think that this partnership truly illustrates that. I wanted to thank you all for being here, and if you're interested in learning more about ChickTech, go to the website aka.ms/POPCC, where you can learn more about the organization and volunteering opportunities that they're looking for. So thank you so much for being here and enjoy the rest of the event.
Okay, so definitely go ahead and get connected to ChickTech. They have a lot of opportunities where you can mentor, where you can share, where you can volunteer. Go look them up, find some more info, and find a way to plug in. It's a great cause, and it's something that we hope you give some time back to. All right, our next session is here. It is Tomasz Poszytek. He is going to do low-code chatbots inside of Teams. And so I've saw a lot of questions in the chat. Is Power Virtual Agents free? What does it cost? The good news is it's free inside of Microsoft Teams. And so everything you're going to see from Tomasz here is something you can do today. Tomasz, take the show away, my friend.
Yeah, what's up, John? Hello, everyone. This session is going to be entirely dedicated to Power Virtual Agents, but not the version that we know from or since 2019, but the one that has just been announced during Microsoft Ignite. The version that is working entirely within Microsoft Teams experience. And you know what is more awesome? This is the fact that this version is for free. So any user that has Microsoft Teams license can use or then create a chatbot for free. Oh, there is a small asterisk there that says unless they're using premium features. So if you're using premium features, then you'll need still to pay for the subscription. But if you're just going to stay within Office 365 Actions, then you're just covered under the Microsoft Teams license, which is, I think, very, very much enough to create awesome conversational bots for a lot of scenarios. All right, that said, my name is Tomasz Poszytek, and I'm not going to talk about myself very much because we don't have a lot of time. So if you're interested more about me, despite the fact that I'm Business Applications MVP, then navigate to ak.ms/Poszytek, and there you can find my Twitter, you can find my blog, you can find my YouTube. So subscribe, follow, comment, and stay in touch with me. Also read more about myself, who I am and what I'm doing, and that's it. So let's get down to the Power Virtual Agents. When your user would like to start their adventure with Power Virtual Agents, the first thing they have to do is to actually navigate to Microsoft Teams interface, whether the browser or the desktop, and then click this small ellipsis icon here. Now, then they need to type Power, and what they can find here is obviously the Power BI, Power Apps, which is also the new thing announced right after, during the Ignite, the Project Oakdale, if that rings a bell. And there is also Power Virtual Agents. So let's start with that. Now I need to add that to this particular user. And now what is important here is that I'm starting with this small landing page that actually brings me a lot of information, some tutorials, links to the community, to the forums, videos, so that I can start right from scratch, from knowing nothing. I can start building my own bots. So now me as a user, I'll hit this button to start now. And now the next thing I have to do is to actually choose a team where I want to create that bot. So I'll click and I'll choose the digital initiatives. Now what is really important here is this message, small message above, that reads that if I'm the first person to create the bot in this team, this creation process is going to take a little bit more than usually, but hey, I'm just a pioneer here. So let's give it a minute. Now the next thing I have to do is to give my bot a name. So just note that this name is also going to be displayed as a user who is going to make the conversation, have the conversation with the real users. You can change it later on, but just keep that in mind that this name is going to be visible to, let's say, customers of this bot. So just try to be professional, right? All right, so I'll just choose a Q&A bot. I have to say that I really like this GIF. It's very engaging. All right, So right now the bot is provisioned and is opening. So let's give it a second. All right. When you have the first contact with this new Power Virtual Agents, you can actually tell that this is actually the same. Its interface is actually, has actually no differences between the regular standalone version, despite, let's call it, these small breadcrumbs here and this ribbon above that contains icons that, well, they have been there already, but they're just a little bit rearranged. So like, for example, we have this test bot here present, we have the publish icon present here as well. Then once we navigate to the publish area, we can not only publish the bot, but then we are having those possibilities to open the bot and start testing the bot within our conversation. So just me and the bot, me as a creator and the bot. And we can as well share the bot. And then sharing is between the team. So anyone from the team where the bot is created can use the bot to conversate, or I can submit the bot to Teams admin approval. And then once it is submitted and approved, then anyone within my organization can actually use the bot. They can add the bot to their application, their Microsoft Teams, and then use it. I will show you later how it works. And then last thing that is really different is the fact that the Microsoft Power Virtual Agents for Microsoft Teams has single sign-on actually embed for users that are using the bot to conversate within Teams. So when you go to authentication, we have three options. We have this no authentication option. We have only for Teams that actually gives by default the user ID and their display name as the global variables to be used across the conversations. And that is actually this single sign-on. So the bot is actually aware of the user ID and their display name. So we can use, for example, the user ID to call actions from the Office 365 users stack to get details about the user, to get their manager, to get their information. Plus, we're always able to configure this manual Azure Active Directory authentication or using other OAuth 2.0 provider. I will leave it for now as well. Let me navigate to topics. Within topics, so this main thing that actually manages the conversations flow within Power Virtual Agents, there are actually no differences at all. So there are those 4 topics provisioned for us to just start with something. And there is also the number of system topics that are being used to greet a user, to tell goodbye, to get their feedback, to help them escalate, to help them if the bot is failing, and so on. So this information is, those topics are also the same as they used to be. So let me just turn off those pre-provisioned user topics, and I'll start from creation of the new topic. And this experience is actually the same as well. So I'll call it Q&A. So here you have to, again, type or write 5 to 10 different trigger phrases that will be used to train a model, so that once a user types something similar to one of those trigger phrases, then the bot will actually know that it has to start this particular conversation that is defined under the authoring canvas. So I'll just type some more. Okay, that should be enough. And then let's go to authoring canvas. So I'll just do a very short, let's say, demo on how this topic is being authored. And then I'll just jump over to a demo that is actually pre-created for you and working. So I'll be able to show you something more. Now, once we start with the topic creation, we have a couple of actions that we can do. So we can ask a question to the user and then grab the response. We can call an action, so call Power Automate, or if we have this AAD authentication configured, we can also call an action that is called the authenticate. So to prompt user to authenticate, to provide their credentials to authorize. Right, so this is now disabled because I don't have this sorry, I don't have this configured for this user, but I can create Power Automate flows. I can then show a message, so just display information to the end user. I can navigate to another topic if I want to make a chain conversation, or I can simply end this conversation with a survey asking the user if it helped them, if it answered their questions. So what I'll now do is I'll just simply show a message, hi, and now because I have this authentication set to Microsoft Teams, therefore I have those two global variables. First one is about user ID, so the AID of the user, and second one is the user's display name. And that's it. This is going to be right now all about the conversation. So let me just show you how it works. Now, once I type this trigger phrase, then the bot will actually navigate to this topic and will display me, hi, Christine cleans, because I am right now the Christine clean. Sorry, cleany. Right. And that is it, right? So this is how the bot works only for me. Now, what I can do next is to actually publish it. So once I publish it, I am creating a package with the latest changes around the bot. Now, the next step, once I have published the bot, I can open it within my Microsoft Teams. So me as a user, as an author, I can actually start conversating with my bot. So I'll add it to me. Right? And this is how it works. Now, if I would like to spread it, to distribute it across Microsoft Teams, now the next thing I have to do is to go under the Share the Bot. And right here, I'm able to not only share it, but I can as well edit its details. So I can change the color and I can change the icon. I have one ready here, so I'll use it. I can as well change the description and change the description, the long description. I can as well change who is the developer, but I can't change here the name of the bot. That information can be changed here under the details. So under the details, I can change the bot's name if you ever would need to do it. Right, let me just navigate back to Share the Bot. Now, once I decide to share that bot with all Microsoft Teams employees, oh, that is different, inside my tenant, I need to hit this Submit for approval. Then read all those information and confirm, then confirm again, and confirm again. Now, once I do all those confirmations, then the bot is going to be sent for approval to Microsoft Teams admin. Just let it wait a while. Now, you see this waiting for approval. Now, what admin has to do right now, they have to go under the admin teamsmicrosoft.com and then under Manage Apps. And if there is any app submitted for approval, then it will pop up here as a submitted custom app, right? So let me just sort it. Right, so there's a Q&A bot. It is now submitted, but it's blocked. So what I have to do is I need to change its status into publish. And then once it is published, I can actually navigate back to the Microsoft Teams, for example here, and then what I have to do is to go under more apps, and then under more apps built for Contoso, I'm able to find this bot that has been created by another user. So then I can add it to my my Teams and actually start conversating. So All right, so this trigger phrase is not identified. But that one worked. So again, here this SSO worked fine. Now let me show you a different one. So this is a different Power Virtual Agents created by the mod administrator. This one has actually authentication configured to use Azure AD. So it is using Azure AD as a provider. It has the client ID, secret, and all the information coming from the Azure ID registered application provided here. Plus, it has all those scopes here provided as well, so that once a user is authenticated and this bearer token is generated, then it will actually be able to use all these permission scopes. So it will be able to, for example, modify user information, modify teams information, channel information, and of course, log in a user to Microsoft Office 365. So with all these permissions, this application is going to give a logged in user a lot of possibilities to actually work with Microsoft 365 information. So let me just jump back to this. So this is all configured. So once you create this Azure AD application and you configure it properly, and you want, for example, to grant the user the permissions to call Graph API to do some actions in Microsoft Teams that are not available under those regular Microsoft Teams actions in Power Automate, then you have to provide all these scopes, just space delimited. All right. So just be aware how to do it and do it right. This will give you a lot of power. Now, the topic I want to show you is actually a little bit more interesting. So the first thing is actually happening here is that the bot is checking if the user is authenticated. So because it is using this global variable is logged in, then if this variable is not set, bot will navigate the user through a topic where they will be asked to authenticate. Now, once they are authenticated, they will go into the branch. So the bot is going to ask them, oh, one more thing. This conversation, this topic is around the creation of a new teams, right? So then the bot asks a user, provide a team's name, provide a team's description, justify why you need that teams, and then also provide the team's members, semicolon delimited. Now, once all this information is provided, there is Power Automate created that is actually doing all the magic and is creating the teams and doing a lot of more. Now, one very important thing about Power Automates created within the Power Virtual Agents for Microsoft Teams. You can't find them under your regular Microsoft Power Automate flows or in your solutions. They're just created somewhere inside this instance of Power Virtual Agents on possibly the project OGDL, somewhere inside. So you can't simply access those Power Automates from the regular Power Automate interface. The only way you can see how this Power Automate is working, edited, created, is actually to first, if you want to create a new one, is to hit that button, then call an action, and right from here, hit to create a flow, which will navigate you to the Power Automate version for Power Virtual Agents. And here you can start creation of your new Power Automate from one of the 3 available templates that you can actually then customize. And the same thing happens if you'd like to see how your flow is performing. If it is working or if it's not working, if it is failing, you can actually, or you have to actually go back to the conversation and then hit on the view flow details. Now let me show you how this Power Automate actually works, what it does. Okay, so the first thing it does, it is actually being triggered by the new request from Power Virtual Agents action. This action is also configured to receive or to accept a specific number of input variables. And then it is using the parallel branch to respond to Power Virtual Agents that, okay, this has been received and is being processed, so that Power Virtual Agents conversation is not waiting for the response, but it is being sent back immediately. Now, what is happening next is that thanks to this user ID that is a global variable within Microsoft Teams, within Power Virtual Agent in Microsoft Teams, I'm able to query the user profile and the manager profile so that I know all the information I actually need about that user. This is still all for free. Now the next thing, well, I'm posting this adaptive card for approval so that the Microsoft Teams administrator is going to approve this request for creation of a new team. Now what happens next? If the request has been rejected, then there is going to be sent an adaptive card with information that it has been rejected. However, if it has been approved, now what is happening is the team is being provisioned, then the user who requested the team's creation is added as the owner, and then the members are being split, and then for each member I'm trying to get their details and then add that member to the team. Now the funny part is starting here. So once we start to work with Microsoft Teams actions in Power Automate, we obviously realize that there is just a small number of actions that we can do, that we can call as a predefined actions. Now, when we look at the Microsoft Graph API documentation, especially if we look at the beta version, we realize that the number of endpoints, the number of actions, the number of things we can actually do with Microsoft Teams is just way, way bigger. And now, there are just two of those examples that we can't actually achieve just by calling Microsoft Teams actions. The first one is to update the Teams image. So what I'm doing here is I'm getting the image of the user who is requesting for the new team, and then I'm actually calling Graph API to use this image as the icon of the team. Now, the second thing that is going to happen is I'm also creating a private channel within that Microsoft team that has been created. And obviously, the user who requested is going to be its owner. And then finally, I'm posting an adaptive card to the user with information that, hey, it has been approved and it works. So let me show you how it works in reality. I'll just navigate back to the user who has been different now. So I need to go again. So this is my employee, Christine Clini. I need to add this team creation bot. And so now you'll realize that the first thing that it is doing is asking me to authenticate. So, well, I do it. So right now, the bot knows my name. And we can start conversating. The name, description, the justification, and the members. Let me just go back to the members. All right. And that's it. So the bot has received this request. It sent back the response that this is now being under approval. So now what is happening next? The first thing that is now happening is that my Teams administrator has received this request for a Teams creation. So they can see who has requested the position, the department, the manager, and the information about the team. So right here, I can approve or reject. Well, let's approve it. And now what is now happening is that Power Automate is actually creating this Microsoft Teams. It has been recreated, as you can see. The MyProd team has appeared, and the general channel has appeared as well. And now in just a short while, what should happen is that the icon should be replaced with the avatar of the Christine. All right, so maybe let me just refresh it. All right, so as you can see, the avatar has been changed. So this kind of works. Now, if I navigate to the user who requested, I can also see that there is the private channel has been created. And furthermore, if I navigate to their Microsoft, to their conversations, I can see information that this request has been approved, and I can actually navigate to that Teams that has been created. So the process worked fine. So having that done, this is all I wanted to show you. I hope you liked the presentation. I hope you actually got inspired, because with the Pivotal Agents within your teams, you can create a really interesting chatbots for different purposes, HR processes like leave requests or travel requests, or the IT processes like the help desk things, finance processes, and a lot of more, because right now you can actually work with them for free. So unless you're actually going beyond the premium activities, the premium features, the premium actions, you can really do that all for free for all the users that you have in your tenant. Once again, thank you very much for watching. If you have any questions, type aka.ms/Poszytek, reach me out, ask me the question. I'll gladly answer anything you'd like to know. Thank you, and have an awesome rest of the conference. See ya.
Hello, Tomasz. Dziękuję ci. Thank you so much for that beautiful presentation. Last time I was with you, we were in Prague for European SharePoint Conference. So good to see you on this. So, wow, everybody, that was great. And, you know, we're just going to keep up the dziękuję, which means thank you in Polish. So we're going to keep it up saying gracias and grazie and mille grazie and all of those good things. And we're going to throw it to another video thanking you from the community.
Hello, Power Platform Community Conference. My name is Charles Sterling. I'm a Senior Program Manager on the Power Apps team, and I was asked to go out and do one of my highlights of a community interaction. Now, luckily for me, I am on the same team as Brian Dang, Manuela Pitchler, and Kent Weir. So it's not a matter of finding one, it's actually a matter of actually limiting it to just one. But in this case, it's still relatively easy. I have to call out one of my first conferences that I went to was actually a Dfinity conference, and it was run by two of our MVPs, Reza and Layla Attada. And when I went down there, they invited me to stay at their house. And I'm like, that sense of family, that sense of acceptance is pretty amazing. And you know, you might think, oh, it's because I work at Microsoft, or it's because of my position in the product group. But when I got there, I actually got to meet another community member named Heidi Hastings, who was actually also invited to stay at their house. So it's that sense of welcoming that Reza and Layla actually introduced into every one of their interactions that I actually have to call out as one of my favorite community experiences. Thank you very much, Reza and Layla.
Hey everybody, we're back. So we're just watching Twitter and the chat go bananas. It's so cool. So I know that you all out there in the community, you have blogs, you have YouTube channels, you sell stickers, you have amazing training companies, you do all kinds of cool things. Use this time with the hashtag POPCC to tell everybody about them. Share, 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 share. All right? So get your share on hashtag Power Community, hashtag POPCC, and like tell everybody about what you're doing. John, let's look at social together. Let's do some social.
Okay. So to Heather's point, actually on the board here, I have a tweet up. She put it out. She said to you guys, if you have a blog, podcast, or YouTube channel, go ahead and share it. She has a great point. Right now, this POPCC hashtag is super, super on fire. We are getting hundreds and hundreds of tweets every minute. And so use it. Use it to your advantage. Go ahead and show us your Power Platform material. If you have a blog, if you have a video, if you're making training, if you're leading a training, whatever it might be, if it's involved in this ecosystem and you would love more Power Addicts to get involved with it, go ahead and share that out, and we would love to highlight it. Okay, our next session is a really fun one. This is a real world session, so it's going to be a little more talk, not a whole lot of demo, right? So let's prepare ourselves for that. But Alan Chai is a champion who makes champions. Alan is one of our Power Apps champions. He has a trading card, and he has an organization where he creates additional champions. But also, second to that, he creates really beautiful eye candy. And he's been talking about eye candy on social media all day today. And so Alan's session is up next, and the title is Innovation at the Edge of Business with the Power Platform. I know I'm excited to see Alan. Heather, I know you're excited to see Alan.
I got to get my fan out for this one.
Do it.
I'm like,
Do it.
okay. Oh, honey, I am super excited for this session. So, Alan, you
All
totally
right.
go. Super
Alan,
good.
our friend, the show is yours.
Good day, everyone, and welcome to Power Platform Community Conference. My name is Alan Chai. I am the Head of Digital Transformation and Innovation for Schlumberger, based in Houston, Texas, USA. I am a Microsoft Business Application MVP and one of the Power Apps champs. I started my Power Platform journey back in 2018 and has since built over 100 apps and personally coached around 250 citizen developers across 40 countries. With supervision and guidance, I upskill our citizen developers from zero to hero between 1 to 2 weeks. Today, I will be spending the next 27 minutes with you, showcasing how we cultivate innovation at the edge of business with Power Platform. Along the way, I will show you some real-world examples on how Schlumberger harnessing Power Platform across the enterprise to accelerate innovation and elevate employees' problem-solving skill at the edge of the business. We are an enterprise of 100,000 people from 140 nations spread across 85 countries in over 2,500 locations. We are world's leading provider of technology for reservoir performance, production system, well construction, and digital and integration services to the energy industry. During recent Ignite, James Phillips mentioned a very valid point that in the past there is a saying, there's an app for that, every time we face a problem or challenges. This is often found in our daily life outside our work environment, where you will find some form of apps from App Store or Google Play to automate our home lighting, temperature control, garage opening. These are common challenges in our life where solutions are readily available in the marketplace. However, when you step into the business environment, this statement no longer stands. Very often we find that our business workflow are too unique, specific to operating environment or local legislation. There is no app for those specific use cases in the App Store or Google Play. Business find that they are caught in a situation where there are so many backlogs of application which needs to be done, but just couldn't afford the resources or time to address them using traditional application development method. When business do not adapt and transform, very soon many will find themselves in a position that they just couldn't catch up with innovation in tech. They find themselves left behind their competitions. Market research is indicating that today the demand for mobile apps is growing 5 times faster than IT could deliver. 85% of organizations struggle today to analyze their unstructured data. There are 500 million apps in the backlog for businesses to build. There's also a huge gap in the job market today where we are witnessing a shortage of 1 million developers. So how do we address this challenge to innovate? We have tons of problems to solve in the backlog, but just don't have the resources. Do we teach everyone to code? Maybe, but this takes time to train thousands or millions of them, right? The answer is to turn everyone into a developer with low code. With low code, businesses are now able to go back to their list of backlog and start addressing them fairly easily and rapidly with citizen developers spreading across the organization. With low code, businesses suddenly have thousands of developers overnight. Let me share with you how our journey begins. This might resonate with many of you. You might be just at the beginning of the journey, or you might be in the middle of it, or you could be at the same pace as we are. But over the years, we have developed a methodology to mature ourselves in this journey. I hope by sharing this, many others can benefit from it and avoid repeating our mistakes. In 2017, we moved to the cloud with Office 365 global deployment, migrating 90,000 users from their Exchange PSD files to Outlook Online, moving petabytes of files from 90,000 machines into OneDrive. I call that deployment years. It was a very significant effort when your users are scattered over thousands of locations, many with poor connectivity. We apply some intelligent automations to perform those tasks on behalf of human IT. In 2018, that's when we started seeing new apps popping out inside Office 365 wallpaper icon. We explored what was possible with some of them. We adopt a few of them at early stage, for example, Power BI, which was one of our first touch with Power Platform, aligning our corporate data-first vision. In 2019, our appetite for apps grew exponentially. We saw our internal community coming out in mass, solving business problems in the field at the edge of the business. Every single month, we saw new innovation, new ideas, new apps, new automation from the operation, from the far field by our citizen developers. We closed the year with over 10,000 apps in our tenant. That effort allows Schlumberger to experience acceleration of digitalization across the entire company. In 2020 and beyond, our aim is to apply structure on how we build apps, apply guardrails to do things fast, flexible, and yet between compliance. In essence, we want to scale up, speed up, paving the way for further acceleration of digital value creations. Today, we have one of the world's most mature Power Platform tenant. We have 12,000 apps, of which 800 plus of them are considered production apps with at least 50 launches per month by more than 2 people. We have 14,000 flows in Power Automate, which perform 2 million daily transactions in the background. What does that mean to the business? That simply means that there were 2 million tasks that used to be performed by human beings are now fully automated, thanks to low-code Power Platform. We are giving back valuable hours to the people so that human employees can focus on value-added tasks. Internally, we have 5,000 active makers that make apps and flows, thanks to this active internal community, which forms the backbone to the entire Power Platform movement, which otherwise would not be possible to be done by IT alone. Next, I'd like to show you some stats from our Power Platform COE dashboard. As you can see from the chart, new apps creation is growing by the years with a couple of spikes which coincide with our annual hackathon, which I will encourage everyone to adopt. Hackathon is not only an opportunity to get new citizens on board, but it is a door for you to see new innovation, new ideas coming from the business. We currently also hold the world's top 2 fastest adopted app title. One of them is the COVID-19 Schlumberger Safe app, which started the movement and inspired Microsoft to build Crisis Communication Power Platform Toolkit for the rest of the world. With all that, you can now see we have flipped the situation with the There's an app for that statement to a reality for business, whereby there is really an app for that in Power Platform for business. Today, before we started building an app, our first reference point is our internal digital store, which more likely than not has an existing app which solves a challenge. One of the most common questions that I always receive from peers and industry partners is that people are asking us, how did you put yourself in order to achieve this aim and this vision? We call this, we came up with this delivery model that we call it 5 layers of digital execution. Like any other large enterprises, we have our backbone of ERP, right? So for us, it is SAP. So that's where, is the systems of records. It's all the ERPs have been installed. And it is a huge investment, right? So we spend billions to put that in place. Took us 7 years journey to build it up, right? And it's expected to last for 10 to 15 years. So, and we learn from our past experience, knowing that our population make up of engineers, very technical people. We, being engineers, thinking we tend to tinker things. We tend to change things. So our CIO make a informed decision in here to say that, okay, let's protect the investment of the data layer, the system of records. Let's not touch it too much. Let's not over customize it or customize it. So we say, okay, leave it alone. And what we're going to do is we know that SAP is not built for just us, right? So there will be some gaps. There will be some business workflow that are unique to us and cannot be addressed by SAP. So what do? So we add a layer on top called digital products. That is where we build full stack application. Typically take 1 to 2 years to build by our pro dev team, and they are expected to fill the gaps for 5 to 7 years. Having this is good, great. So we protect SAP, we protect our investment, so that in future, should there be a new version upgrade, we are okay to proceed with no issue. However, we recognize that the 1 to 2 years build time in the digital product layers is too long, right? It's not agile enough. It's not responsive enough to the customer needs. So our CIO recognized that, hey, we need to bring the agility, right? So we introduce agility into the way we deliver solutions. So we created this layer of digital studios. That's essentially the COE, the Center of Excellence of various technology towers that we put in place. We are able to take the requests from the business and deliver solutions in a very agile way and a Scrum method. And its delivery is expected to complete between 3 to 6 months. And these are, again, to fill short-term gaps of about 2 years, right? So, and these are highly centralized teams sitting in our hubs, and these are centralized IT. So having it been centralized and having introduced agility, our CIO still see that there is one problem. Being centralized, you lack the visibility to the real problems in the field. So that's when you lack innovation, right? Because your centralized teams are not looking or feeling the heat coming from the operation on a daily basis. So they don't recognize the issue. They don't recognize problems until it has been told, right? So that is pretty reactive. So we want to bring agility and innovation capability to the business in the field, in the far end. That's when we introduce our digital cells. So this layer of digital cells is decentralized. They are decentralized. They are owned by the business. They are embedded in the business. They are the full-time citizen developers. Literally, we created about 100 jobs down there to have full-time citizen developers actively solving problems in the field by using Power Platform. This digital cell layer, they are empowered to use the tool, Power Platform, to solve problems. That is when you see the real innovation power coming injected into the company, with hundreds of full-time digital analysts working on solutions with the low-code platform. And very quickly, that is how we push the adoption up to the next level. At the end of the chain is the sales service. That is all the employees in the company. We again empower everybody, the same tool from Power Platform, to use it on their day-to-day work, day-to-day job, right? So they have Power BI, they have Power Apps, they have Power Automate. They are not full-time digital people. They are the normal people. They could be sales, could be supply chain, could be finance people, but they harness the Power Platform low-code tool to make the productivity more efficient. So these are, they build little app, little dashboard on their own, build time 1 to 2 weeks, and then fill the gaps, solving problems again, right? Making themselves more effective. So this whole model has been recently adopted as part of Microsoft Power Platform adoption best practices. You can find it you can find more details in the website. Yeah. Our first step to digital transformation and innovation at scale is to develop corporate culture. We invested in training and transforming people's mindsets. Cultivating digital mindset and data-first mentality is key to any corporate success in their digital journey and is the foundation to greater things to come. We look beyond present digitalization effort. From day zero, we define clear career path and progression plan for our digital population, aka citizen developers. As a company, we are committed to develop this new workforce. We also develop a digital maturity model to provide a framework for our citizen to developers to grow into. It is like an invisible Rubik's Cube where our citizen developers can assess themselves on various fronts to further improve their skill sets. Next up, I like to use this restaurant analogy to explain our governance tools. First, you need to know how to cook. What's the recipe? This is where we guide our makers, our citizen developers on how to cook digital. We have digital playbook which covers everything you need to know to build your app, dashboard, board, which are compliant to business process, data privacy regulation, cybersecurity compliance, and more. Digital playbook ensure that our makers do it right first time and every time. It helps shortening the makers' discovery phase when they start their journey in adoption of a Power Platform. We curate our digital how-to in a single repository which everyone in the organization can refer to. Next, in the digital governance tool is our digital store. Going back to the restaurant model, this is what's in the menu. Why is this important? It is super important for large enterprises to have good visibility into what they have in their tenant, to avoid duplication of effort, double spending on similar effort happening inside the same organization, avoid reinventing the wheels over and over again. Digital Store optimize digital ROI extraction by reusing an existing solution in different scenarios, use cases, etc., without the need to start from scratch every time you start an app. Digital Store also serves as a base to provide indicators of compliance level of production apps. Our Digital Store was actually built on Power Apps itself. Finally, the third component in our digital governance tool is to ensure that you have visibility on what's happening in the kitchen, the digital kitchen, of course. In large enterprises, with Power Platform, you want people to use it and innovate. At the same time, you want to know who is building what, which next big app is coming out soon. You use digital pipeline to provide insights into innovation across the organization. Digital pipeline is built on Power BI and it serves as an incubator for the next viral apps. In the next section of my presentation, I will give you a quick walkthrough on some real examples and some use cases in our environment. I started my Power Apps journey with the motto of building Power apps which look and behave like native apps. You can see from here a few examples which was rolled out previously in Europe. None of them requires more than a week work. Most of them are done in hours or less. That's the beauty of low-code. A business president came to me one day expressing the needs for an effective way to address employees' question on org change, which at the same time also help elevate people engagement. AMA, Ask Me Anything, is an organization change management tool we recently put together using Power Apps and adaptive cards, which flow all questions coming from the field into relevant teams channels. managed by the leadership team in the business. There is also a Power BI at the end of the process to provide insights into the topics people are concerned about. With AMA, we were able to eliminate barriers to adapt to new org structure and accelerate business ROI from the intended change. We plan to extend the solution capability to let PVA take over the answering at later stage with our curated question and answer. SME are routed with only questions which can't be answered by PVA. Next, I would like to walk you through a recent development which we are working on. This is still an unfinished work, so bear with me with the look and feel for now. We have an AI Builder object detection module in Power Apps, which picked up water spill on the ground, followed by auto risk identification reporting with all relevant information, like location, risk severity level, category, etc. What's interesting in this example is also a PVA module which allow our employees to report risk identification through conversation with a chatbot. Upon completion of the chat, the bot submit all the information into the system. Next example is about our first attempt on responsive UI in Power Apps. What's interesting here is not just about the orientation of the app layout when the device is rotated, but more interestingly is the gallery layout. So if you look closer, this is actually an organization app, organization browser app. It has this intelligence based on certain formula that I apply on the gallery. It will self-calculate the number of columns to display when it is on landscape mode versus when it is on portrait mode. It improved the user experience for the user drastically in terms of the visibility to the items, the gallery items, when the app is in a different orientation. Next, this example is by far my favorite app. It is a video portal that I put together to have a better way to distribute the video contents. So as we embark this digital journey, more and more of our communication is now turning into videos. But the problem that we face is that the video is distributed everywhere. So videos are showing up in SharePoint, videos are showing up in Yammer, in OneDrive, in Streams. So how do you know which copy to reference? So that was the problem definition. And then from there, I came out with this app that is able to push the right video to the right persona in the right location. So if you are a person located in the US, you will get a US content based on who you are. If you're a finance person, you get a finance content. If you're an engineer, you get an engineer content, and so on and so forth. So, and it's a beautiful app. And surprisingly, it was built in just less than half an hour. Yeah. So it utilizes a few techniques from gallery in gallery to we call it the patch function to create that enhanced reaction capability for capturing feedback, right? When user click on like, love, the heart, or they don't like, the dislike, they put a sad face out there. So it's really interesting and it's captivating. So now it changed the way we communicate with our people, and you literally having a digital signage in the pocket of our people. Yeah. Next up is what I call virtual controller. This is a solution which leverages on putting together multiple Power Platform components to form business process orchestration. We have thousands of financial recharges from business unit to business unit every month. This had to be done by human finance expert, SME, who then performed 4 checks for each transaction. After interviewing the expert, we brought in all relevant data connectors and automate the 4 checks. Upon having the green indicators received, recharge is then automatically approved. The solution replaced the task of approving 15,000 transactions per month. Most of them, 85% of them, were touchless transactions, approved by the tool within 30 minutes. The 30 minutes is only limited by the frequency we can set on the refresh schedule in Power BI. To date, after 4 months in action, it has approved $1.2 billion worth of recharges, saving the companies over 100 FTEs if this were to be completed by human beings on the same speed and volume. Lastly, a fun app to show or demonstrate how we transform our cybersecurity employee certification process or workflow. We gamify our 20-year-old IT compliance certification process with Power Apps. We allow better engagement with our user, improve the learning experience for employees on cybersec topics, which was very dry in the past. The beauty of this app is that not only that it brought high innovation content, but it completely changed the way we think about certification process for large enterprise, and also to adapt business process to our millennial workforce across the board. As you can see from the demo here, an employee gets to play a game, and while playing the game, they are able to learn about the topic. And because of the gamification idea or concept, we found that our employees would like to reattempt it multiple times to get to the top of the board, right? And through that process, they learn new things, they learn more, they learn more effectively compared to the past. With that, I'd like to close my session here. I appreciate everyone taking time listening to me today. I hope everyone will benefit from the ideas and get some inspiration from it to adopt in wherever you are. If you find this useful and would like to connect, please feel free to get in touch with my LinkedIn or Twitter profile. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much for that awesome talk, Alan. Alan is one of our most amazing community members. You can tell from that talk. He knows what he's talking about. He knows what it is to be a champion, and he knows what it is to make champions. There's so much useful info there if you are trying to evangelize the platform, spread the platform, help people get started. That talk is definitely a key to locked doors for you. And so speaking of community, Heather and I actually wanted to take a second and talk about what is community. All of us right now are taking part in community here on Twitter and on YouTube, but this actually started in a different kind of community. And Heather's got some slides and we're gonna break down what that is. So Heather, why don't you tell us a little bit about like what is community? What are the different parts of it?
Sure, absolutely. So hello, everyone. Yeah, we talked a little bit this morning about what community is, and community at the heart, we talk about engagement, being the heart of community, and we have all these awesome, we'll call them tools, if you will, that we have at our fingertips to help create and support our communities, right? And one of those wonderful things that we have, the YouTube channel, the Twitter, right? We have our blogs, we have all of those sorts of things. And we have our, in-person and our virtual events. We have our amazing user groups. We also have this wonderful tool, our online community. And that has been around for a long while now. And you can sign up and become a part of the community. So we love it when you go lurk, but we also love it when you actually go sign up.
Yes.
So
yes.
yeah.
We love memberships. Definitely.
Yes.
That link there, community.powerplatform.com. That is the one link that you need to get started. There on the screen, you can see all 4 products that are being talked about today are represented. And so from that community landing page, you can go ahead and click into any one of those topics, become a member, and start interacting today. But Heather, what are some of the ways they can interact?
Absolutely. Hey, let's go back to that one slide really quick, or it's still up there. So also, all those hashtags, Power Platform hashtag, Power Addicts, FlowFam, Bot Squad, Less Code, More Power, We Rise by Lifting Up Others, Sharing is Caring. All of those, when you're talking about the Power Platform and you want to have somebody from any one of those communities go, oh, what's that? Use those hashtags. And you can use, I mean, that's a lot of them to use in maybe one tweet. But if you're saying something, you know, about virtual agents, you want to hit up the Bot Squad or FlowFam for Power Automate, right? So definitely use those. So I'm going to hit the next slide here, and we're going to talk about forums. John, you want to talk about the forums?
Yeah, a forum. It's a place where you ask questions. So today, you are likely going to have a lot more questions after all of this is done. You can go jump into the forum, get registered, and start asking those questions today. Where do I get started? How do I solve this problem? Forums are for discussion.
Awesome. So and next up, we have Gallery. And you can see that we're popping you into the different communities we have, and you can see the different colors and all that fun stuff. With the Gallery, these are samples. So we're supplying information, samples, steps, applications, flows to help people get inspired, and you can share in there what you're doing with other people. It's a great place to put what you're working on. You can see we've got the business applications launch event that just happened. There's videos in there from that. There's videos from MBAS, which is Microsoft Business Applications Summit, which happened last spring, which is our big event as our community.
And there's hundreds of videos from community members just like you.
Absolutely.
Also, those galleries contain samples that you can download and use today. Flows you can use, apps you can use, dashboards you can use. All of them are available in those galleries in the community, absolutely free.
Absolutely. Oh, did we go one more?
Oh, one more.
Ideas.
Ideas. Okay, so ideas is like user voice. If you want a feature in the product that you think we're missing, go and create an idea. But first, search. Search to see if the idea is there. If it's already there, give it a vote so that it gains more power. Don't just go and throw ideas out there. Definitely see if they're already there and see if you can lend your vote to rise them up. We on the product team do pay attention to these ideas forums. We do definitely create features that come from these ideas forums. And so if you want a feature in the product, as someone who's been on the product team for a long time, I can tell you this is the #1 way to get those things heard.
Yes.
All right, so let's do some rapid fire. Let's talk about some of our cool community content.
Yeah, do it. You go.
Okay.
You go.
The Flow Pro Show is an awesome show on YouTube that focuses on all of the latest happenings in Power Automate. They just had an episode with Harish Menon from the product team. Definitely check that out.
Awesome. And we've got the Power Addicts Hangout. Power Addicts, what's up? This is great. This has been around a long time. There's a Hangout. There's a YouTube channel. So go get involved. Use that hashtag Power Addicts. If you, anything in and around Power Platform, you're part of this. You're part of this community. So start using the hashtag. Lots of people actually put it in their Twitter profile as well. Definitely check it out. They have monthly meetings. That's fantastic to learn. So also, we've got the Up podcast, Lisa Crosby and Megan V. Walker. This is awesome. This podcast is great, and I think I'm going to be on it soon. Very excited about that.
They were just talking about the event also. Thank you guys for helping share the event.
Thanks for the shout out. Awesome. Ooh, and Bifocal. So the folks from Tygraph, so John Patrick White and Jason over here from Bifocal, they have a great podcast on Power BI, all things Power BI. Been around a long time.
Power Platform Weekly is a newsletter that just came out, had its first edition. You can sign up at that link below. There was a ton of great information in the first edition. I personally learned some things that I didn't know. So thank you guys for keeping the product team, informed.
Power Apps Community Calls. So this is awesome. So this is run by the fabulous Todd Baginski and Chuck Sterling on our team. So definitely go check this out. This is once a month. The next one is November 18th. They have great guests, people showing code, people showing how to build apps. It's fantastic.
Okay, so real quick, that's our last one we can talk about now because we have a community member whose talk is ready to go. Azure McFarlane, part of the Flow fam. She is here to share her journey with Flow. And I love her description, just a girl in her flows.
Absolutely.
Azure, it's all yours.
Awesome.
Thanks for the introduction. Hey, party people, welcome to Power Up with Power Automate. I am really thrilled to be with you here today. Welcome to all the first timers. I'm pretty sure your brains are abuzz with all the possibilities from this conference. I remember that I was kind of dizzy with excitement after my first one. Really happy you could join us. To start, I'm Azure. Yep, just like Microsoft's cloud service. I'm really flattered that they decided to name some really cool tech after me. Today, I'm here to show you the magic of Power Automate. You may have taken the beginner flow session during the conference, and I'm here to kick it up a notch, give you some ideas on how to use Power Automate and give you a demo, and maybe see how it can help you reduce some time waste, some redundancy, and just to have some fun. So before we get started, a little bit about me. I am a senior technologist at GSK, GlaxoSmithKline, and I work in project management and tech for a drug manufacturing plant, technical support for manufacturing, that is. I have no background in cloud or computer tech. My degree is in biochemistry. When I'm not playing with flows, you can find me hiking, cooking, running, and doing outreach with a wonderful organization called KindWorks, where I focus on food insecurity in our community. So how did I fall into flow? I have about 10 months experience right now. I decided to take a Flow in a Day course back in December. Our digital data and analytics team was trying to familiarize everyone with the Power Platform, so a couple of us signed up for this course. And while I had no idea what I was getting myself into, by the time I was out, I was excited and ready to start automating everything that I could find. It's been a great journey thus far. It has brought me some opportunities like speaking here today. And I just was able to finish a Power Automate session for GSK's premier Power Platform Bootcamp, where we took about 20 employees from around the globe and decided to upskill them in all 3 areas of the Power Platform. I love this because it teaches us, Microsoft has really given us the ability to be citizen developers on our own with no background. My coding experience stops at HTML from building a website when I was about 10, and now I'm learning a little bit more. If you're interested in seeing some of the flows that I'm making and just some general comedy and meeting some people in the community, feel free to follow me on Twitter at amac_ncheese. I know that was a little quick, but time seems to run really fast when you're doing a demo, so we're just going to get right into it. I wanted to give you an example of a flow where you would have maybe some common connectors that might inspire you to get started. In this case, we are using a team that manages customer complaints for some consumer products. In the vein of the company that I work for, I picked a toothpaste, a migraine medication, and a nasal spray. So we're going to say that there's another team that gathers these customer complaints, and they need to feed them to a team that needs to review them and take some sort of action. So we're going to do this via SharePoint. So we're going to have a little bit of an entry attached via SharePoint with a Word document attachment for the complaint. It can be more than one document. We want to rename these attachments, give them a standard naming convention, and put them in a folder within Teams. And then what we want to do is we want to send a channel message with a link to said attachment just for ease of use. So I'll show you what this looks like, the setup that I have in Teams and in the SharePoint list, so you can see what that looks like. But I do want you to use your imagination here and think about your current ways of working. What kind of triggers may you use? Do you use a SharePoint list that you're manually populating? Is maybe there a database that you could pull it from? Power Automate may be able to connect to that. Maybe you get automatic emails from a system with these types of attachments. Maybe that could be the trigger for a flow as well. So just think about the little things that you do each day, and maybe it'll give you a jumping point for which to start. All right, are you ready? Okay, here we flow. It's flow time. So here is the team that I created. We have 3 different channels within them for each of our respective products. Our SharePoint list just kept it really simple here. And these columns are created by SharePoint, and so we just enter in the product and the defect description, or the complaint. So I've already populated a few of these just to test them out. And so if we go into the little form, we see that we have 2 required fields. So defect description, I have to put something in here so I can show you the toggle options. And it gives us choices. And then attachments. As you'll see, attachments doesn't have that little star. We can't make it a required field without PowerShell. Most of us don't have access to that or don't know how, and that's okay because we can actually tell Flow to check for attachments, and we'll just add that in. So we're going to go over to create a new flow. We're going to use an automated trigger here, and we'll name it thanks. All right, and we're going to use the trigger when an item is created or modified, not just created, because if we do create it, if anyone needs to resubmit an entry for their attachments, they actually wouldn't be able to do so, or at least it wouldn't trigger the flow. So we need it to be modified just in case. Okay, so we're going to start off pulling our information from our SharePoint site. So we're going to come over here and product team demo. We're going to choose the list in which the information is going to be housed in, and we'll add a next step. So the next step we're going to do is we're going to use an Office 365 users, where we're going to pull the person's profile who submitted this. So we're going to do get user profile. I like this because as we start adding steps with SharePoint, you'll see that already there's a sea of green. Sometimes it's nice to see a little bit of a different color. And then you always know you're going to be pulling the proper email address from this. So you see it's dynamic content here. We're just going to plug this in. Okay, our next step is going to be to get the attachments. We can either type SharePoint in here and do this, and then also do get attachments. Or from the other screen, we could also just do get attachments, and it'll give us every possible connector that has attachments in it. So our site address, again, is going to be product team demo. And I forgot to point out at the top, if perchance you don't see your site here with your list, you can always copy and paste it into enter custom value, and that should work. Every once in a while, I get something like that. All right, and we're going to use the ID of the item. So we can either scroll through here or we can type an ID and we will be given the ID for the list item. All right, so our next step, because remember we said that attachments may or may not be there, but we don't want the flow to continue, or we want somebody to get a notification to do it, we're going to add a step in here. So we're going to add a condition. We can't control it from SharePoint. We can control it from Power Automate. So we're going to add a condition, and we're going to say if has attachments is equal to false. So there's dynamic content that says check for attachments. If it's false, then we want to send the person a message. So we're going to do has attachments is equal to false. And if this statement is true, we want to send a message to the person and then maybe link back to the original SharePoint list entry. All right, so we're going to just say action. We're going to say it's incomplete. And email address, we're just going to pull the mail from our get users. And then our message is going to be, hi, let's make it friendly. Let's give them a given name. So it just gives their first name. Okay, so we're going to say, please click here to attach. We're going to do a little bit of markdown formatting here. And also we have the ability to get a sharing link to what we're looking for. So we're good for the formatting. We do click here. And then we're just going to look for link. So link to item. Perfect. All right. And that'll give us a really pretty formatted just click here link. So we're going to save this. In the interest of time, we're not going to quite test this out yet. We'll do it at the end and we'll submit our item with an attachment and without an attachment. What we do want to do is we want to tell we want to tell the flow to end at this step if they have not attached anything. There's no sense in the rest of the flow proceeding because we want it to create documents, we want it to create folders, but if you don't have all the information, it's still going to fail anyway. So terminate is a great step to use. Instead of having it say failed, because it's not going to be a true failure, this flow is going to operate as intended, we can use either canceled or succeeded. In this case, I'm going to say, let's do canceled. And then that way, when we look in our run history, it doesn't look like a bunch of failures, but we know canceled will mean, oh, it's just that somebody forgot to attach something to there. Great. So we're going to collapse this and move on to our next step when it finishes saving. So our next step is going to be to compose a file name. What we would like to do is in order to have this standard naming convention, we want to give it something else. So I think we should give it the ID number as well as the title of the complaint. Compose is a wonderful step because it's not only for data operations when I click the actions. It's not only for data operations, you can also do formatting for emails, for messages, for adaptive cards. You can do HTML, Markdown, whatever it is. It's simply something to give your inputs, and it's going to give you a really simple. Great for making expressions too, which is exactly what we're going to do. So we are going to create an expression here, and we're going to use the concat function. So concat is just going to join together a few things. So we're going to join together the ID and a space and the description of the complaint. So you can use dynamic content in here. We're going to scroll to the bottom and look for ID. We're going to separate our string with a space and then add one more item here. Going to be defect description. Great. All right, this should work. I'm also going to copy this and show you that we can put this in the comments section. And I like doing this because it's easy to see without having to go into the expression what you've actually put out there. We're also going to change this because I'll show you Compose just gives you, rather than your dynamic content actually looking like ID or absolute URI, it just says outputs and you'll get to see. So that's why I'm naming it here. So at least this gray part will reflect Compose name. Okay, so what we're going to do next is, remember we have 3 different channels. So we're going to have 3 different folder paths of where this document could live. We're also going to have 3 different channel messages. We could set a bunch of conditions in order to do this, or we could use this in a switch case, which I'll explain very soon. But first, we have to initialize some variables to be able to use in it. So we're going to initialize 2 variables. We're going to initialize a folder path and a channel. So you can type in variable. And I'm also going to show you this function. So there's a copy to clipboard function, which I really, really like in Flow. And I could come over here and go to my clipboard, and it's going to make a second variable here. So if this was filled in, it's going to reflect the same thing in the next one. Copy clipboard function does not work in switch cases, so this is why we're kind of doing this here, and I'll explain in a little bit. So we're just going to rename variable. We're going to say folder path. Going to be a string, and we're going to leave it empty because we don't have a default value for it. If we did, then any folder path would originally come in as whatever we set here, but since we're going to set it further down based off of what we want, we can just leave it blank. So in this one, we'll do call it channel. It's also going to be a string. We're going to leave it blank as well because we're going to set it later down. All right, now here's the fun part. I love switch cases. So switch case is going to allow us to use a trigger, in this case, a product, in order to decide what path is actually taken in the flow. So we're going to build this out. We could like we said, we have 3 different folder paths, we have 3 different channels. We could create a file in each of these branches of the switch cases, but that's a lot of work to do if we're going to just put every action of creating files, creating team messages in a branch of a switch. So rather than this, we're going to just use the switch case to set these variables and then have a couple of actions down below. So our first case went into case. And I'm just going to fill these up individually. So we're going to set variable. And I can't use copy to clipboard here, unfortunately, so we're going to have to do it by hand. Set variable, fold path. And now what we're going to do is this is actually going to be equal to the channel name because it is a folder in SharePoint. So we're going to say that the folder is toothpaste. Okay. And then we're going to set the channel ID. So I am going to show you a way very briefly where I am pulling IDs for channels. I'm not going to teach you about this now. I think it's a great thing to learn at some point, but it's called Microsoft Graph API Explorer, where you can pull information from your teams, IDs for channels. You can find out your joined teams. You can pull things for Planner. So if you wanted to integrate Planner into here, you could do it as well. It's got a lot of functions in here to get, different things, patch, post. I use it mainly for IDs every once in a while, especially if I'm using multiple teams and multiple channels for different flows. It makes it much easier than trying to build up all your actions in multiple branches of a switch case. So for the sake of time, I've already copied the channel ID. So we're just going to set variable channel ID. Use this, and then we're telling it explicitly what we want. Right. So we're going to add another switch, and we're going to do the same thing for the rest of them. So we'll do nasal spray. This will also be whatever the SharePoint folder is named after. Okay. And set we already have this copied here. And we'll add one more. So the default is if nothing matches this case, which we forgot to set. So we're going to set this now. Product value. So if nothing matches the product value, say something came in like mouthwash, you could set a default to say, send me an email if nothing matches. It could also be, okay, we'll just put it in the, put a conversation in, a thread in the general channel. You can do that kind of thing for some planned error handling if you would like. In this case, we are only going to have the 3 products that we know of, so we're just going to keep the 3. Sorry, let me just name this. Usually for most of my steps, I also like to name them just in the interest of time. We won't do that today. All right, so we're going to set 2 more variables. So this will just be for the migraine medication folder path. And then the channel. So as we get further down in the actions, we're, I would say, 80% of the way through this flow, you will notice that we're only going to be using one action with a bunch of variables. Now, you could build out the rest of your flow, and I might have mentioned before, you could build out each and every action in the same, like in each switch case. That's a ton of work though on your behalf. But it's what I expect for a beginner to do, because that's what I did when I first started building flows before I started using variables and compose steps. Okay, we're going to save and we're going to collapse this switch. So now what we're going to do is we're going to create a folder, and we just want it in the same naming convention of the file that we're going to use. So we're going to do create folder. And it's going to be on our same SharePoint site. And if you wanted it to actually create something on a different SharePoint site, you could definitely do this. So instead of list, we're actually going to pick the documents library because we want to create it there. And we said that for our folder path, we wanted to be the folder name from SharePoint. So toothpaste, migraine, medication, or nasal spray, and then /outputs. And remember, our outputs is the name that we're also going to give our file. All right, we are almost done here. So our next action is we actually have to create the file in the sharing link. So we're going to do this by get file attachment. We're going to get the attachment content, excuse me. I'm going to pull this from our same list. And then we're going to go for the ID. We're going to go for the ID of where the create new folder is and the folder identifier. We're also going to just search for ID here. So get file identifier. They make it really easy. So as you can see, Power Automate made this apply to each. That's because the attachments field in our SharePoint list actually you can submit multiple attachments. So Flow is just saying for however many attachments there are, we're going to do these same actions. We're going to create the file. And we're actually going to make this, this is already set up for us. So we're going to use file path. Sorry, let's see, full path. File name is the name of the file. So we're actually going to make this ourselves, right? Because we decided that we wanted to create file and we use the outputs from here. But we also need to add just a docx on the end because it's going to be a Word document. And I just pull some generic template off the internet. And then we want to get the file content, so just the attachment content here. Now we want to create the sharing link for file or folder. And this way we can hand out the link to anyone too. I really like this feature because that means that if you need to have somebody else view something, but they're not a member of your team, that way you don't actually have to grant them complete access to the team. So we're going to do item ID or create the file. We're going to do the link type of view and edit. And we're going to say anybody in our organization can do this. Hit save. And then the last thing we're going to do for this flow is we're going to create our channel message, and we're just going to keep it pretty basic. We just want a summary of what's there and then a link to the newly named document. So we are going to do message as flowbot to a channel. Now you could have it come from the flow owner and it would look like I have personally done that, but oftentimes people like the fact that it looks more automated. So since we only have one team, we'll do this here. Selecting the team. If we had multiple teams, that's something we could set a variable for up in our switch case. Now, this is why we decided to set a variable for the channel, because here it only allows us to select one. But if we enter custom value, we're allowed to pick, it's the channel that whatever path the switch takes. And so we're just going to say new customer complaint submitted. Or say submitted by, and we'll give this give a name. and then do a break. And then we will give the shipping. We'll do the defect. So we'll say description. And then we're going to say we're going to do a little bit of formatting for HTML. I'm just going to copy and paste this here. Fill this in with a link. All right, great. We're going to see this run. So we're going to go ahead and hit test. And I'm going to perform the trigger action. So what we're going to do is we're just going to submit something with, it's too gooey. And we're going to say it's toothpaste, and we're not going to attach something. We're going to pretend like we're going to forget. So we can see Flow is waiting for us to do this, and we're going to hit save. Here, it should only take a few moments that it's going to run. All right, looks like it ran. So we're going to see that it stops at a certain point, right? It got to its condition, and it sent us a message. So if we go over to Teams, we see that we have it here. And if we click here, it should bring us to the actual description. Okay, so we're going to go back and do this. We're going to submit it as a test because it'll run a bit faster here. And we are going to hit test again. I'll perform the trigger action, and we'll do more, and we'll say pills to large. Migraine medication, and we're just going to add a random attachment. Oops. And it should do the same thing for us. So this is the demo for a flow. You've seen we've used a ton of triggers, a ton of actions with SharePoint as the trigger. And the outputs are exactly what we want. This is something to be able to reduce your time waste, to increase your productivity. We won't go through this because we don't have too much time left, but if we go over and we look in Teams, we now have an entry here with the link. It has also created a folder with our document inside with pills to large and our ID. So just to wrap up, because we've only got a little bit left, what's next? Just get started to build. I want you to check out a couple people who are great for beginners. I would say Matt Collins-Jones is a wonderful resource when you're using Compose for inputs and outputs. Highly recommend his videos. John Levesque is a big name as well. If you need guidance on approval processes, he's the guy to do it. Eliza Benitez, she is also a wonderful person in the community who has done some beginner stuff for Flow. And if you need any help, the Power Users community and the blogs are where it's at. It's a very friendly community, and I'm so glad that you guys are on your journey and getting into Power Automate. All right, take care. Thank you for joining. Bye-bye.
Azure, that was the bomb. That was so amazing. And I loved our cloud jokes that we have going back and forth in Twitter. Thank you for that. A woman and her flows. Nothing better. It's kind of like a room with a view, I kind of think, right? So super good. The category is Grunge 1990s, Heather Cook, University of Washington School of Drama, Realness, when grunge came about in Seattle, where I went to college.
Yeah,
so
nice.
I had to bring it out for today.
I'm digging
it. Told you about costume changes, y'all. All right, so let's do a little bit of social Azure. That was fantastic. Thank you so much for sharing that and just showing everybody how great and wonderful and easy Automate can be. So thank you for that. And let's check out some social because it's going off again.
Yes.
You're all sharing your stuff, which is super cool.
And I just want to say real quick, for those of you that don't know, that was Azure's second time speaking ever. So for how impressive that session was, it's even more impressive. That's her second time ever. So shout out to her. Let's go ahead and jump into social and see what some of our friends are saying. David Zilkowski, he's saying that Azure is showing some great actions to manage access the easy way. May, Agent 008, she says that she actually went ahead and did the Cloud Skills Challenge already. I got an update on that, Heather.
Yeah.
Over 3,000 people have done the Cloud Skills Challenge already. 3,000.
Can I get 5?
I know. Look at this. We got Suhas, who's commenting on our communities, and Tanya, who is saying, thanks for saving my company a lot of money right now. Allison Mulligan sharing the love about us sharing the love. And then my boy Pandia there again. And then there's a whole bunch of people who took our advice and who are actually going ahead and sharing their goodness using hashtag POPCC. So if you're wondering how you go ahead and keep your experience moving, go ahead and just follow that hashtag. There is a lot of people showing their goodness. And so there's going to be a lot more sessions, a lot more material, and a lot to keep your journey going. Okay, it's time for our next session. Heather, why don't you go ahead and introduce our next speaker?
Oh, cool. Odd Modlin is so great. So Odd Modlin has, I've seen the session. He changes it up every time, but I know what he's doing here. And it's about magic, and it's about gaming, and it's about design. And he also has a podcast called Two Guys in SharePoint. It's super cool, and you're going to love it. Check this out. Odd Modlin, so good to see you and have you on the show. Take it away.
How's it, Power Platform Conference? And welcome to 10 design principles we can learn from game design. I'm Odd Modlin. I'm a consultant working in the digital workplace. I've been at it for about 10 years now. I focus on process automations, forms, and workflow. That used to be SharePoint workflow and InfoPath and Nintex and all those good things. And recently it's been all about Power Apps and Power Automate and Flow and all those lovely new tools that we have. Here's a bunch of places you can find me online. And if you do follow me in any of these places, one thing you will definitely know about me is that I am a massive nerd. And part of that nerddom is a love for analog gaming, and the specific game we're going to be talking about today in particular. In relation to that, I want to introduce you to one of my favorite people. This is Mark Rosewater, also known as Marrow. He's one of the most enthusiastic people you'll ever hear speak. He has a podcast and a number of other things where you can hear him do that. For the purposes of this talk, we are interested as his work as lead designer of a game called Magic the Gathering. This talk is going to be focused around Magic the Gathering, but I'm not going to give you an in-depth rules discussion or teach you how to play or anything like that. If you don't know anything about it, all you really need to know is that it's the world's most successful and first trading card game. So you build a deck of cards that you can trade with other people, and that is how the game is played. It's got about 25 million players currently, and in 2019 it had a $10 million esports prize pool. People play this professionally. It's got over 10,000 unique cards already made for it. And they put out 4 new sets of cards a year, each of which has around 300 unique cards. When they do this, they need to balance those cards for many different types of players and different ways of playing, whether it's casual or professional, constructed or limited. Lots of different ways to play, and they've got to balance it for all of those. So Magic is interesting. It's got a very large user base, lots of people playing it. It's a very complicated system. Every card they print interacts with every card they've ever printed before. And it's undergoing continuous change. They're constantly bringing out new cards, new ways of playing. Large user base, very complicated system, undergoing continuous change. To me, that sounds quite familiar, right? It sounds a lot like the Power Platform. The amazing thing about Magic and Mark Rosewater and his team is that they deliver exceptional design every set. Arguably the best design in analog gaming currently. And they have never missed a deadline. They've never missed a print deadline in the 25 plus years that Magic's been around. I don't know about you, but I can't make that same claim. So we're going to look at some of Mark Rosewater's design philosophy and how it applies to us. Many years ago at the Global Design Conference, Mark gave a talk where he said that design is design regardless of what is being created. I really like that quote. It means that you can apply principles of design to anything. Regardless of what the principles were first envisioned as, you can then apply to any other kind of design. So as I said, at the Global Design Conference, Mark gave a talk about this man. This is Dieter Rams. He was a German industrial designer, and he was one of the founders of the Functionalist School of Design, and he came up with 10 design principles. One of the big fans of the School of Design and Dieter Rams' 10 principles was Jonathan Ive, the chief designer of Apple and the iPod, which I think we can all agree was quite successful. So what are these 10 design principles that Dieter Rams came up with and Mark Rosewater talked about? He said that good design is innovative. Good design makes a product useful. It is aesthetic. It helps us to understand a product. It is unobtrusive. It is honest. It is durable. It is consequent to the last detail. It is concerned with the environment. And it is as little design as possible. Over the course of this talk, we're going to examine these 10 principles, as Mark Rosewater did, and see how we can apply it to the Power Platform. Our first one, good design is innovative. So first, I'm going to show you what Mark said about this principle as it regards to Magic the Gathering design and trading card game design, and then I'm going to try relate it to the Power Platform and the work that we do. So, good design is innovative. Mark said that every set must do something that hasn't been done before. Every set should find ways to add new elements to old ideas. And every set should create a moment that is uniquely its own. So that is how he saw this principle as it relates to designing Magic the Gathering sets. In the Power Platform and in O365, innovation is quite easy, right? There is new stuff coming out all the time, and the platform itself and the tools itself are all very new and very exciting. We have new tools, new experiences, people have new ways of working, and we have new ways of enabling that for people. So the innovation for us is quite easy. Our solutions should provide something that the client hasn't had before, right? We should innovate it for them. We should use these new tools in the Power Platform to improve old processes that our businesses already have. Good design makes a product useful. In terms of Magic, Mark says that form follows function. The function of a game is quite easy, right? The function of a game is to be fun. He also says that too often a designer can get lost in the intricacies of making a card work that they lose sight of why they're making the card in the first place. This is a little bit more of a more difficult one for us as solution designers. In the Power Platform, we have to be very careful to really hone in on what the function of a solution is. If you're making a game, it's quite easy. The function is to be fun. But when we're designing a solution, we need to be very sure of what the function is that that solution is trying to achieve. And we should constantly re-examine our solutions throughout development and ask ourselves if it is still serving the function. We should never build something just for the sake of building it. We should build something specifically to serve a function. And we should always keep that in mind. It should always be useful. Good design is aesthetic. In terms of Magic the Gathering, Mark says, when perceiving things, humans care a great amount about if the object in question feels right. To illustrate this, I will show you a magic card. This is a magic card called Phantasmal Image. It is a creature, and essentially the story behind it is you conjure a creature that is an illusion copy, a phantasmal image of your opponent's creature. But when they try to interact with it in any way, if they try cast a spell on it or use an ability against it, then it disappears because it's just an illusion. It's not actually a real creature. So in this way, the mechanics of the card really play into the theme and the feel of the card. And you might just have to take my word for it, but when you're playing something like this, that feels really right when the theme and the mechanics are married nicely. So that's what it means in terms of the game design. In the Power Platform, aesthetics are important, right? Graphic design does have quite a big impact, at least on user adoption, right? If it looks better, it's a lot more friendly to use, and people are more likely to use it if it looks good. But it's not just about the graphic design. We should work with users to determine what feels right to them. How do they want our system to work? What makes sense to them? What feels right in the process of performing their tasks in our solution? One of the terms for this is experience design, right? It moves beyond just what color is it and what pictures and what buttons do I have in it. It's about the experience that they have using our product. And that all feeds into the aesthetics and can be quite difficult for technically minded people to work with, but it is quite important. So we really should work with our users to determine what feels right to them, and that is our aesthetics that we should be striving for. Good design helps us to understand a product. Mark said, a designer has to always be conscious not just of what the product is, but of what its design says as an introduction. When someone sees your product for the first time, it will be up to your product to convey the message, right? And that makes a lot of sense. We don't get to sit down with every user the first time they use one of our apps. So we have to provide that introduction to it inside the app experience. It's easy for us as IT pros or developers, designers, to forget that we've got a lot of experience. We've spent a lot of time with Microsoft and the product stack and these sorts of tools. But new users that are using our apps probably don't have that much experience with it. They don't have the same experience we do. So wherever possible, we should design our solutions to help channel that user's experience and provide them help in the app and have it as intuitive as we can make it as to what they should be doing and what everything means. Some of this comes to using accepted design language, right? People know what a menu looks like. They know what an icon for a menu is. They know what a save icon looks like. We should leverage those sorts of assumed knowledge in our solutions, in our apps, to make it easier for people and help them to understand what it is they should be doing. Providing in-app help is also very useful. Good design is unobtrusive. Mark said, I think Ram's major point is that all elements have to serve the design first and foremost and no other. The designer's job is to look at the system as a whole. I think that also resonates quite strongly with us in the Power Platform. No single solution we build, or app we build, or element should ever overshadow the rest of the environment. It's not about the thing we're building, it's about the entirety of the environment that we're working in. We should try to provide the app, the experience that we're building, in the location where users are already working. Thankfully, Microsoft has made this quite easy for us, right? We have a lot of integration into Teams. We can embed Power Apps and Power Automate flows within Teams, either through a bot or through commands or through tabs. We can give users that experience in the place where they're already working. Similarly in SharePoint, we can embed Power Apps within SharePoint pages. So if people are already working in SharePoint, we can give them the apps that are contextual to the work that they're doing in SharePoint right there in place. Outlook as well. We can leverage Outlook specifically in our Power Automate flows. Through adaptive cards, we can perform many tasks, including approvals and other things, in the place where people are already used to working in Outlook. And then in Power BI, it is part of the Power Platform stack, and you can also embed Power Apps within Power BI. So if you have tasks that are very data related, and as people are looking through data in the form of a report, if they then have to action something based on that data, we can embed a Power App right there where they're working already and let them move on from there and perform their task without having to leave their report to go do something. Good design is honest. Things need to do what your audience expects them to do. In short, being honest as a magic designer means taking all the steps necessary to have your cards serve the vision. Honesty is quite important. And in this case, I think us in the Power Platform as consultants or as designers have an edge over a magic designer. They are quite disconnected from their clients. We are much closer. So our solutions should be designed to do what the users expect them to do. There should never be a surprise about what the app's going to do. They should know about it beforehand. And this starts with scoping. You can't have it do what you expect it to do unless we know what they expect it to do. So scoping is very important to nail down what it is that the users need it to do and expect it to do and how they expect it to work. Again, the experience design, right? Through good experience design, we can show users what is expected of them and what the app should be doing. This can be things as simple as success messages and fail messages and error messages, having honest, open communication with the users during the app process. From end to end, we should always try to keep clear communication in scoping, during development, and during the running of the app. The app and us as developers should always communicate as clearly as possible with the users. Good design is durable. Mark said, when I design a card, I think long term. Disposable things use disposable ideas. Classic things use timeless ideas. Power Platform, we want to future-proof things. I will pause here for laughter because future-proofing in the age of everything being online and being a service can be quite challenging. Everything moves at quite a fast pace and changes quite a lot. So how do we actually do that? Well, first of all, we can use out-of-the-box tools. Rather than creating very complicated controls, rather use the out-of-the-box controls that are available to you. Any sort of out-of-the-box tool is far less likely to be broken by a new update than something that you've custom developed. And we should use best practice design where we can, right? If we're designing something, if it is complicated enough to warrant it, having good data models, normalized data tables, stuff like that can really do a lot to future-proof and improve the durability of our apps. And we should always institute a solution lifecycle. I think the days where we can develop a piece of software and expect it to run for 50 years are gone. So when we're developing an app, whether it's a Power App or anything else, we should always think about what the life cycle of this is. When do we expect this to be replaced or redeveloped or refactored? Is it a year, 3 years, 5 years? Some of that will go into how much effort we put into building it now and how it's maintained moving forwards. But it is important to think about the life cycle because it makes the process, the solution that we're dealing with, more durable. Good design is consequent to the last detail. Mark said, every facet of magic is going to be explored by someone. When they do, I want to have already been there. Little things matter because to people, little things matter. And little things should matter to us too. We should always pay attention to detail. When we're doing scoping, we should get as detail orientated as is possible. I know it's not always incredibly possible, but we should do as much as possible. During development as well, and maybe most importantly, we should really pay attention to our details. Is everything lining up right? Are our controls consistent across screens and across apps? Do we have tab preferences set so people can tab through different controls. The little details and spelling and all of that really do make quite a large difference to the polish and overall feel of an app. Again, in the experience design, right? Putting in the time to do the detailed work of experience design and what it actually means and can do for you is important. And change management. That's probably the last detail in any development cycle, and it is one of the most important. Just because we've built something doesn't mean people know how to use it, doesn't mean they know that it's there. So it is a really, really important detail to do proper change management and alert users and help users adopt the solution. Good design is concerned with the environment. Mara said, each card lives in a context that the designer has to understand. Failure to do so will result in a set that doesn't hold together. No solution that we build exists on its own. We always work in a larger environment, whether that environment is Office 365 or the environment of Power Platform and the different tools we have, that is greater than just the solution we are building right now. And there may be tools that are available outside of our narrow focus that could be very helpful to us. So we always need to be thinking about that larger environment. Similarly, the company environment is also very important. A solution that works for one company might not work for another company. Corporate cultures change a lot, especially between different industries. And things that work for one might not work for the other. So when we are building solutions, we should always keep that company environment, that company culture in mind as well. And the environment of the process that we're working on. Generally, when we're working on an app or a solution, that is part of a larger process. Some things have to happen before our process, before our solution. Some things have to happen afterwards. So paying attention to what inputs we have into our solution and what outputs we have is important, because it makes the environment of that entire process much easier for the people upstream and downstream, and at the end of the day for ourselves. Good design is as little design as possible. Maro said, instead of creating designs they need, designers create designs they can. Good design has to look past what is possible for what is required. What I take this to mean is that we shouldn't overcomplicate a solution. We shouldn't put in complications and cool little flashy things unless we absolutely have to. If an out-of-the-box tool will serve the function, then that's what we should use. If what we need is a survey, we should use Microsoft Forms, not Microsoft Power Apps. Simplicity in design makes development, training, and adoption easier. Simple design is a lot harder than doing something big and complicated. But if you can boil the process down, the solution down to its most basic elements, and that serves the function, that will make the entire process of development and rollout and adoption much, much easier. So what we've talked about is that good design is innovative. Our solutions should be innovative. They should offer something new that nobody's had before. They should make a product useful. We should always go back to the function of our solution and make sure that what we're building is still serving that function. Good design is aesthetic. It's not just enough for it to look okay. We need to think about the experience that our users are having with the product and if it feels right to them. Good design helps us to understand a product. We should make the product as easy to use as possible, use existing design language, and provide in-app help when possible. Good design is unobtrusive. We can embed our solutions within existing environments where people are already using and make the cost of picking up the app, the solution, a lot lower. People are much more likely to use it. Good design is honest. It should always do what our users expect it to do. Good design is durable. We should think about the long-term impact of our solution and what our product lifecycle is. Good design is consequent to the last detail. The details we put into our app will differentiate a really professional, smooth app from something else. Good design is concerned with the environment, whether that environment is Office 365, M365, the company culture we work in, or the process that our solution is a part of. Good design is as little design as possible. Keeping a solution simple is the highest aspiration that we can hope for. And if we can achieve that, we can make some really powerful solutions. Thank you so much for listening to me talk about Magic the Gathering and solution design and design principles. If you would like to find me online, here are some other places you can get hold of me. And I do hope that you will all very much enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Modlin, you are magic. I am loving all of the chat in YouTube about D&D and Pokemon Go, board games, all kinds of games. I love Risk and Clue, just in case you were wondering. So, anywho, we have got our next speaker up, Geetha, who is amazing, who I caught up with about a month ago, which was lovely, so thank you for that. She runs the user group in Dallas-Fort Worth, and she is amazing, and you're going to love this session. So, let's run that video. Geetha, take it away.
Hey everyone, I hope you're having a great time watching and learning from all the amazing sessions at the conference so far. I am super excited to be sharing my top tips and tricks to power up your Canvas app designs. Thanks for joining me today, and let's get started. A little bit about myself. I am a business applications MVP and a consultant at Artist Consulting, a Microsoft partner based out of Dallas, Texas. I am a Power Addict and enthusiast of all things Office 365 and the Azure stack. I'm also the co-founder of the Dallas-Fort Worth Power Apps and Power Automate UG. I frequently share my learnings and experiences from the Power Platform ecosystem, so feel free to connect with me on Twitter and LinkedIn. And today, we're going to take a look at my top 5 tips to power up Canvas app designs. I do not come from a web designing background, but I wanted to share things that I've learned along the way when it comes to app UI and UX. And I've categorized my tips in an easy to remember acronym POWER. And in essence of time, what we're going to do is take a look at a few tricks under each tip. So our number 1 tip is to plan ahead. Let's say you have your business requirements nailed down. You know your target audience, you know their pain points that you're trying to solve, and also the flow of user actions that need to happen within the app. But what would really help next is to have a visual representation of those UX stories to provide clarity on how your app really needs to be laid out. Now, it doesn't have to be a complicated prototype or design. A simple visual or a design prototype to represent the personas or roles involved and the specific scenarios that have been defined by the business that you would like to communicate as part of the flow within the app. Now, there are several tools out there. For example, there's Adobe XD, there's InVision that you can purchase and use as prototyping tools for UI and UX designs for your apps. I also tend to use PowerPoint to keep it simple by adding just a few shapes and outlines and just represent the logical flow within the app. Now, once you have a design prototype, the next step is to really work on how it's going to look. Like, for example, branding, the colors, the typography. But if you're like me and design isn't really your thing, then take inspirations. There are amazing templates put out by the Power Apps product team itself, like the employee experience starter kit that you can download, and you can look at how they've efficiently used the space within the app while not compromising the UI and UX for the app. And there are also app templates on the Maker portal, like for example, the customer success app and the meeting capture app. These are really good examples of apps that you can download, take a look, and just reuse the designs and the UI and UX that you find within the apps and just build on it. And of course, there are other third-party websites out there that you can look at for inspirations as well, like UI Movement and UX Matters. They have really cool examples of apps that other designers have built, and that can be an inspiration as well. Now, for branding, Sancho has done a great deal of work in releasing a branding template out for the community And it's really amazing how you can download the app and start setting up a template that you would really like for how your controls need to look, what kind of colors you would want to use for your app. And then it generates a template that you can use to build your app on. So be sure to check that out on the community forums. And of course, there are several other Power Addicts. Now, this list that I have here is an extensive list, and it's doesn't really stop here. I know there are several out there, but these are a bunch of them that I have seen who consistently and frequently share their tips and tricks on app designs and controls and components, and just follow them and get inspirations from them and start tweaking and expanding and extending on them within your apps. Here are a few amazing design inspirators from the community. April has a great YouTube video on a design framework for Power Apps, where she talks about how branding, performance, and usability kind of go hand in hand, and it's called the Power Apps Pyramid, so be sure to check out her YouTube channel. Both Alan Chai and Yusuf Sharif have always amazed us with their fantastic app designs that kind of make us stop for a moment and think, are these really Power Apps? Could you really do these in Power Apps? And it kind of speaks to the art of possible in Power Apps, where with a little bit of creativity, you can stretch Power Apps to look like native apps. And so be sure to follow their content so you can learn some really cool tips and tricks. Let's talk about colors that translate to your app branding. Primary and secondary colors are the base colors for your UI. Primary colors are the colors that are most frequently used in the UI, which really is your brand colors. Secondary colors are optional, but it's always good to have accent colors that emphasize the UI elements like buttons and progress bars, etc. And you want to make sure that the colors complement and contrast each other as well. And I usually go for neutral colors for the app background, and that really helps pop out the rest of the elements within the app. And you also want to make sure that they are readable when it comes to text or typography and are in compliance with the web content accessibility guidelines. Standard design recommendations are to have no more than 3 primary colors. Now, a good way to have a standardized set of colors for your theming or branding is to either set it on the app start, which I normally do, is just set a variable and define my accents and my primary colors, and I call that the PSS, which is like the Power App style sheet. Another way is to store it in your choice of data source for consistency, because that way any other app maker in the organization can still refer to the data source to get a standardized list of colors or for the branding for the app. Or you could also create a template app where you have all the standardized controls and styles and use that as the base to build your app on. Let's take a look at some of the tools out there that you can use to pick your colors if you are starting from scratch. Here are 2 of my favorite tools for generating color palettes. This first one here is Material Design. This is a design system created by Google to help makers build high-quality digital experiences on both mobile and web interfaces. You can pick a primary color or you can pick a secondary color from the material palette that's been provided, or you can also provide a hex code and get started with your custom palette. Now what that does is it generates a lighter and darker accents based on the colors picked, and it also generates what color your text needs to be on those primary and secondary colors. On the left here is a representation of how your app would look like with the generated palette, and it also shows you how the different controls and call to action buttons would look like. Another really cool feature about this tool is the accessibility tab. What that does is it lays out the primary, secondary colors and the lighter and darker accents, and then drops in the text based on the colors that were recommended. And it tells me if the color of the text is in compliance with the web content accessibility guidelines. A good example here is this light blue background. You would think that the white text would be quite legible, but it clearly isn't and is not in compliance with the web content accessibility guidelines. And it also gives me suggestion on the minimum opacity required if I were to use a black text on this background. Now, if you plan to have a dark mode within your app, Material Design has a baseline template for you to use to generate a dark mode color palette. Now this has all the suggestions on what colors you should be using on backgrounds, on surfaces, and also if you have error screens, what kind of color combinations would really pop out on a darker mode. So this is a great place to get started if you want a dark mode for your apps. Now, another really cool tool out there is Coolers. Now, it has a bunch of trending palettes that it provides for you to pick from, or you can also generate one from scratch. Now, I have a palette picked, and let's take a look at that. So right here, I can see that I have a black and a white, and then you have the 3 different colors here. Now, if I want to add another color to this palette, I can click Add Colors, and then it's going to add one, and it gives me a recommendation of what would be a good fit between the black and the Oxford blue. You can also choose a different shade you'd like. And then another feature is that you can check for color blindness. And what that does is it generates a different color palette based on your selection. Another really cool feature is the export feature. It allows you to export your generated palette into a PDF file, and that would have all the RGB codes and the hex codes. And then you can also look at the CSS generated. And what I usually do is scroll down to the bottom at the RGB section here, and then you can just copy and paste this into the app on start screen and then set a variable and use these generated colors within your app. How fun is that? You can generate a color palette and get started in no time at all using these really cool set of tools. Moving on to our second tip, optimal UI. There's so much you can do by thinking outside the box and stretching Power Apps to look like native apps. One such control that gives you the flexibility to power up your app designs is the HTML control. There are several things you can do with the control. For example, you can add CSS3 properties to generate gradients, box shadows, even icons. And they will have to be inline styles in the sense you would have to define them as inline CSS within the HTML tag that you specify in the control. Now, there are limitations to the control as well. You cannot define global styles. So any inline style that you specify within the control only dictates the visual appearance of that specific control and does not impact other elements on the page. And you cannot add pseudo classes. A pseudo class is used to define a special state of an element. For example, if you want something to happen on mouse over, or you want to customize the scroll bar, that would require pseudo classes. Best practice is to avoid using several images within your app. Images are heavy on the app and they bring down the performance of the app. It is ideal to use SVGs for any complex animations or images or icons that you would want to use, or you could use HTML as well to create icons. Now let's take a look at a sample app and see how we can use HTML controls and SVGs to power up your app designs. Here's a sample time of request app that I built. And there are several HTML controls and an SVG control that I've used within the app to keep it pretty light. At the top here is the app screen header, and that has a box shadow effect. And the way to achieve that is to drop an HTML control with the div tag and specify the height and background color. And this specific CSS3 property, the box shadow, is what defines how far you would want the spread of the shadow, and also at what color and at what opacity you would want the box shadow to be in. This next element that you have here is the donut chart. And for that, what I'm using is an SVG control so that I can keep it pretty light on the app when it loads for the user. And this is an image control with the scalar vector graphic defined. Now, what that also does is dynamically determines how much of the donut segment needs to be filled in. And so here are the two variables that are passed in. And so that determines what percentage of the donut chart that needs to be filled in. Another control that you would want to look at here is this gallery control that has the buttons that define the specific type of time of requests that the user can select. And each of those buttons are an HTML controls themselves. And they follow a similar pattern as we've seen for the app screen header. They have a box shadow specified, and then those rounded edges can be achieved by passing in the property border radius and specifying how many pixels you would want for and how rounded you would want the edges to be. And then another tip here is that you can also specify how you would want your cursor to be when a user mouses over the button. So in this case, I'm specifying that I want it to be a pointer. And you also have the ability to dynamically have a condition to determine what color the background for that button needs to be based on the current selection within the gallery. Another neat little trick here is this icon, which is a right arrow. Now, instead of using an icon or images, and my goal was to keep it pretty light within the app, I'm using an HTML control. HTML has this concept of Unicode characters that browsers can translate into icons. And so that's what you're seeing here. This specific set of characters here translate into this arrow icon. Now, if you're new to HTML or do not know how to work with CSS or Unicode, there are several resources out there that can help you get started. So one such example is the CSS3gen.com. You can pick the box shadow generator, specify what color you would want, and what kind of blurring effect or opacity that you would want for the box shadow. And what it does is it generates a CSS for those specifications that you just created. And all you have to do is copy that and then paste that into the style tag of your HTML control to get that effect. Now, another good resource is the Unicode table. So if you have any icons that you would want to use, you could come to the site here and search for the icon and then hover over the specific icon that you would want to use, and that will show you the HTML code for you to copy, and then you can plug that in within the app. Now here are a couple of other things you can do with a HTML control. Now at the top there are 3 different variations of the box shadow. Now you want to make sure that you don't get too aggressive with the box shadows. The option number 3 at the very far right gives you the effect of a button. So it has a much darker box shadow around the edges, and that indicates to the user that it's a clickable button. Now, if you want a card style layout or a layout that would help you separate out maybe items in your gallery or different types of labels, then you could use a much subtle version of the box shadow, which is number 1 here. This next HTML control that we're looking at has a gradient property defined. So you can see that I have a linear gradient specified, and that helps you specify what direction you would want your gradient to be in and at what color and percentages you would want to start and end at. Another quick little trick that you can use HTML control for is to truncate text. If you ever have a gallery control or a bunch of labels that display text, and if you need to truncate them to give an indication to the user that there's more text, then you could use the HTML control. Now here's an example of how we've done it in this label control. So we have a div tag and I'm specifying the width, so that determines how long the text needs to be. And then I'm also specifying what kind of an overflow indication I should be displaying, which should be an ellipsis. Then I'm also specifying that any overflow of text should be hidden and there should be no wrap. Now I have a gallery right below with a bunch of labels. So let's try and plug this style in to see how it impacts the actual text. So now you can see that each of the text actually did get truncated with an ellipsis to indicate that there is more for the user to provide context. Here's another really good use of the HTML control. If you have multi-step forms and you want to have a progress indicator for the users to provide context on what state or status of your form is in, then you could use your HTML controls and be really creative with how those status or progress indicators need to be. So here we have a bunch of different styles that I have specified, and you'll notice that I have a bunch of custom icons, and each of those icons are actually HTML text with the Unicode characters that you see there. And it's just a combination of labels and shapes and controls within the gallery control to make it look more intuitive for the user to know at what step in the process they are in. Now that we've learned a bunch of HTML control tips and tricks, let's look at our third tip, which is Web Content Access Guidelines. As designers, we have the responsibility to make sure that everyone has access to what we create, regardless of their ability, context, or situation. End of the day, we want to make sure we build a better experience for everyone that's using the app. Now, we've already looked at using tools like Material Design and Coolars to determine WCAG compliant colors. Now, here are 2 additional tricks to provide a better app experience for all your users. Make sure you use labels and tooltips with your form fields or call to action buttons and images. The app checker within the Power App Studio does a great job of indicating controls that are missing accessible labels. Do not ignore them. Use meaningful labels. This would help users with cognitive limitations or visual disabilities to avoid unnecessary keystrokes to visit content that really isn't relevant to them. Another usability pattern to avoid is specifying important information by color alone. For example, let's say you have a form with a set of required fields. Use a combination of text, color, and icons as visual cues to indicate the required fields. It's helpful for users with partial sight or color blindness to determine what's expected of them to actually continue using the app. Our fourth tip is effective and engaging UX. There's a distinct difference between UI and UX. UI is what users see, and UX is what users feel. UX design mainly involves understanding your target audience and their pain points. You could have the most beautiful app built, but if the UX is not up to the mark, then your adoption is going to take a hit. So that doesn't mean UI is not critical. UX and UI are both critical components that can make or break an app. They really work closely together to decide how an app looks and functions. Let's take a look at two patterns to help enhance user experience within your apps. Number one here is the text overlay solutions. It's become popular these days to overlay text labels on background images, but the last thing you would want is for your users to be straining to read such text. This is all the more important on apps. The smaller the screens, the smaller the text makes it even harder to read. One such solution is to use a scrim. A scrim is a semi-transparent layer that helps text appear more readable against backgrounds. And another solution is to overlay the whole background image with a translucent layer. Now let's take a look at a demo app to see how we can do that. Here is a demo event management app. And what we're looking at here is the splash screen for the app with the background image. I've added an overlay over the image just so the text on the left is more readable. And how I did that was actually drop a rectangle shape and then I set the color to be opaque with 16%. Another type of scrim that we have here is this darker overlay. And you can see how well the text pops out when compared to the description text on the left. Now this is achieved the same way. You should be able to drop in a rectangle control and set the opacity to be of a higher percentage. And right here we have it close to 50%. And that's what creates the layered effect above the image, and it really pops out the text so it's more legible and readable for users. It's quite straightforward to achieve overlay solutions. These are things that you would want to keep in mind when thinking of app user experience. This next tip is really important when it comes to touch-based interfaces. It's called the fat finger syndrome. If you haven't heard of this term before, trust me, it's real. This occurs when users unintentionally trigger a secondary action when navigating a touchscreen UI. It's usually because icons are too close or there's not enough padding to have separation between controls or call to action buttons. The design recommendation image that we see here is for material design. The recommended touch target size is to be a minimum of 48 pixels with at least 8 pixel space between targets. A great way to validate the user experience is to try the simple test called the one thumb, one eyeball test. The goal of this test is to find out if your design allows users to easily use the app with one hand and partially distracted attention. You want to make sure that the users can perform a certain number of tasks with just one hand in maybe about 60 seconds. Here's our last tip. Reduce complexity and optimize app performance. You may have the most marvelous app out there, but if it's slow, the user experience is not going to be that good. Maximizing app performance should be the goal from the very beginning of your app design, because performance also impacts the adoption of your app. Make sure to load content that's relevant to the user at that point in time. You may not need to load all of the data on App Start or on visible of the home screen. You could query your data source on demand wherever applicable. And when you make those queries, make sure to use the concurrent function so you can have parallel threads and speed up the queries. Static data is another important part of your data architecture and design decision. Any form of data that doesn't change frequently should be added as a static data source within the app. A good example for that is if you have a list of cities and zip codes that don't frequently change, you should consider adding that as a static Excel data source that's cached locally within the app. And that way your app wouldn't have to make external network calls to fetch the data. Another very important concept is delegation.
And it's really important for the app makers to have a good understanding of what functions and operators are delegable based on the data sources used within the app. Reza Dorrani has a great series on delegation around SharePoint as a data source. So be sure to check out his YouTube channel to get a good understanding of data type, operators, and functions, and how they all come into play when it comes to delegation. From an app layout perspective, it's really important to remember that less is more. You want to reduce clutter wherever it's possible. Use components wherever applicable for reusability and consistency. Use galleries where you can to maximize the number of controls that you can have within the app. Power Apps has a limitation on the number of controls that a certain screen can have, which is 500. So there are creative ways to get around that. Some forms can get really long with several fields that get added to it. And it would help users if they're either logically grouped within the form or if you could use tabs to break them into logical steps. Now, if you want to reduce the number of controls on the form, you can either use galleries and insert your controls within the galleries, so it's actually counted as one control. Clarissa has a really good blog post on how you can create infinity forms where she talks about how you can reduce the number of controls within your app. So be sure to check out her blog post as well. The Power Apps product team released a white paper covering performance techniques for reference as well. These are just a few tips and tricks on how you can enhance your app performance and reduce complexity. There's more to it, but that is for another day.
Well, that was the end of my top 5 tips and tricks in powering up your Canvas app designs. I hope you find them helpful in your app making journey. Big thanks for this opportunity and also to each and everyone working hard behind the scenes in running this conference. Stay tuned, there's more awesomeness coming your way.
Geetha, that was amazing. Pro dev, citizen dev, all the devs in one, right? I mean, amazing. Thank you for showing us how to make beautiful things in Canvas. Lovely. So, hey, we're going to shout out some more folks. We've got Less Code, More Power, beautiful show here at Channel 9 with Donna Sakar and Sarah Critchley, who are awesome. So check that out. And then next, John, you want to talk about this one?
Yeah, we have a enterprise-focused show where we use Power Automate and RPA. It's called Automate It. There's already 9 episodes out. It is on this channel, actually. So if you get subscribed, you'll see those new episodes all the time.
That is awesome. And this one.
And same thing for Build-A-Bot, brand new show focused on Power Virtual Agents. Our first episode came out last week, again, on this channel. So go ahead and get subscribed so you see that too.
Fantastic. And we also have Power BI for Women, a meetup that Kelly Kay on our team has started. Super cool. We had our first meeting a few weeks ago, and there will be more to come. So definitely check that out. Meetup.com/Power BI Women. You can join there. Want to talk about this one, John?
Also,
Yay.
Hack for Good, TDG, those Dynamics guys, Chris Huntingford, Will Dorrington, and Kyle, they run amazing hackathons. I just want to give a shout out to them. Go ahead and check out the virtual event hub so you can see all their hackathons and all their hangouts as well.
Absolutely. This video is awesome, y'all. I know we saw Charles give his keynote. This is another version of it, Low Code Revolution, up on YouTube. Definitely check that out. It's a fantastic video. And you know what? We need to rocket into some gratitude and gratefulness again.
Yeah, you know what? Let's go ahead and transition over to that.
Yeah.
Our theme of thankfulness, we're going to go ahead and continue right now. We have a couple more Microsoft people who want to say thanks to some of you. Let's check it out.
All right.
Hi everyone, Will Thompson from the Power BI Creator team here. I really wanted to say thank you to everybody in the community who gives us feedback, holds us accountable, and lets us know what you're doing with the Power Platform. And in particular, I also want to shout out to M. Winter on the Reddit forum, who produces Power BI Meme Mondays, generates loads of memes about Power BI, and I think they're really funny, and so does everybody else on the team. You keep us entertained. And also to a guy called Matt Calderwood. He's over in the UK, and he tweeted a little while ago about how Power BI has really changed his career in ways that he wasn't expecting. And it's a common story. It's not just Matt. I've heard this from a number of different people who tell us that Power BI and the rest of the Power Platform have reignited their careers or taken it in a different directions, and in fact, in some cases, changed their lives. We really love those stories. It really enthuses us. It really helps us get out of bed in the morning, and it's wonderful to hear these fantastic things that the Power Platform is doing for people, for their lives, for their careers. So thank you all. Keep that feedback coming. Let us know what you're doing. We love to hear it. Thank you all so much.
Hello everyone, Miguel Martinez here, PM in the Power BI team. And I want to thank from the bottom of my heart some people that have been helping other community members at community.powerbi.com from day one. Trev Gate, Devin Knight, Reza, Tom Martins, and Gilbert Cavaliers. Thank you so much, folks.
Hello, I'm Tanya. I'm PM on Power Automate, and I want to thank community, all of you guys, and especially Leila and Tati, who I worked with on AI Builder, and Eric Sauvé, whose blogs are awesome, and I always read his blogs every time he posts them. Thank you guys.
How about that cat?
I know. I love those videos. Just like getting to see the team in their home, just sticking their phone up to their face and being authentic, shooting right from the hip about how they feel. It's very cool. It's very inspiring. Watching these videos come together, I was so excited to get to see how much love our teams actually have for the community. So speaking of the community, let's share some more resources really quick, okay?
Absolutely.
So one thing that you all should know is, I know we're going through these quick. You might not have time to grab all the links, but the good news is, as soon as the show is done, we will go ahead and stick this presentation into a OneDrive. And so we'll then make a link on the description so you can download every single one of these slides and have all these resources at your fingertips. So if you're missing them, don't worry, we will come back. Okay, so this one is Power Automate tutorials, near and dear to my heart. 3 different buckets here: beginner tutorials, intermediate, and advanced. Depending on where your skill set is at, you can jump right in.
Absolutely. You're probably used to our aka.ms shorty links, right? So
By now, I hope.
I hope so, yeah. So that's how we shorten stuff up. So this is our Center of Excellence Starter Kit. So this is awesome. Looking at our admin center, lots of templates. It's a collection of components and tools. So definitely check that out if you want to get started. And it's fantastic. Our PowerCat team puts all of these amazing things together.
It gives you a good view into your whole ecosystem.
Yeah.
It really shows you who's using apps, who's using flows, so you can see what's actually happening.
Absolutely. And the personas, I think, are really key too, of like, okay, if we're an admin, we're talking admin. If we're governance, we got both admin and maker, etc. And then we bring in the end user, we got designers, all these sorts of things. So it's got great pillars, it's got great information, great templates. So definitely check out the Center of Excellence, or COE Starter Kit. John.
All right, and then the last one we'll talk about here before we jump into our next session is robotic process automation. You saw Daniel Laskewitz give a 101 session to Power Automate Desktop a little earlier in the show. This RPA in a day material is how you take that Power Automate Desktop 101 and blow it up and create amazing things. It is a full day of labs and tutorials to guide you through how to get the most out of using RPA. It's a very awesome tool. It was actually developed in partnership with the community. Tomasz and Daniel Laskewitz, who you've seen, actually helped contribute and shape the content to make sure that it was the most useful for the community. So definitely go and check that out as well. Okay, it is time. We've had a lot of questions. When are we going to see some Power BI?
Now!
This is that moment. So we have the Power BI sessions that have come in were a little more intermediate to advanced, so they've kind of hung out here till later in the day.
Older. It's
but
cool.
Isabelle Campenhoudt, who is one of my closest friends, an amazing person. She works for a company called ShareQL in partnership with Dr. Flo, another great friend of mine. She's an amazing teacher. She knows everything there is to know about Power BI, and she's going to teach you how to manage Power BI with Power BI. It's going to be great. Isabelle, all yours.
Hello and welcome to this session. Monitor and document your Power BI environment in Power BI with Power BI. So my name is Isabelle van Campenhoudt. I'm a data platform MVP from Brussels, French-speaking one, as you can hear. I've been working on the Microsoft data platform since more than 20 years now. You can reach me if you want on my blog, on my Twitter account, or even on my mailbox if you want. All is in the slide. So the agenda of today will be the following. Why do we need monitoring in Power BI? No TCO, meaning know yourself. Then we will go through the built-in solution and then how to make some homemade solution to monitor. And then the conclusion. So let's go through 3 different profiles to understand the needs that we have to monitor a Power BI environment. So let's meet Lisa. Lisa is a Power BI administrator, and she had a lot of questions in her mind. So, are my dataset refreshes performing? Are my pro license used? What about my premium capacity? Which data source I used? Are my gateways okay? How many workspaces have we? With admin of those, etc., etc. That can be a very long list. In the meantime, there is Isabelle. Isabelle is a team leader, and she needs awareness about our team workspace. What are the effective users? What are the permissions? What are the activities? Are they compliant with the standard of the company? And we have also Hector. Hector is the Power BI company evangelist, meaning he wants to raise the adoption into the company. So he needs to analyze the usage. Who is actually using Power BI? What is the evolution of usage these last 2 years? What are the most popular reports? How users consume the report? Is that from the web? Is that embedded from the phone? What is the ratio between the consumer and the makers of report? All know the sentence from the philosopher, know thyself, and you will know the universe and the gods. And in the Power BI universe, that means that we have the solution in Power BI itself. So Power BI have our self-awareness, because we will see that there is a lot of metadata that we can retrieve, and Power BI, of course, as analytical power, so we can do dashboard about the metadata that we want to see. And how deep Power BI knows himself? Actually, there is a lot of object and method that you can dig into to have information. Most of them are exposed through the Power BI REST API, so you can have all the admin task, but also all the stuff around the groups, the data set, the reports, the user, the dashboard, the capacity, and so on and so on and so on. So now let's begin. Let's start with the quest of our information. This is like a treasure map for you, because I have listed all the different sources you will be able to use to monitor your system, meaning that there are built-in reports inside the Power Service itself that you can consult. There is a REST API, which is the most powerful way to directly go to the source of everything. Of course, you can use the Power BI admin portal, but you will need to go either to the Office 365 admin portal. There is audit logs. The Azure portal can be useful as well if you want to see who is actually logging. And there are some apps that are shared to help you with some template reports for your metadata. So let's go to the O, I know, the built-in solution. So what are the solutions that you already have into the Power BI service offer to help you with the monitoring? First of all, of course, if you go to the service level, you need to know if Power BI is healthy. Of course, that's the beginning. So the admin center will help you with that. For the usage, you can also find useful to go to the Azure Active Directory into the Azure portals to see the sign-in and to see the people that are signing into Microsoft Power BI. Then, if we want to be a little more specific, of course, we can go to the admin portal. And in the admin portal, we will see a lot of information like the usage metrics for the whole tenants, but also you will have access to audit logs and this kind of stuff. There is also an app which is called the Power BI Premium apps that you can download and install if you are using Premium. And I hope that you are using Premium because it's amazing, of course. You will have this very, very useful report that make you able to have a very thorough analysis of your different capacity about the dataset workload. If you want to know why a refresh is taking so many time, you will have the information there as well. So as you can see, you will even go through the queries that are used by your report. There is also a very interesting template that you can download in the link that I have put in the slide here to monitor the performance of your gateway. So that's a very interesting one as well, and that's provided by Microsoft. Then you can go directly to your workspace and monitor what's happening in there. So in your workspace, you will find, of course, your dashboard, your report, your data set, and you will have the usage metrics report. So you can see the dashboard usage as well, the report usage as well. If you are very interested into the usage of your Power BI environment, you have the audit logs that will help you. So there is 2 audit logs, but actually one of them is the child of the other. So you have what is called the Unified Office 365 audit log that includes events from every source in Office 365. And so, of course, it is including the Power BI audit event. To access it, you will need read like global admin or auditor, so you need specific permission. You can do a research in it, and you can have a lot of information from that, and you will it keeps by default the audit data for 90 days. If you are using the Power BI activity log, you will only have the information from the Power BI. That makes sense. By default, global admins and Power BI admin have access, but there is no user interface to make a research on it. So you can reach it, but you will need to use something like a PowerShell script, and then you will be able to grab information from it. So you need to do it more by yourself. And the retention is 30 days. So now let's see how we can do homemade solution to monitor our Power BI environment. So we have seen that there is some built-in reports like the usage metrics report. So you can customize those reports. You can download them, and then you can edit them, and you will have access to the data model in it, and then you will be able to do your own measure if you want. So that's a very nice possibility and a very easy one. But the real power to retrieve your metadata to know the God and the universe will be the Power BI REST API. So it will be maybe one API to route them all. So it's a very, very interesting and a very rich possibility. You will need, of course, to do some Azure registration to do that. It's very well documented. And you will find a lot of source using those REST API in GitHub. If you go to the documentation of it, you will see that you have a lot of explanation and documentation, and that you can even try the stuff within the documentation page if you want. So how can you use the REST, the Power BI REST API? You can use PowerShell, of course. So PowerShell is a very, very interesting and powerful scripting language. And with this, sky is the limit. So it's not always allowed by company policies to use PowerShell to read your Power BI service, which is absolutely too bad, of course, but most of the time you will be able to negotiate that, even more if you are the Power BI administrator. So it's not that user-friendly for people who are not used to code, but once you get into it, you will have all the flexibility you need. It's not directly readable. By that, I mean that you will use PowerShell to grab the information, but after that, what you will have will be a CSV or an Excel file. So you will need to do some reporting on top of it if you want to use it. Power Automate, of course, instead of PowerShell, you can choose to use Power Automate. We are in the Power Platform after all, and Power BI and Power Automate are very good friends. In this case, we will not use the built-in Power BI connector and the action of it, but we will think about the API. How can a flow use the Power BI REST API to give me some information, to retrieve some metadata, to make some action. So to do so, we will need a custom connector, but don't be afraid. It will not be that complicated thanks to Power Automate itself. And once it will be done, you will have access to all the information from Power BI. So that's the idea. So to create the Power BI custom connector in Power Automate, you will need to use the Power BI REST API Swagger file, which is like a definition file of all the action that you have in the Power BI REST API. Once you have this file, and this file can be found on GitHub, actually, like you see on my screen. Once you have that, you will be able to use the Swagger file to create your own connector. And you will retrieve more than 100 actions. Actually, it's like 200 by the time. So the screenshot was taken a long time ago, to be honest. But it's still working. And then you will use it in Flow to manage your Power BI workspace and all the objects, but also to edit them. So it will be really easy to do some stuff like this one. So you can manipulate the object in it, like refresh a specific data set, but you can also list, for instance, your workspace, and it will be very useful to be used as a snitch. If you want to see a workspace that is not in your naming convention, you will be able to find it there and to take action after that, thanks to Power Automate. So let's have a look at it now. So let's see in this demo how we can create a custom connector in Power Automate. So to do so, you will need to go to your Power Automate site to sign in. And if you go to the connector page, you don't see any option to create a custom connector. Actually, you need to go to Data, and under that you will find Custom Connector. So it's not super intuitive. You see that my connector is already prepared for the demo, but I will show you how to start. So to start, you will need to go to New, Custom Connector, and you have several options. The one we are using it is import an open API file, because this one will give you the possibility to use the Swagger file that you can find on GitHub, like here. So it is a JSON file with all the description of the Power BI REST API. So let's go back here. Let's create my custom connector, and then the most important step here will be to grab the Swagger file. In this case, for me, Swagger good, the good version I need to use, and then you will click to continue. After that, you have different steps to provide. So let's have directly a look, because it can take some a while to achieve that part. Let's have a look to the already prepared custom connector. So when you open it, what's interesting is activate the Swagger editor. Not because we will need to activate it, but most because you will see the Swagger file side by side with all the different stuff that has been discovered and interpreted like action. So for people who are already familiar with the Power BI REST API, this is very, very nice because you can recognize all of the action you are used to use, maybe in PowerShell, I don't know. The next step, very important one, is the security, because in the security, you will need to provide, the authorization to your connector to connect to the Power BI service and to grab the information through the Power BI REST API. So this is something you need to configure in Azure. In the resource file links, I will give you the full tutorial on how to do so. So you will need the client ID, you will need the client secret. So it's a little technical, but it's not impossible at all. But most important, it's what can you do after that? So we will go back to my flow here to see an example of usage of it. Okay. So this is a team flow actually. And I will go to this one, returns a list of workspace. So let's edit this flow to see what's in there. Okay. So actually what this flow is doing is to manually trigger a flow. So it's the most simplest trigger that you can find. It's just like a button that you can push from your phone if you want. But of course, you can have a lot of trigger here. This is not a flow session. Then you will choose an action. And to choose an action, you will go through the custom action and you will find your custom connector. And when I click on it, that's the beautiful part, because I have dozens and dozens of action all coming from this Swagger file. So this is really a time saver possibility. So what has been done in this flow, I will just specify that my connection is this one. I will return the list of workspace under characteristic. So it will grab the different workspace with, why not, a top or a skips or a filter. Those are parameters of the action. Then I will parse it into JSON because I receive a JSON. And then for each of the answer I receive, I will put a row into a table. So maybe we can try to run the flow. Okay. So I will run it here. And I can verify that it was a success. I have all the steps here. Perfect. And I can see my result here, as you see in my Excel file. So I have the workspace name, if it is a dedicated one, if it is read-only or not. I have the date of my audit and the location of my demo. As you can see, it has been done in Darmstadt, and today it is in Tervuur, which is where I live. So that's all for the Power Automate custom connector. Of course, know that you know how to do the stuff. It's sky is the limit. You can achieve a tremendous amount of stuff with that. That's super nice and interesting. So after this demo, maybe it's time for us to think a little further. Because after all, if we want to do reporting on our metadata from Power BI, maybe we can connect directly Power BI to this information. Is that possible? Again, we will need to use a custom connector to do that, because there are none built in so far, of course, so far. So the nice thing is that we will not need any third part between Power BI and Power BI reporting, of course, because we will be directly connected to the REST API, which is nice. The only trouble is that, as you may have seen with the audit logs, for instance, there is the question of historization. So maybe you will still prefer to store regularly what you have exported from the Power BI REST API. Another thing is the limitation, because you can have a very, very large tenant and your report needs to be sustainable as well. And then there is another question. When you are starting to use the Power BI REST API, you may have noticed that you can do that with two kinds of identity. There are features allowed to not admin people, and there are features allowed to admin people. So let's have a look to that, because it's quite a nice solution as well. So to install the custom connector, there is a project on GitHub, which is published, open, that you can download, and then you can install it like a custom connector. If you don't know how to install a custom connector, this is very well described in the documentation. And you will need to go to the option of your Power BI desktop to allow what are called data extension to be able to use your custom connector. After that, and I will show you that in a demo, of course, you will see your new connector, which is the Power BI API beta here, and you will have access to different function and object as well. So let's have directly a look to it. In this last demo, I want to show you a very nice possibility, which is to use a custom Power BI connector. So to do that, as I explained in the slide, you need to install a custom connector and to activate the option to allow Power BI Desktop to use it. And then normally you should be able to see it in your data source possibility. So let's have a look to that. If I go here in my Power Platform category, I will see the Power BI API beta. I can connect here and then the navigator will open and I will explain you there are different stuff available. So you will have the possibility to use a function, and the function will be grab event from the activity log or the get data, which will allow you to be more specific to grab some data if you want in Power Query, from Power Query. Also, you have different objects like the gateways here, the personal workspace, which is a little different from the workspace. And then you have also the Power BI Service Administrator. So this is a part who will need you to have the Power BI Administrator right. So it is important to know that, because there are information that you can grab without being a Power BI administrator. And that means that you can distribute report to team leader, to workspace admin, for instance. They don't need to be Power BI service administration. So they will be able to have a lot of information here, like the refresh history, for instance, of their different data set. See, this is really, really nice. Okay. When it's done, because you will be able to reach all of this information, again, it will be your fun to prepare some nice report. For instance, this one is a user engagement dashboard. It is for, if you remember from the beginning, our third profile was the Power BI responsible for evangelization. With that, is able to see how the people are engaging with Power BI in the Tenant. And so you can also have different common information like the workspace, the access of everyone in the workspace if you want. So again, this is only the beginning. The rest is up to you. An important point to make sure that this connector will work, though, is again to register an Azure AD application with Power BI. And this slide is just to give you the list of all the permission that you will need for delegate the right to your application, because in the custom connector you will need to provide this information as well. So, and that's all for today. I hope that after this session you have a lot of different idea, paths, way to do stuff, and you are quite impatient to start monitoring your Power BI environment. Thank you.
Isabelle, that was amazing. Power BI just kind of manages everything, you know? So thank you for that beautiful session and no chickening out. You rocked it. So I have a slide behind me that I want to talk about for a minute. Someone on our team who you all really know and love. And if you don't know him, he is at Mr. Dang on Twitter, and he's got some challenges for you. Brian on our team was a school teacher before he came to us at Microsoft, where he was hired and plucked by Mr. Bill Gates himself, actually. So go check out Brian's challenges. He is one of the smartest people I know. He knows how to build everything, literally. So we want to talk about another program too. So shout out to Mr. Dang. And let's talk about our super user program, because it is rad.
Oh man, I feel like we're gonna let everyone in on a very, very super secret elite group here. So 140 people across the planet, 141 people across the planet out of 2 million community members. There are 3,800 Microsoft MVPs on the planet and only 141 Power Platform community super users. What is a community super user? It is someone who takes part in our community, in our forums, in our galleries, in our ideas stuff, all those places we mentioned earlier. They take part there. They answer questions and they help other people. They get a whole bunch of added bonuses in the community. They get to add extra kudos. They get badges. They get a whole bunch of, they get a secret meeting with the product group and with me every month. Being a super user is one of the best ways to contribute back to the community and also get a bit of an inside ear and some added bonuses to being a community member. It is definitely something you should check out. Go check out that AKAMS link and get signed up in the community and see if you can become a super user.
Yeah,
okay, it's time for our next session. We're running late already. Mariano Gomez Bent, an amazing teacher, is going to show us how to bring together Power Virtual Agents and Power Automate to get the most out of both. Mariano, the show is yours.
Yeah.
Hello fam, Mariano Gomez, the Dynamics GP Blogster here. I am truly excited of participating in this Power Platform community conference and being here with you today. I want to first and foremost thank all the event organizers and sponsors who got us here to begin with, and for you for attending this particular session. I'll be talking about Power Virtual Agents and Power Automate, a match made in heaven. And we'll see why these two powerful platform products, when combined together, can deliver an absolutely amazing end user experience to employees and customers alike. I will be also eliciting the help of Microsoft Dynamics GP just to demonstrate the concepts that I'm talking about here today. I'm a Microsoft MVP for the business applications track, and I will be showing you today how to build that chatbot experience along with leveraging Power Automate. So stay tuned and let's see how it's done. Okay, we'll start out with this ERP experience where I have embedded a bot. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually expand or maximize this particular pane. And here's my Andrea bot. I'm going to start by typing hi and submit that to the bot. What I expect is obviously the bot to trigger a set of experiences. So here you go. As soon as I type that, then it presents me with a set of options. But I also get greeted, and bot basically asks me what I can be helped with today. So I'm just going to go ahead and click here where I want to tell it to get the customer balance. It prompts me quickly as to what customer balance I want to retrieve. So I'm going to type AaronFit001, which is my sample customer in this particular database, so or ERP database. So I'm just going to submit that to the bot. And as you can see, it's inferring a little bit about that customer and comes back with the actual balance corresponding to that customer. I'm also presented with a small survey to rate my experience. And as you can see here, besides the information presented from the customer, I'm just going to go ahead and rate my experience as excellent. And once I do that, I am also provided additional greetings where I can choose to basically define what else I want to be helped with. So I'm just going to go ahead and say yes. And now I'm going to inquire my vendor balance. And I'm being prompted to provide the vendor. So I'm just going to go ahead and type advanced 001, which is my sample vendor ID, and submit that to the bot. Again, the bot is going to go back and inquiry for that particular vendor, comes back with the balance, and I get the same rating experience again in the survey. So as you can see here, I'm also presented with that 74,938 with 64 balance. I'm just going to continue and rate my experience as excellent. Now the bot asks if we can be helped with anything else. So we're just going to click on no thanks. I'm going to type hi once more, and that's going to trigger the bot. But the idea here is that you will be able to build this experience if you follow along and you help me a little bit out through this presentation. So let's shift over here to Power Virtual Agents. And here I have my Andrea bot that I exposed and published to my ERP system. And I'm going to then click on New Bot. And this bot is going to be called Crystal. So let's type in Crystal here. Oops, go back a little bit and type in correctly. We are presented with a set of options. One of those is to choose, obviously, the environment where I want to set up my bot. This environment is also going to host the flows that I'm going to use as part of this project. So I'm just going to hit create here. And what create will do is it will launch the bot building engine, which will then go ahead and leverage obviously all the Azure bot framework components to set this bot up on that platform. So note that while this is creating, what is happening is all these experiences, all these low code, no code capabilities are being transferred and exposed to Azure bot framework, so you don't have to do that manually. Now, the first thing is we have a greeting, and that's the initial topic that we need to work on. And the greeting topic does allow you to set up the initial experience that the user will have with the bot. So here is all the questions that you're gonna have trigger when this particular bot is initiated or instantiated by an end user. So as you can see here, my trigger phrases are good afternoon, etc. I'm just going to go ahead and customize the initial greeting message that the user will see. And here I'm going to type crystal, just insert the word crystal, personalize it a little bit, and mention that it belongs to the Fabricam company. So things can become a little bit more user-friendly at the end of the day. Now, we will jump and add a new action. So if we click on the plus sign here, we're going to be able to ask a question, which is probably what we want to do. And that's going to be the question that is going to follow once the greeting process happens. So in this case, what can I help you with today? That's what I'm going to type here. And we're going to provide the user with options. So one of them is going to be get customer balance. So that's the first option. And the second one is going to be get vendor balance. As you can see from the actions that the designer is taking, I am automatically given the conditions. And those conditions are in response to the options that the user has to select. So it's basically a branching mechanism that allows me to then infer upon the action or the option that was selected, and where I can add then additional experiences based on that. So for these experiences, what we are going to do is once we actually click on that, we can ask additional questions, we can call an action, we can show a message, we can go to another topic or end the conversation. So what I want to do is I want to set up a brand new topic that is going to allow this bot to transition and invoke Power Automate, and we'll see how that is done. So I'm just going to go over here to the list of topics again, and I'm going to set up a new topic, and we're going to enter our title for that. In this case, that's going to be the Get Customer Balance topic. That's absolutely what we need at this point. So we're going to basically enter a description for this, which is obtain customer balance from Microsoft Dynamics GP. Okay, perfect. So we're going to set up a few trigger phrases. So the first one would be get customer balance. We're going to add that. The second one will be what's my customer balance? And we're going to add that. And the third one will be show my customer balance. Show me my customer balance, actually. So we add that. Perfect. That's good. Now, the other thing that we want to do is we want to go to the authoring canvas for this topic. And what we'll do then is we'll have that same designer experience. So initially, what we want to do is we want to ask the customer or the end user what customer we need to inquiry the balance for. So note that we are entering which customer would you like to inquiry. So that will allow me to add an action, but perhaps a message is not the best place to do that. So what we want to do is we want to actually change that for a question that allows me to provide a set of options for the user to choose from. So which customer would you like to inquiry? Then the good thing here is what we asking the system to identify is a response, right? So that response can be not only in the form of choice options, but you have a set or a myriad of responses that you can provide, whether that's an email, percentage, temperature, speed, URL, etc. All of them with their proper validation procedures behind them. So they already templatize the information that you can provide. For this particular experience, we want to select a user's entire response. It means that whatever the user types, that's actually what's going to be happening. And then we're going to assign this to a variable called customer ID. The variables are defined for you automatically. I don't like to use this set variable, so I prefer to actually be able to customize my variable name. So then we're going to add an action. And that action is going to be, in this case, once the user enters that information, we're going to want to then allow ourselves to perform call that flow that we talked about. So what we're going to do is select the call and action option, and then we're going to select among the flows that I've created. Don't worry, I'm going to show you how these flows were set up. But initially, what I want to do is I want to be able to map the customer ID, pass that on to the flow, and then note that that's going to be returned in the customer balance variable. So let's click here on the flow link, and that's going to take me to the flow designer experience. So here, this flow is actually triggered by Power Virtual Agents, lo and behold. And I'm passing in the customer ID. Yeah, the variable is naming correctly, but that doesn't matter. The parameter input is naming correctly. But you can change that. And once we do get the customer ID over, what we're going to do is we're going to initialize a variable that's going to format the balance string that we're going to get back. So I'm going to get back a numeric value, but I want to format it into a string. So with the currency symbol. And what I'm going to do then is I'm going to invoke the SQL connector, and I'm going to actually do a get rows, passing in all the connection information to a specific table in my ERP that actually holds the customer balance. So I need to make it specific. So what I want to do is I want to apply a filter on the customer number equals the customer ID that was passed in from the bot, that in this case, Crystal. Now, note that that filter is actually written in OData format. So the next thing is I'm going to retrieve the first row, and because obviously customers are unique, so we expect that the array will return, or actually the action will return an array from which we're just going to obtain the first row. And then what we want to do is we want to use a compose action to just extract the customer balance from the fields that were returned. Now, here in the condition, we're going to check to make sure that the output is not null. And if it's not null, then we'll move on to the yes side. And what we're going to do is we're going to format that output as a currency with as a currency string with its proper decimals, etc. Now, the good thing is you can choose your locale based on where you are. And from the supported locales, based on where you are, you'll get different currency formats accordingly. So, and finally, we'll update the formatted balance, I guess, variable with the formatted number. So that's pretty simple. Nothing too complicated. But what happens if we don't find that customer? So we're going to go through the no side, and all we're going to do is we're going to update the formatted balance with NA for not available or not found or whatever you want to call it. And then return that value back to the customer balance parameter in the bot. So, or variable, I should say, in that bot. So that's super cool, because then you can see how you can call a flow from Power Virtual Agents. Very simple. Now we're going to add a condition because we want to act based on the balance that was retrieved. So if it's equal to NA, that means that that customer was not found. And what we want to do is we want to provide a message to our end user that says something like customer not found. And you could even pass in the customer ID if you want, but that's not something we're going to do here. We're going to do that, show you how you do something in the next session or in the next segment. What we're going to do then is we're going to allow ourselves to send this user, let's click this again. We're going to send this user to another topic. In this case, perhaps what we want to do is we want to send them to the action that allows them to start over. Okay, so that basically will trigger that start over action. And as you can see, that is done as a redirect to that topic. So that's awesome. Next, we're going to work on the other side of that condition, meaning when an actual balance was returned. So what we're going to do here is click to add an action. And what I'm going to do is show a message again. And what we're going to say is the customer, and in this case, we can also insert variables. In this case, the customer ID balance is, and we're going to insert the customer balance that was returned from the flow. That's super cool. And then we're going to actually end the conversation with a survey. So note that these two different paths end with different actions and end with different messages. So that's basically very informative to the end user. So now here, what we're going to do is once we save it, because you got to save first, we can then test the topic. So in this case, I can start with my trigger phrase, get customer balance. And that the designer will actually show me what particular action within that bot I'm actually doing. So I'm going to type Arun fit 001 and I'm going to get back a response. So that basically triggers the flow, gets the response back to me and asks me if the answer suffices my question. So I'm just going to say yes, yes. And now I'm presented with a survey and I'm going to grade this as excellent. So that's super cool, very useful, very handy. And it's something that we can quickly implement. As you saw, it only took a few actions to get this bot implemented. So we're going to try another trigger phrase, get customer balance again. And we can then initiate all the action all over again. But let me show you something cool. What if we wanted to do this for a vendor? And we're going to get to that topic, but we're going to go back to the greetings topic. And then I'm going to go back to the author in Canvas. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to wire up that bot to my particular condition for get customer balance. So here I'm going to go to another topic and look, there's the get customer balance topic. So that's going to create a redirect to that particular topic. So I can actually start from a full greeting, or I can start directly from that topic if that's what I wanted. So now that I have this, let's see how we can set up the vendor balance pretty quick. So what we can do is we can make a copy here, and the bot has the ability to duplicate that action. We can enable it. And what we're going to do then is we're going to go and edit it first and foremost. So we're just going to click to rename it. And we're going to call this one Get Vendor Balance. And we can then change the different greetings, trigger phrases based on what we are interested in this particular case, get my vendor balance. We can rename the other one, show me my vendor balance. And we can rename the last one as get vendor balance. So as you can see, very simple to make changes to an existing topic. We're going to go to the author in Canvas again, and then we're going to click on that. And that should bring up the, first I think we got to save it. So let's just save it. And then we go to the author in Canvas. And here in the author in Canvas, again, all we got to do is make slight changes to this. So which vendor would you like to inquiry? And again, that's going to be the same entire user response. And what we want to do is we want to change the variable. We don't want to, just leave the same variable, although you could. I don't recommend it. And what we want to do here then is we want to delete this action, and we want to then add a call to the other flow that we created. In this particular case, we have the get vendor balance flow, which we're going to wire up here. And then we're going to pass in the vendor ID. I'm sorry. See, now I'm getting tripped up myself. And we're going to basically map the vendor balance back into the response into this action. Now that's very cool. So I'm just going to proceed to remove these two orphan actions over here. And then I'm going to set them up individually so you can see how we can re-exploit that. I wish there was a way to just drag and drop to wire it up again, but that's not available right now. So let's do that. So click on the plus sign again. All we're gonna do then is check the condition on the vendor balance that was returned. So as you can see, the actions that I'm gonna set up are exactly the same as we defined for our customers. So if it's not available, meaning the vendor was not found, we're going to then say that vendor, in this case, we can insert the vendor ID, was not found. And that's possible that that vendor doesn't exist in our ERP system. Okay, so please try again. And we can then end this particular topic with, or based on that branch, on the start over action again. So we're gonna redirect to the start over topic. And for the other side of the condition, we're gonna show a message that says the vendor balance, vendor ID balance is, and then we map the vendor balance itself. So very cool. And then here we're gonna just simply end the conversation and on a survey. So that's it. We save this and we're good to go. Now, what we do is we can test this out. So we're just gonna type get vendor balance. So I'm gonna use a sample vendor ID, in this case, advanced 001, and submit that to the bot. As you can tell, that's executing the flow, and that flow is gonna go back to my ERP and pull the data and get that into the response that is returned to me. In this case, vendor advance 001 balance is $74,938.64, and I can complete the survey on what's not. Okay, perfect. We can also try get vendor balance once more, and there we go. That will show me exactly where we at. If I just type in something random, as you can see, it will tell me that the vendor does not exist. So that's good. Very well put, very well done, and it does allow me to set up the proper route for my topics. And what we can do is reset this now, go back to home, and we're gonna publish this bot. You need to publish the bots so they are actually exposed. And once I click publish, this will go through and prepare that content for me. And if I then go and click on manage over here to the left, I can actually then select the channel for which I want to publish this. So there's a number of channels. There's a demo website, a custom website. Let's say I want a custom website because all I'm interested in is the URL that is actually exposed for this bot. So I can just highlight that, copy it, and then what I'm gonna do then is a little trickery here where I'm gonna actually go to the browser and simply enter that endpoint for Power Virtual Agents, and that should allow me to test a web version of my bot. So that's pretty cool. But we are interested in publishing this in my ERP. So in my particular case, I'm using Dynamics GP. And for Dynamics GP, it has an ini file that allows me to send parameters into the application. And one of those sections within that ini file control exactly that connect gadget that we talked about. So all I'm going to do here then is I'm going to replace this URL from the Andrea bot for the one that is provided by Crystal. So I'm just going to close this, close that, save in my way out. And then I'm going to come over here to Dynamics GP once more. And I'm going to sign in to my ERP. First exit to re-sign in, actually. Let's close this down. It's giving me problems right now. So we're going to reload the application and re-sign in as normal. So I'm just going to click sign in here once more. And while this is loading, I hope you notice that this experience is pretty straightforward. So then again, this is my application sign-in window. And I'm just going to remove that dead login that we had before. And the important thing here is we are going to get to test this particular bot and how it's been set up to begin with. So now I should see in my Connect gadget, I should see Crystal replacing Andrea. And if I actually go and maximize that, then you can see that now I can interact with Crystal just like I did with Andrea. So we're going to type hi here and hope for the bot to respond. We're just going to go and get the customer balance in this particular case. So which customer? Let's try Aaron Fit 001. That's our favorite customer ID. And I'm going to just hit submit. And now you can see that the bot is inferring on that ID, and then it retrieves the balance with that flow that we created in order to get to that balance itself. So I hope you enjoyed this demo experience and know how you can actually combine the power of chatbots with Power Automate and an on-premise ERP system to deliver a different experience to you end users. In this particular case, I was able to set up a chatbot that inquiries for customer and vendor balances and expose those in a conversational way to end users via simple keyboard interaction. Now, this experience can be translated and carry on to your website or even enhanced with the proper security mechanisms to expose these to your customers via a standard website. So yet again, another way of improving customers and end users interactions with systems by using a bot experience that perhaps improves or delivers a better capability over myriads of screens or pages that users need to visit to obtain the same information. Now, I want you to actually go and grade this session. And also, I want to thank all the organizers and sponsors of this Power Platform Community Conference who took the time to put all this together. So thank you very much and see you soon.
My dude, Mariano. Mariano, that was an excellent session. There's nobody on the planet who's more passionate about Dynamics GP than Mariano. And so getting to see him connect Power Virtual Agents and Power Automate and sneak in a little bit of his love there with GP, that's what I'm talking about. It's bread and butter. And so, you know, I just want to, again, from us, we've had this theme all day where we've been showing videos of people saying thank you. And I just want to take an opportunity and say a big thank you from me. Actually, I've been a part of this community for 4 years now. I've gotten to see it grow from tens of thousands into millions of users. And I just want to say a huge thank you to everybody out there because this is a very special community. There's not others like it. I've been a part of many others. There's nowhere where you have competitors with the idea of we rise by uplifting others, where you'll see two companies that are going after the same contract, but in the community, they're helping each other out behind the scenes. It's really a beautiful thing. And so to keep that going, why don't we go ahead and show another thank you video? You think it's a good time for it, Heather? Should we do it?
Always.
Okay,
It's
awesome.
always a good time for a thank you video.
I agree. Okay, let's go ahead and show our next thank you video.
The number one feature for me in the Power Platform is the community. And to show my little token of gratitude, I asked my 11-year-old if she'd draw something, and here's what she came up with. So that's a thank you note. Thank you for everything you do. These are 100 people. They're just a few of the many, many thousands in the community that I did not know 2 years ago. And because of these connections, in person, online, my life, the work I do is that much more enriched. I'm Samir Bhangar. I work on the customer advisory team for the Power Platform, and I'm deeply, deeply grateful to be a part of this community. Thank you.
Hey everyone, April Dunham here, Partner Technical Architect at Microsoft. I just wanted to give a shout out to all of my fellow Power Addicts in the community. Your passion for the Power Platform is inspiring. Special shout outs to Shane Young for having a video for almost anything when it comes to Power Apps, Alan Chai, Matt Devaney, and Geetha for inspiring me with the beautiful apps that you create, Vivek Bavishi for your API wizardry, and so many others that it's impossible to list everyone in this short video.
Hey folks, Mark Schweiger here. I'm a program manager on the PowerCat team. Just want to give a huge shout out to the amazing and exponentially growing community of Power Addicts out there. PowerCat has some huge plans to really embrace the community in new and innovative ways, and we're looking forward to working with you now and into the future.
Hi everyone, Clay Wisdom from the Power Apps team. Thank you so much to everyone in our community sharing your ideas.
Oh, and we're back. John, thank you for that, and thank you all from the Microsoft, our team. Thank you to our team for putting these videos together. It was a great big ask, and we love it that you did that. And a big thank you also from me personally to all of you in this Power Platform community. I've been welcomed being 5 months into my new role, and I just want to say thank you. Been a part of the SharePoint and Teams and all of those communities for a very long time, and it's really beautiful to see how we really are one community across all of this Microsoft goodness. So our next speaker, Leon Tribe, is amazing. He is showing us how he manages his type 1 diabetes using the Power Platform. So we want to check that out and roll that video. Thank you, Leon, for showing us a little bit into your personal life. We really appreciate it. So let's roll that video with Leon.
G'day, my name is Leon Tribe, and today I'll be talking about how the Power Platform keeps me alive. For those that don't know me, as I say, my name's Leon Tribe. I live in Sydney, Australia, and I've been working with the Dynamics, what was a CRM product, for probably close to 15 years or so now. I've been a Microsoft MVP in business applications for a little over 10 years. And apologies for the quality of the photo. This is me up at Microsoft Ignite about 3 years ago, which was a very proud moment. Traditionally, Ignite's a developers conference, and Dynamics had never really been seen by the .NET community as a developer product. And so the reason this moment particularly was proud was because this was, I believe, the first Dynamics presentation in Australia at Microsoft Ignite. And it was myself and a gentleman called Doug Daly, who currently works at KPMG, presenting on Daily Drafts, which was our hypothetical brewery company, a company that makes beer. And we were showing how what's now called what's called business applications can be used to manage the end-to-end processes of that business. So it went from providing feedback from the beer drinkers in the pub using QR codes on coasters, all the way through to the back end for inventory management, distribution of the kegs of beer to the pubs, etc., using both F&O, CRM, and Power Platform. And it was an interesting presentation. You'll see there that I had the glass in my hand. That served two purposes. The first purpose was it was a great prop for the presentation, right? It was about drinking, and it looks like there's some kind of alcohol in there. It's actually iced tea. It wasn't anything too strong. But the second reason for it to be in there was I was incredibly thirsty the whole time. I'd been permanently thirsty for a number of days, and I just couldn't quench it. I'd drink liters and liters of liquid. I just couldn't get rid of this thirst. And there was a whole bunch of other symptoms I had as well. I'd been really, really tired, really exhausted. My joints were achy. I was having trouble getting up and down stairs. My eyesight, as you can see, I wear glasses. My eyesight was acting up, and my prescription was totally off. And probably the symptom which was most relevant to the presentation was the fact that I had to pee every half hour. Every half hour I was peeing a full bladder. I'm embarrassed to say. But that's a problem. When you're peeing every half hour and you've got to give an hour presentation, that can be quite tricky. But thankfully I did get through the presentation, and without any accidents, which is good. And from the conference up in Queensland, which is about 1,000 kilometres, 600 miles north of Sydney, I flew back home and went straight to the doctor. And the doctor tested my blood, and he confirmed my suspicions that I had type 1 diabetes. From there, he said, you're going to leave my practice, the doctor's practice, and he says, you're going to go straight to emergency. And he was pretty much that blunt about it. And with good reason. The reason why I had all these symptoms was because my blood was slowly turning acidic, and it's a condition called diabetic ketoacidosis, and it can kill very quickly. So he was quite right to be nervous. Thankfully, that didn't happen. I went to the emergency department of the hospital. They fixed me up, and I've been healthy ever since. What was really good about it was it gave me a kick in the pants regarding my health. So I had eaten not particularly well up until that point. That wasn't the cause for the diabetes, but certainly since then I've been eating a lot healthier, getting more exercise. And it also gave me a new lease in terms of the technologies I was looking at. So as you can see here, I've got my Twitter handle, which is normally around Dynamics CRM, and my blog, which is the CRM blog, again around Dynamics. But it's also given me a new lease in that I've now got a diabetes Twitter handle where I talk about diabetic issues, and sometimes it crosses over and I talk about technology as well, which is where this presentation is going to come in. And it wouldn't be a Leon presentation if I didn't go off piece just a little bit in terms of moving into science. And so what we got here is the pancreas. So for those that don't know too much about type 1 diabetes, for those people without diabetes, which I hope is most of you, you've got an organ called a pancreas, which just sits near the liver, and that produces a hormone called insulin. And insulin is like a key which unlocks cells so glucose from the blood can enter those cells. And in a type 1 diabetic like me, the immune system attacks the cells in the pancreas which produce that insulin, and it means we don't produce it. Eventually the immune system wins and totally destroys those cells. For me, I'm still on that journey. As long as I don't eat too much carbohydrate and stay relatively healthy, then at the moment I can get away without using insulin. It's inevitability that I will eventually use insulin, but not there yet. And you also might be aware of what's called type 2 diabetes. This is the more common version of diabetes. About 90% of diabetics have type 2. So if someone talks in general about diabetes, they're generally referring to type 2. What often happens in type 2 is they also may have compromised ability to produce insulin. A common symptom in type 2s as well is an inability to efficiently use that insulin. So even if they're producing a good amount of insulin, for whatever reason, and they don't really know the reason for this yet, the cells don't use that insulin efficiently. So again, the glucose stays in the blood, and that can go high, and then that can cause all sorts of complications, such as in the short term, things like DKA. And then in the longer term, high blood sugars can also damage nerves. So then you get all these symptoms you may have heard about with diabetes, such as blindness, toes dropping off, things like this. Thankfully, those complications with the modern technologies are becoming less and less. So in terms of the technologies available to manage diabetes, in the old days, it used to be a case of you would finger prick, get a drop of blood and just see how sugary you are. Then you would inject insulin with a needle. And a lot of people still do that today. That's still something people do. The other options are what you can see here. And no, this is not my body. This is one I've taken from the internet. And on the left there, you see a little sort of disc device. That's what's called a CGM, a continuous glucose monitor. And that manages the blood, that measures the blood sugar. It's got a little filament that just sits underneath the skin. It doesn't go into the blood per se, it just sits under the skin. And every 5 minutes, that'll transmit the blood sugar level of the person, and either to their mobile phone, if they've got an appropriate app, or to a receiver device, which you can purchase from the manufacturers of the CGM. On the right, you can see what looks like a pager, for those that remember what a pager is. And that's what's called an insulin pump. So that holds the insulin, and that pumps the insulin into the body to keep the person healthy. Now, I talk about the old and the new technologies, but the truth is, and we see this in the technology industry as well, when you've got a few companies doing the one thing and there's no strong competition, there's not a lot of motivation to innovate. And this technology's been around probably 15, 20 years now, and not a lot had changed until a few years ago. And there's a lot that could change, right? So we've got a device on the left which is measuring the sugar. We've got a device on the right that can lower the sugar. You'd think they'd talk to each other. So if the sugars are high, then the little CGM would talk to the pump, etc. But the companies had never really done that. They had no motivation to. They had no need to motivate. People were still buying the technology, and they were fine. And a testament to how slow the mainstream companies, if you like, are at doing this innovation is I recently bought a new phone, a Samsung S20 Ultra, and I downloaded the official Dexcom app. So Dexcom, so for those, I'll just show my arm here. I've got a little device. That's my CGM. I don't have a pump because I don't use insulin. And so I downloaded the official app that belongs to that device, and it's incompatible with the latest phone, right? So they've got no motivation to move ahead, so they go very slowly. And it's very frustrating. And if you think about the fact that type 1 is often a disease often diagnosed in children, I got it much later in life, but often it's children that get diagnosed with type 1. You've got these parents, and they want to monitor the blood sugar of their children, especially through the night, so they're getting up every few hours through the night. And this can be quite stressful. For those of you that have kids, you can imagine, you know, when you've got a newborn and you have to wake up in the night. But this is something that they have to do basically until that child leaves home. So they're waking up in the middle of the night every few hours, checking the blood, make sure it's not too low, not too high, because that can kill their child. It'd be very stressful. So there's a lot of motivation out in the world for things to change. And so it turned out that the online community did what the large pharmaceutical companies couldn't be bothered to do. So they took that receiver. So here in the diagram, you can see number one, that's one of those receivers that I mentioned. Because yeah, if you can't get it working on your phone, you have to buy one of their receivers, which they charge you a few $100s for. And this is just a Bluetooth receiver. It just receives data from the device. It's quite cheeky, really. And then we've got a Raspberry Pi in the middle, which is the brains of the operation. So that takes the input from the CGM, does some calculations, and then via the radio transmitter, which is number 4 on the diagram, it then transmits to the pump. Because it was discovered that some of the older pumps had a radio receiver in them, and this is how it worked. The online community hacked a way to transmit information to the pumps. Now, once the large companies got wind that this was happening, they removed the radio receiver from their later models of that insulin pump, and so they stifled the innovation effectively. So the people that are doing this with open source technology are doing it with pumps which are like 10, 15 years old. Which is quite crazy. You know, there's no reason why you can do it with modern pumps. Thankfully, this has motivated the commercial companies to create their own version of looping, which is what this is called. And this diagram's from, you can see in the bottom right there, Dana Lewis, who with her partner Scott Liebrand were some of the pioneers of creating this open source technology. And it's led to a whole bunch of other opportunities as well. So with the online community, they've hacked a whole bunch of other devices. So on the top left there, you can see an Echo Spot. And so I can ask my Echo Spot for my latest bloods, and it will speak to me and tell me what it is. But it'll also show the little graph there of their history. There's an open source GitHub project called Night Scout, which you can see in the bottom left. And so this allows me to push the data from my arm via my phone up into the cloud. And then from there, I can create alerts, other people can see how my bloods are doing, and so on and so forth. And then on the right hand side there, we've got the standard Echo, where literally I can just ask it what my bloods are, and it'll tell me. Similarly, if I'm traveling, obviously with COVID, we don't do a lot of traveling anymore, but back when I was traveling a fair amount for work, anyone in my family could ask the Echo there what Leon's bloods are, and it would tell them wherever I was in the world, which was just fantastic. In terms of the personal technology that the online community have enabled, on the left there you can see a watch. So this is taking again information from the device on my arm, and then via the phone it's pushing it down to the watch. And so yeah, we've got the latest Apple Watch, which It has an oximeter in it. I laugh. I can measure my blood sugar. It's much cooler. Where it's practical is I don't have to constantly look at my phone to see my blood sugar. I can just look at my watch and I can see where it is. And on the right-hand side there is the online community GitHub project equivalent of that Dexcom app that wouldn't work on my phone. So rather than spending hundreds of dollars on this receiver and carrying around this extra bulky device, there's an open source app which I can load onto my Samsung phone, which does exactly the same job as the Dexcom app and works a treat. So that's the one I use. It's called Xstrip Plus. I do also have a pump in waiting. So when I do eventually go onto insulin, I've got this pump. This is a 15-year-old pump, which is one of the loopable ones. And it is also signed by Scott and Dana. They came out to Australia a few years ago, and I, being the fanboy of them that I was, I got them to sign my pump so that you can see the signature on the right there. So where does Power Platform come in? So obviously I've got involved with these online open source communities on GitHub, but where I saw the real potential was to bring the Power Platform into the mix as well. With these GitHub projects, they were quite easy to implement. There wasn't any code involved in the case of the Xstrip app. It was just a side install of an APK file onto the Samsung phone. For the Night Scout project, the website with the blood glucose, that was basically a script you ran. I tried to run it on Azure, but the Azure script just wouldn't work. I wanted to put on Azure SQL, right? So I had to get dirty, unfortunately, and use the Heroku MongoDB script, which just worked first time. So unfortunately, my data for that Night Scout is sitting on a MongoDB database in Salesforce's Heroku, which for those that know me knows makes me feel a little dirty. But there it is, and another motivation for getting the Power Platform involved. And so what I've created is I've taken the CGM that sits on my arm, which you can see on the left there. That Bluetooths up to my phone onto the Xstrip app, the open source Xstrip app. That then pushes through to the Night Scout website, the open source GitHub project. And then from there, I use Power Automate to suck the data out of that MongoDB database and push it through to Excel in OneDrive. And then I can do all sorts of analysis. And where I see the real power of this, where the GitHub was relatively set up, but what I've done here is completely codeless. So anyone can take this technology and they can do what they want with it. If they want to run alerts off this, it's really easy. They can just configure it to run alerts. If they want to do like I do and do analysis, they can do analysis. There's so much power here. There's so much flexibility with Power Automate in terms of all its connectors and how you can connect things, that rather than just thinking about how we can use this technology to help business, this has a real potential to help individuals live their lives better and live to their full potential, to thrive using technology. And so this is the flow that I set up. Not a complex flow at all. So for the first step, we just set a recurrence every 3 hours. So the device on my arm sends the data up to the cloud every 5 minutes. So that goes up into the MongoDB database. And then every 3 hours, because I'm just running reports here, I then suck that data out every 3 hours. If I was doing alerts, then I'd probably want it more frequently, right? So I don't want to be alerted 3 hours after the fact that I'm too high or too low, so I'll do it more frequently. The other nice thing about the 3 hour recurrence is it didn't overburden my plan, my Power Automate plan. That's relatively friendly. Initialize a variable, and all this variable does is store the latest date that I've stored, what record is the most recent in my Excel spreadsheet sitting in Office 365, sitting in OneDrive. And so we do that query to the Excel spreadsheet in OneDrive for Business, and we say, and so here I've just got the date descending, and I say bring back the one record from date descending, which obviously is the most recent record, and then I populate the variable with that date, which I then use in an HTTP query. So for those of you that don't know about HTTP queries, web APIs often allow you to query it using what looks like a web address, basically. So you feed it a web, you go to a browser, put in a web address, and it'll spit back this little packet of data. In this case, Power Automate can do the same thing. It can push through an HTTP request and it'll get back a packet of data. And so if you're unfamiliar with this, then normally the APIs are well documented, so it's very easy to just read up on how to do it, and they'll have sample APIs for you to play with. But if you're still struggling, like I did a little bit, then reach out to your friendly developer MVP. So in my case, that friendly developer MVP was Elena Grushenko, who's also in business applications, but a lot more codey developer than I am. And she helped me finish it off. And so you send off the HTTP request, and then the next step is parse JSON. And so what comes back is this little sort of bundle of data, and it's wrapped in what's called in JSON, which is like a little wrapping for the data. And so the parse step removes that wrapping, tells you what the fields are, and then you can, in this case, put it through a loop to populate that Excel spreadsheet with those fields. And so the 4 fields that we pull back from that data is a date and a date string, so they're just 2 representations of the date. SGV, which is the blood glucose level, and the delta, which is the difference between this blood glucose reading and the previous blood glucose reading. And that's the information that we populate in the sheet. And so it's a relatively simple flow, but it allows me to do a whole bunch of interesting things. And so I can do a lot of analysis on this. My background's mathematical. So I'm looking at things like the average, I'm looking at the standard deviation. I can plot that to see how that's changing quarter by quarter. I can plot the data over a 24-hour period. I can see if there's periods in the day when I'm low or higher than what I otherwise would be and how that's changing over time. And I can look at the histogram of readings, and using the slices I could see, say, how that distribution was in the first year that I was diagnosed, second year, third year, and so forth. And what's really, really good is I can provide this information to my healthcare team. And so I just share that Excel spreadsheet. I've got all this data in here, and say for my appointments, here's the Excel spreadsheet, here's what I think about it, and they can look and they can do their own slicing and dicing. It's just a fantastic tool to enable my healthcare team to get a very good picture of where I'm at and where my health's at and how things are going. In terms of where I want to take this in the future, there's a relatively new concept for clinicians called the time in range. This is when you're not too high and not too low, you're in this sort of Goldilocks zone of blood sugars. And what's great is the research is now linking that directly to those diabetic complications I mentioned earlier. And the short version is, if you can keep within the target range here for 70% of the time, then your chance of getting those long-term complications of blindness, fingers and toes dropping off, so on and so forth, becomes a lot less. It becomes almost negligible, in fact, no more than the general population of getting such complications, which is fantastic. So my next project is to link that data, that MongoDB data, directly to Power BI, and then display it in this very simple sort of dashboard, which I can share with my endocrinologist, which is a hormone doctor that deals with diabetes, for those that don't know, and for the other healthcare practitioners in my team. The other thing I'm keen to do is look at Azure's anomaly detection. And so for those that don't know this technology, this is an Azure service where you can feed it a signal, if you like. And with AI, it learns the patterns of that signal, what the nature of that signal is. And when it goes outside of that signal, it gives a warning. And so this is beyond what we currently have with the looping technology. So with the looping technology that I mentioned before, it's very much reactive. So if I'm getting high blood sugars, if my sugars are trending upwards, there's a bit of an algorithm so I can do a predictive sort of look and go, oh, it looks like you're going up, maybe we should start putting insulin in you. And so that looping has that capability, but it's not doing any kind of longitudinal sort of trend analysis. It's not looking at, say, if I'm exercising on a Sunday, then my blood sugars are going to be quite different in profile to the Monday to Friday where I'm sitting in an office. And so there's none of that analysis, whereas that's exactly what Azure's anomaly detection brings to the table. And so you can look at all of your data and can infer those patterns through AI. And so this is just one I pulled off the net. But you can see here that the little green dotted line, which is what it expects, sort of just past halfway, it suddenly dips, and then towards the end it rapidly rises. And we can imagine that someone's blood glucose profile might be exactly, it might be similar to this as well. And so using this as sort of adaptive machine learning approach, we're going to be a lot more accurate in predicting when things are going out of kilter. And we can be a lot more efficient at our use of insulin. Now, this is in Australia where we've got nationalised healthcare. This is not as critical. But in a country, say in the US, like the US, where 1 in 4 diabetics are rationing their insulin, they're not using as much insulin as they need because they simply can't afford it. The more efficient and more intelligent we can get with that insulin, obviously, the better it is. So thank you for listening to my talk. In summary, I just see an incredible value in the Power Platform, not just for business, but for help people thrive. The picture on the left there is myself and another MVP, Business Applications MVP, Bruce Sitole. And you can see we're both brandishing our arms. I've got my device on my arm, and Bruce is also a type 1 showing his device. This is us when we had gone on a charity ride and for multiple sclerosis, which is another autoimmune disease. And we'd ridden, it was 80 kilometers. That's about what, 50, 60 miles, something like that. And yeah, because I'm using these technologies, I can monitor my blood. I can do these endurance rides, and I don't have to fear that it's going to cause me any complications. And I just see so much potential in that regard of just giving people low-code technologies and allowing them to run with it and bring them capabilities which would have been, something like the anomaly detection would have been impossible 5 years ago, and yet today we can do this. The gentleman on the right you won't know. This is Jeremy Robertson, and he was someone that I've had the pleasure to meet, and one of the nicest guys I've ever had the pleasure of coming across. And from the age of 15, he wanted to be a pilot, and so he started flight lessons, and he became a commercial pilot in his 20s. And then at the age of 31, he was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes, and unfortunately, that means that's the end of your flying career. You can't be a commercial pilot in Australia at that time with type 1 diabetes. It was considered too dangerous. Jeremy wasn't a person to take these things sitting down, so he worked with the Australian equivalent of the FAA and came up with protocol guidelines for type 1s so they can get special dispensation. And it took him a number of years, but literally this year, he's the first type 1 diabetic in Australia to be a commercial pilot. And it's all down to the fact that he has in this case, the CGM technology, so he can monitor his blood, he can prove that his blood is healthy, that he's not he's got minimal risk of becoming sick because of it. And so again, it's this idea that these technologies and using things like the Power Platform, using things like the open source technologies can enable people to live up to a potential that otherwise would be very hard for them to reach. So thank you for your time. I hope you enjoyed the talk. And there's my details. There's my LinkedIn and my blogs and my Twitter handles. And thank you for your time.
Thanks so much, Leon. I really appreciate that talk. As someone else who is a diabetic myself, I was very excited to see this chat and how you used the tech to really not only manage your diabetes, but begin to predict it and be instead of reactive, proactive. It's a great story. There was a ton of amazing comments. It looks like there's a bunch of other people who are going to get to use this. So thank you so much for sharing that session. And speaking of thank yous, we have another video from a bunch of people at Microsoft who want to say thank you to the community. Let's check it out.
Hi, my name is Phil Thompson. I work at Microsoft on the PowerCat team. And I really can't see a way to thank any one person in the Power Platform community because the community is the central nervous system of all things Power Platform. A few years ago, you could know the platform from head to toe, but today you can't. But all the answers are in the community. Even as this platform grows and evolves under our feet, and it's turning into a movement before our eyes with millions of people using it. And movements are built through addition. And so that's why the community is so important, because it's the community that fuels it. And so thank you to everyone that posted responses, that has learned something new, that has thanked someone that has helped them in the community. That's how we grow. There are more people learning Power Platform right now than there are experts. And so the community is what gives us our new experts and our new discoveries for Power Platform. So thanks for everything you've done.
Hi, my name is Lanli. I'm a program manager from Power Automate RPAs. And so today I want to special thank you to Tomasz, Poszytek, and Daniel Laskewitz Both of you have offered tremendous help for us when building the RPA in a day training content. And you have spent a lot of time working with us, testing the labs, fixing every single details. Huge thank you for doing that. So we definitely cannot scale, we cannot be successful without all of your support. And thank you again for being a great partner.
I love the impact the community's had on me personally. There isn't one single city I can go to in the world where there isn't a community member that I can meet, share a meal with, and even more importantly, share a story and learn from. More recently here, there isn't a program, a feature, whether it comes to the product, our sales approach, our partner approach, or even pricing and licensing has launched without direct feedback from the community that's helped shape the direction of the product, our sales programs, our partner programs, or even pricing and licensing. So for that, I'm very thankful to the entire business applications community. Thank you for everything you do for us here at Microsoft.
Hey folks, Chris Cody here from the Power Automate team. My thank yous going out to Daniel Laskewitz for providing some great first look videos about Power Automate, especially the latest one on connection references. Those first look videos really provide the community with a quick and easy way to find out about some new capabilities, and lots of people like looking at videos rather than looking at blog posts, so it's much appreciated. Thanks, Daniel.
Hey everybody, we have our next Power BI video talking Power BI datasets with Ben Watt from Dublin, Ireland. Let's roll that video.
Hello there and welcome to this session. In the next 30 minutes, we're going to go through two features in Power BI that will help you scale, organize and secure your solution for a much more enterprise audience. The two features in question are Dataflows and shared datasets. It's not really going to be a deep dive on those two topics, more like a 30-minute shallow paddle, but it's enough to get you going. We've got about 6 or 7 slides. 6 or 7, that's not too bad, but mostly demo content. So sit back, relax. This guy's going to sit back there where he belongs and enjoy the next 30 minutes. Here's a look at today's agenda. Take a brief look and we'll jump straight in. Just to start off really quickly with about me, I'm not going to spend too long on this slide because if you want to get in touch, everything is right there. Feel free to pause this slide and grab the details, but do feel free to reach out via LinkedIn, Twitter, or email if you have any questions on the content for today's session. Okay, it is history lesson time for all of you guys. Now, if we look across the top of this slide, what we can see is a typical BI solution in terms of movement of data. Starting on the left, I have a couple of icons there that basically cover off all of the multiple business systems and data sources that exist in any potential solution that you're building out. Underneath those icons, you can see what tools and technologies you can use for using SQL Server on-premise, or Azure or cloud technologies. Once you have achieved the collection and storage of your data, it's saved permanently in a place like a relational database. The next thing is taking that data from the relational database and putting it into a semantic data model. So a semantic data model is where the magic really happens with a business intelligence solution. It really does put the I in business intelligence. Last but not least is the data visualization layer. So the visualization layer is any tool that pulls data from somewhere and allows a user to see it in a way that they can look for trends or outliers, any tool that you can think of. At the bottom of this slide is the technology through the ages. So on the left there, and don't worry if you can't read the text, but the shape of that should raise some hackles of some of those folks who've been around a while, and it was called the BI burger. The technology has changed and grown through the ages, and now on the right-hand side, you can see the cloud version of a business intelligence architecture. So now what we're going to start with is an example of a basic Power BI solution and how a basic Power BI solution maps to that process that we saw on the previous slide. So if you look in the middle of this diagram is a yellow icon that you see every time you open up a Power BI desktop file. If you look at the arrows, the 3 arrows kind of pointing in the upwards direction, they are pointing at the things that you can do in Power BI. So it plays those multiple roles. If we look at the right-hand side of the diagram, you can see the concept of publishing the solution into the Power BI workspace. As you can see in the finance area, we have 2 components that are created when you publish a Power BI desktop file. We have the data set itself and the visualization. So you can see when you publish, it already breaks those up into two distinct components in Power BI. So when is a Power BI file like this the right thing to do? It works when you have a smaller solution and a smaller number of people. It works when there is when there's a small number of report pages. So if your Power BI desktop file has more than probably 7, 8, 9 pages, it can become cumbersome and hard to work through and hard to find things. And this is where we break into this new model and start to break things out. It's also very good when there's basic development needed. So if you are the master of that whole solution and you're publishing it for that small team, then making changes and maintaining that is quite simple. So what we're going to do now is open up a sample file. We're going to walk through the file that looks like this with the query and the model and the visualizations. And then we're going to start to go through the things that we can look at to grow that up into an enterprise architecture. Here on my screen, we're looking at an example Power BI solution, everything built into one single file. We're using a fictional company called Van Dingo, but what we're looking at, let's look at the 3 components here. Starting off with the reporting, you can see in this one, we only have 1 page, but you could have multiple pages of reports here. Inside that, if we look at the data model itself, I'll select on the model view. Here we have the concept of the model with our tables, our relationships, and then we have the actual queries to pull that data. So a free press transform. As you can see, we have 6 queries here. If we look at the sales international as an example, we look over to the right-hand side, and here is the multiple steps applied to get that data. We have other tables like geography. Again, if we select that, here is our final result set of the data, but it had to go through these number of steps to get to the nice clean data that we're looking at. If we wander through products, same thing, lots of steps involved. Manufacturer, same thing over and over. So a lot of knowledge and a lot of logic is built into this single file here, and these table result sets are not available to anybody else other than this Power BI desktop file. So this single solution itself, if I press the publish button, it would go into the Power BI service, which I'm going to pop open. And here we are in the Power BI service. Once this solution has been published from Power BI desktop, here's our data set and here's our report page. If we open this report page up, you'll see that it looks just like we saw in Power BI desktop, and people can access this report through this workspace. In this demo, we're going to be using 2 workspaces. This one is called Evolve Viz for visualization, and in here we have our report. It's interactive, just like every other Power BI report that you've experienced, and this is where our solution starts from. What we want to look at are the ways to grow this up into an enterprise architecture. So let's start talking about data flows. The first feature that we're going to look at is data flows. A data flow is where we start to decouple our solution into multiple components that allow us to maintain them separately, and also, and more predominantly, is to secure them separately. A data flow is simply taking a query that you have built in Power BI desktop and separating that into its own unique object in Power BI. The big takeaway from this is not only does the result set of your data flow allow you to query it in that Power BI desktop file, it allows other people to query that result set as well. I'm going to say it's almost like a mini data warehouse of sorts. So it allows you to create data, procure it and share it within your organization, and it becomes a trusted source for people to create reports. Another thing it does is separates the scheduling of the data acquisition and the data model refresh. So your data flow needs to run, you need to wait for that to finish, and then your data model, which is now going to point to that data flow, can then be refreshed. The considerations to talk through on data flows is it does centralize common tables and entities for your organization. One great example is a calendar table. The resulting data of a data flow is stored in Azure Data Lake Gen 2. They're stored as CDM compliant folders, but effectively to simplify that, what it means is it's stored as CSVs in Azure storage. You don't need to maintain that. You don't have direct access to those in the Pro version, but there is a way around that. You can actually, if we look at here in the Pro version, you get 10 gigabytes of space, If you have premium capacity, you have 100 terabytes of space, which is pretty massive, but you can actually set up your own location in Azure Storage and ask Power BI to put the result sets into that. The benefit of that is that the data then becomes accessible outside just Power BI Desktop. You need to pay for the storage, but as you know, storage in Azure is not very expensive, so it is really a nice feature to set up if you are looking to share that data outside of Power BI Desktop. Dataflows are developed in the browser. We're going to do a demo of that in a moment, and there are some features that are in premium only, so just beware of that in case you are setting up some queries that use things like linked or computed entities, for example, which are only available in Power BI Premium. Now let's have a look at a demo. We're going to set up a data flow and see what it looks like in the service. Here we are back at our single BI solution again. So this is our all-encompassing solution. I'm going to go into transform data and I'm going to take one of the queries and I want to move it up as a data flow. I want to decouple it from this solution so that it runs and has the data prepped and ready outside the scope of this file. So how do we do that? First of all, my tip for you is if you do want to create a data flow, start by building the data flow in Power BI Desktop, because the interface and the way to maintain and certainly troubleshoot those queries is much easier in Power BI Desktop at the moment. So then you can easily transfer that up into a data flow. So let's take one of these queries as an example. I'm going to pick geography. As you can see, the geography result set starts with zip and city and state. We look over on our right-hand side. Here's our applied steps. What I want to do is take this query and move it up as a data flow. If we open up our advanced editor, what we're going to look at for the first time is the M language. And this allows us to connect to data source and apply lots of different transformations to that data as you get to a nice clean data set. I'm going to copy the M language or the M code for this query, and then we're going to move up to Power BI .com and we're going to transfer or create a brand new data flow. Here we are back in our Power BI.com service again. So my data flow I want to put into a separate workspace called Data Warehouse. One of the key structural changes that I'm going to make in creating a enterprise style user experience in Power BI is to separate workspaces for one is dedicated for a data warehouse type activity. And that just simply encompasses data flows and also data sets. And this is our shared data set, which we're going to get to shortly. So in our workspace here, we're going to press new and data flow, and we're going to define a new entity. And what comes up is the interface to start creating data flows from scratch. Now, I can simply select one of these data sources, of which there are many, or I can do the nice quick way that we did it already. So we've already developed our query in the desktop file. So I'm going to open up blank query. And we're simply going to paste our query just directly from Power BI Desktop. We're going to press next. And as you can see, the first thing that we're prompted for is to authenticate to my data source. So in this particular query, I'm pulling data from Azure Storage. I have some CSVs and various files stored in Azure Storage. Yours could be SQL Server or any other thing, but you're still going to need to put some sort of method of authentication in there for most connections. So I'm going to configure this connection. We have two options. We have anonymous, which is not going to work for me because it's a Azure Storage. It needs to authenticate, or we have this account key. Now I have this in my clipboard, so I'm going to paste, press connect. It will now authenticate. I'm not going to save it. It's now authenticated and off it goes running this query. So we should see our result set coming up very quickly. And there it is, our zip, city, state, just like the query had in Power BI Desktop. I'm going to call this geography 2. When I save and close this, it will validate the query, make sure everything's okay. And then it will ask me if I want to refresh this data flow. And I'm going to say yes. And then we're going to go back to our Power BI Desktop file and see if we can get this data. Okay, so it asked me for the name of my data flow, so let's call that Power Platform Demo. You can see I've practiced this already. Save. And do I want to refresh? Yes, I do. And that data flow has now been saved. If I close this view, We're going to go back to our workspace and we're going to see our new data flow. So there's our icon for data flows. Here it is currently refreshing. So let's pop back to our Power BI desktop file and see if we can start to query that data directly into Power BI. So this is our original query. Here's geography. There are all the steps that are applied, but let's just create a new one just to see what the result set looks like. Here's our connection options. We have so many different data sources to use in Power BI, as you probably are aware, but data flows are stored here in Power Platform, and there they are, Power BI data flows. So let's select this one, press connect. Here I have the workspaces in my tenant that have data flows within them. This will only show the workspaces that actually have data flows. So I only have 2. Here's our Evolve Data Warehouse workspace. If I expand that, here's our Power Platform demo. And let's see our geography 2. Our result set is evaluating, and we're going to press OK. And here's our result set of our data flow. So if we look here, we have our new data flow, geography 2, zip, city, state, and we have our original query of geography. If I select on that, we will see zip, city, state. The net result is exactly the same. We have a data set. The difference is that we've pushed the query layer of this geography table up as a data flow. If we look over to the right-hand side, our applied steps are very basic. It's just pointing to a data flow. There's no logic or anything happening within this query, so it really simplifies the process of getting data in this Power BI desktop file. I'm not going to keep that for this particular file because I want to retain this one as our basic version, and then we'll start to create a new data warehouse that will use all data flows instead of the query logic being in here. What I've just switched to is a different Power BI desktop file. So this is the file that I want to use as my shared data set, and it's going to do 2 things. First of all, it's going to have the same queries as before, but none of these are going to have the query logic that we saw in our other file. Every single query in this file, in this Power BI file, is just pointing to data flows. So if you look at applied steps here, and as I click through our different queries, the applied steps are going to be very simple and not really do anything other than point to the data in those data flows. So objective number 1 has been met. We have a new file that's simplified the query process. So now let's start talking about the next thing of shared data sets. The second thing that we're going to look at in terms of scaling your architecture up is shared data sets. So much like we did with data flows, where we decoupled all of the query logic into its own unique object, we're going to do the same thing with the data sets. So the last 2 things left in our 3-piece suite of querying data, data model and reporting is separating the data model from data visualization. This very much simplifies the deployment process in that the dataset, which contains queries and DAX calculations, is its own unique object and it can be maintained separately. And report pages can then be moved out of the BI developer's hands into the business's hands, and all they need to do is point to the dataset that you've created and procured for them to create all the reports that they want and publish them to their own workspaces. So if we look on the right-hand side here, the diagram here is showing that we have within the service, I've created a dedicated workspace called Data Warehouse. And this is where the BI developer person plays their part. So they would do things like create data flows. So that icon there is trying to indicate data flows and also maintain the data sets. Then we have our business users who can go and create their own workspaces, or you can create them for them, and they can connect using Power BI Desktop directly to the data set that you've saved for them. When they publish their reports, the visualization will be here in their workspace, but it's actually connecting over to the data in our data warehouse. Similar for the salespeople. If the salespeople are creating and publishing reports in their own workspace, these are also connecting into our shared data set in the data warehouse workspace. So you can see the items are separated, a little bit more organized, that people know where their stuff is, but you as a developer are focusing only on the data warehouse, obtaining and acquisition and storage of the data, as well as the logic in the semantic data model. So let's have a look at that in practice, and I'll open up another Power BI desktop file where we'll see that shared data set in action. So here's our new dedicated Van Dingo data warehouse, or our shared data set. on this Power BI desktop file, it's the same Power BI desktop file as we know already. There's nothing, no setting changes or configuration changes to make this happen. There is one page in this report, but it's actually going to be just a placeholder to say that this is a data model. It's not really intended for creating reports on. Like we saw before in our transform data, all of the queries are here and each one of them is pointing to a data flow. So geography is pointing to a data flow, manufacturer pointing to a data flow. The process is very simple from the data acquisition point of view. The data model, okay, is absolutely no difference whatsoever to the previous data model. It's the same tables, the same relationships, and the same DAX calculations. The only difference with this one is that we're just not going to create any reports in this Power BI desktop file. This one is serving as the purpose to play the role as the data set only. So when I publish this file into the Power BI service, it will publish up, it will still have this one page visible. We can actually delete that afterwards if you like, because it has no purpose, but the main result is that the data set exists for other people to use. So I'm going to press publish. I'm going to select the data warehouse workspace that I've created for this purpose, and success. So let's have a look at Power BI in the service again. And here we are in our Evolve Data Warehouse workspace, and you can see this is what we've just published. We have a data set here called Evolve Data Warehouse. So now we have this data set ready for us to use for other people in other workspaces to create reports. So how are we going to do that? We're going to open up a brand new Power BI desktop file, and we're going to connect into this data set, and we're going to publish it to a different workspace. So let's get going with that. Here we are with a brand new blank Power BI desktop file. So I'm going to pretend that I'm going to publish a report for one of my end users, and I'm going to publish it to my different workspace called evolve_viz. So the first thing we're going to do is go and get the data from that data set. Just like before, we're offered all the different types of connection, and we're also, just like before, going to select Power Platform, but we're not going to select data flows this time. We're going to look at Power BI data sets. If I select this Power BI data set and press Connect, it's now going to look through all the workspaces in my tenant, which are shared data sets, and that are available for me and that I have access to. Now we're prompted for all of the data sets that exist in our organization. And if we scroll through here, we're going to look for our Evolve Data Warehouse data set. And there it is, Van Dingo Evolve Data Warehouse. So I'm going to select that and press Create. And what you will see is we have a ready-made data set to start creating reports. I didn't write any queries. It's now pointing to a ready-made solution for us to start getting insight. So let's just create a really simplistic report that we can use. I'm going to be awesome and create a pie chart, stir up some trouble because I know there's a lot of debate about pie charts, but hey, why not? So I'm going to pick something simple like geography, and I'm going to put country, and we're going to look at our sales. Here's our sales by country. Let's put one other visualization in just to make it look a little bit more interesting. Here's a very simplistic report. We're going to pretend that that's nice and ready for us, and we're going to publish that to the service. And while that's publishing, we're going to pop over to the service. And inside our Evolve Viz workspace, we should see a new report, and there it is called Power Platform Demo Report. Let's open it up just to be sure. And there's our report in the cloud. We can interact with that just like any other Power BI report. So now what I want to do is come in and pretend that I'm a different user. So the person who published this report has access to the Data Warehouse workspace and the Evolve Visualization workspace. In the real world, I want a person only to be able to access the Evolve Viz workspace to publish and look to run reports there, but I don't want them to access the data warehouse because that's where all the BI development stuff happens. I do want them to be able to read the data set, so let's have a look at an example and see how that works. So I'm now logged in as a different user. This one is called Test User B, the other one is Test User A. I should have been a bit more creative, but that's the way it goes for the moment. Now, Test User B, who we're logged in as at the moment, has only access to the Evolve Viz workspace. This person can't see the Data Warehouse workspace, which is good. We only want them to look at reports. If I open up this Evolve Viz workspace, they're going to see the reports that have been published in here. And here's our Power Platform demo report. So this is great. Let's open it up and we should be able to see the data, but we have a problem. Let's go back and go in as our test user A and see how granting access works. If we have a look here within this workspace, the Evolve Data Warehouse, if I look at access, you can see that only my account and my test user A has access to this workspace. Now, as you can see, test user B doesn't exist here, and I want to keep it that way. But I do want test user B to be able to read data from here. So there's another level of access in here called build access. We look at our 3 dots, ellipsis here, and we go into manage permissions. And here's the permissions specifically for this data set. You can see access to the workspace is granted by default, but what we want to do is add a different type of access here to test user B. Okay, now be very wary of these tick boxes here. I want test user B to read the underlying data in this data set, but I do not want them to be able to share this with other people. So I'm now going to add test user B. That access has been granted. Now let's flip back to our other browser where we were as test user B. Here's the permission issue we got before. We're going to close and have another go at this. And here it is. Here's our Power Platform demo report. So this is coming in as an end user. They're only able to access the workspace that contain reports, but they can read the data in the data warehouse dataset. So that's a shared dataset. Let's do a bit of a recap on the way Power BI fits into this overall solution structure. So from our first slide, you saw that we had our Azure Data Factory, or SSIS, for getting data. We had storage of data in relational databases, and so on and so forth. Power BI is now snapping into this structure and giving you that more enterprise breakdown of the objects. So here we have our data flows. So Power Query is the get data process. The common data model is where our CSVs are stored. And we have our shared data model, which is a Power BI file playing the role of Analysis Services Cube. And we have different data visualization Power BI desktop files. So the solution is now broken out and it's secured in a much more structured way. And now we have a more enterprise feeling in our organization. So let's do a quick recap on the benefits. First of all, shared data sets. So remember that they separate the data model and data visualization logic. It's much better for organization of reports with multiple pages, so we can move them out and share them with different workspaces, and different people can see their own reports. The process of publishing and sharing those individual Power BI desktop files that are report only is much easier. User groups are separated by workspaces. We can also flag datasets as certified or promoted. And a really key component is that the data analyst people can focus on reports and analyzing data, and the BI developers can focus on building out the platform with data flows and shared datasets. So data flows, again, that's separation of that logic, the data acquisition logic, the reusability for other people to access the data in the results of those data flows. It also releases pressure on the source data. So this is the situation where one data flow might be pulling data from a SQL server, and you don't want 10 different people writing 10 different queries to the same table. You write one data flow that has that data ready for those 10 people to query there instead of that source system. And this can impact business users if so many people are querying that. Business users who are trying to do their business are being slowed down by lots and lots of people running queries. It also has a improvement on the refresh failure. So if you have 6 data flows and you have a Power BI desktop file that is connecting to all of those data flows, if one of those data flows fails, it's not going to kill your whole Power BI desktop refresh. Your data might be a bit stale, but if the process fails midway, you will still be left with the previous set of data. And this way, you're not getting consistent refresh issues. If something breaks down further upstream, you're still able to access your report, and the other data sets are going to be refreshing. That brings us to the end of this session. So the link on this slide shows you where all of the session content is. I have my email, website, and Twitter handle down the bottom there. But for any questions or anything like that, I'm happy to get them via email. So please reach out. I hope you've learned a lot in this session. I hope you have a
Thank you, Ben Watt. That was awesome. We are going to keep the Power BI rolling with some change management with DeNisha. Let's roll that video and keep the goodness going.
Hi everyone, welcome to the session. In this session, I'll be showing you Power BI adoption for the Pro and Premium tenant. My name is DeNisha Malone, and in this session, I'll first give you an overview and then also show you the understanding of the adoption framework and how to use it in your tenant. Power BI adoption gives you a set of roles, responsibilities, and behaviors to help customers adopt Power BI. This framework is great if you're new to Power BI or if you've had Power BI for a while, you're interested in becoming more involved in Power BI, the Power BI service. Maybe you're interested in moving from Pro to Premium and you ensure your settings are appropriate and you have the right responsibilities for a great enterprise. Common challenges from customers. General usage. Customers don't understand the general usage of Power BI. How do I use Power BI across my tenant? Who do I allow to use Power BI and what can they do? Governance. Customers don't understand the proper way to govern the Power BI tenant. So allowing for an adoption framework or an adoption conversation gives you time to review the governance model and to ensure that it aligns with the business use case. Data management. When adopting Power BI, you have to understand data management. You have to understand how you're going to manage your data, how is your data going to be available to customers across your tenant, who's going to be available, who's going to be able to access the data, and where will they be accessing it. Security. Security is also a challenge when adopting the Power BI tenant. You have to understand how secure the tenant is, what security measures you need to take, and who has access to what. Before starting your adoption of Power BI, it is imperative that you identify the adoption roles. These are the responsibilities throughout the Power BI desktop and service that you'll need to ensure that your adoption is successful of Power BI. The first responsibility is for consumers. Consumers are like free users. They will not be developing Power BI reports. They will only be making decisions based on content that's created by BI developers, power users, and analysts. The second role is analysts. Analysts will view and edit content that has been created by BI developers, power users, and analysts. Power users are like Power BI Pro developers. These users will create and publish content to use for the entire department, enterprise, or project team. The BI development team is a team of developers that will approve, develop, and design any enterprise-wide content and products. They'll create things like data models, reports, applications, and insights for colleagues throughout the business to consume. The BI development team will be made of pro users and administrators to understand the Power BI service and desktop. The web development team is a team of users that will develop internal and external applications, embedding Power BI into web solutions. The web development team is very important for any premium tenants because premium has a lot of embedding and a lot of internal applications usually are involved when premium capacity is being used. IT operations is another set of roles and responsibilities. This group of people will ensure that the day-to-day operations are smooth. They're going to resolve any urgent infrastructure issues and configure Power BI settings. The IT operations team should be different from the development team because the IT operations team will not be doing any development. Their focus is to make sure that the day-to-day business operations are running smoothly and to configure any Power BI settings. You also have your IT minor enhancements and support. This team will support any enterprise content and products. They'll maintain solutions, make minor enhancements, solve issues, monitor usage and performance. This IT minor enhancements and support team will work directly with Microsoft, your Microsoft connection, and understanding any support problems, any updates to the software, any support tickets that have to be escalated to Microsoft will go through this enhancements and support group. When adopting Power BI, it is most ideal to have adoption workshops. Workshops help focus in on things that will help you adopt Power BI. If you create a workshop, if you follow the guidelines to the adoption framework workshops, you will ensure that you hit every important topic of adopting Power BI. These workshops last about a half a day to a full day each, depending on your size of business and the amount of detail you actually want to have in each of these workshops. There are 4 workshops that will support the full adoption framework. The first is governance. The second is service management. The third is security. And last is rollout and support. Governance. The first workshop and very important one is governance. Before determining the governance model, you have to understand the business model. So understand your business and the model that you have within it, especially when reporting in a business intelligence environment. When in your governance workshop, you want to first understand the importance of governing and what are the things that you should consider. Having that discussion with your BI administrative team, the BI development team, IT operations, these are the people that you want to have in your governance conversation. You want to also understand the data sources from the business. So this is why the BI development team is very important, because they understand the sources that the business will be using and how to access those sources. You also want to have a conversation about master data management. How are you going to master and manage your data at a master level? Are you going to use Dataflows, Azure Synapse, SQL Server Management Data Services, or some other tool? You want to determine how are you going to manage your data at a high level. Also, opening the conversation of enterprise data dictionaries. How are you going to define your data at an enterprise level so all departments are using the same metrics and the same values across reporting? Are you going to use Dataflows, share Excel workbooks, SQL Server Master Data Services, Data Quality Services? Understand how you're going to use the data dictionary, where you're going to put it, and how can everyone access it? Overall, in this governance workshop, you want to talk about data governance. So understanding your data governance, realizing who's going to manage it, how they're going to manage it, where the applications will stay. Are you going to use any remote machines? Should you bring in outside support? These conversations should be held during the governance workshop to ensure that everything is aligned with the business model. And as you have the remaining workshops, you understand the governance and the high level management. The second workshop is service management. Service management is for the Power BI online service. How are you going to manage the Power BI online service once you have your tenant set up? First is licensing. Understanding what license you're going to have. Are you going to have pro license? Are you going to have premium licensing, premium capacity that supports the pro licensing? What is going to be your licensing structure? If you're going to have just pro licensing, who are going to be the pro developers? If you're having premium, what region are you going to be in? Who are going to be the pro developers in the premium tenant? How are you going to decide who gets a license? Workspace management. Workspace management, most of the time, is department specific. So each department will have their own group of workspaces. How are those workspaces going to be managed? Are you going to have a group admin that's in all of the workspaces? Is there going to be an administrator that supports the workspaces and that adds and removes users based on their employee level? Understanding how the workspaces are going to be managed, the naming conventions, how are they going to be shared? Should there be any icons, any color schemes? Understand how the workspaces are going to be created and managed is important in the service management workshop. Also, tenant administration. Who is going to administer the tenant? What are going to be the tenant settings? Tenant settings should be discussed in the service management workshop, so there is an understanding of what the settings should be. Application management. This is a desktop application. Who's going to manage the desktop application? This should be the IT support. IT support should support with any kind of updates to the desktop. The desktop does update once a month. So how are you going to ensure that everyone has the updated desktop version? Monitoring and support. The online service has a lot of information. There's a lot of users that's going to be moving throughout your online service. How are you going to monitor these users to make sure that none of your data is being shared to people who do not need to see your data? How are you going to monitor to ensure that your resources are being consumed appropriately? If you have a premium environment, your resources are very vital. Understanding who's using your resources, how they're using it, and if there's any room for optimization is really important. So in your service management workshop, you have to make sure that you're discussing how you're going to monitor your environment and how are you going to support if anything goes wrong. Last, in your service management workshop, you want to make sure that you understand connectivity with gateways and data sources. So how are you going to set up your gateways? Who's going to be your gateway admin? How many gateways are you going to have? Where the gateways are going to be located? Are they going to be located on a remote machine? Are they going to be located on some development machine? Who's going to manage it? Who's going to ensure that the gateway is up to date? And if there are any problems, how are you going to support the gateway failures? The next workshop is under security. Security is important when knowing who is inside of your Power BI tenant and how are they using it. So the first is Power BI architecture. Understanding how your Power BI is set up is very important. Where's the region? What's the back end, front end cores? Understanding the architecture of your Power BI tenant is important so you can understand the security measures you need to take to implement and ensure that you do not run into any problems, any data fraud problems, any problems that you can run into. During that security workshop, you also want to discuss access controls. Who has access to what? Your admins should be in this meeting. Your BI development team should also be in this meeting, depending on who's on that team. If your admin is also on the BI development team, you want to make sure that they understand these security measures and understand how to change them if anything happens. Access controls also, you want to make sure you know who can change tenant settings, who can create licensing, who can give someone a license, who can remove licenses. Understanding all the controls of the access will help you move forward with security. Data security is also important. Understanding who can access what data. All data should not be accessible to every employee in a company. You do not want your marketing team accessing financial data. Maybe you do. So having that conversation with your security team, with your data management team and with your IT stakeholders is important to understanding who should have access to what and how do we give them access in Power BI. Sharing is in the security workshop because if you share a report, then that end user now has access to that data. So having a discussion on sharing and how you want to share within your tenant is important in the security discussion. The last workshop you're going to have when adopting Power BI is the rollout and support. This should be your biggest discussion because it includes the entire business. The first you want to talk about is roles and responsibilities. You're going to revisit the adoption roles and everyone who's going to be involved in Power BI adoption. You're going to revisit that conversation and just ensure that everyone understands their role and their responsibility in Power BI. You also want to talk about phase versus organizational rollouts. So are you going to have a phased rollout where you roll out Power BI in phases? And how are you going to roll out that Power BI to your entire organization? So let's talk through the steps of doing that, the best practices of doing that, and what works best for you and your business model. You also want to discuss training requirements. This can be for all of those adoption roles, all 7 of those roles. They can have their own different kind of training requirements, but you want to ensure you are training consumers, analysts, and power users, definitely. So create requirements for those pro users, those pro power users, for those analysts, and for those free users. How are you going to train them? Who's going to train them? And what are the important things that they need to know in training? You want to talk about all of those things in your rollout and support workshop. Also, communication. Communication is very important. How are you going to communicate within your organization? This ties into the center of excellence, which is the last bullet point here. You should be able to communicate within your center of excellence. The center of excellence can be a team site, it can be a Slack channel, it can be SharePoint, whatever you want to use as your center of excellence, where you're going to discuss the rollout, where you're going to create any training material and share that material. You're going to put all of those documentations, everything is going to go to the center of excellence so your entire organization can know where to find Power BI resources, how to find help for Power BI, and where to get started. Support scenarios are also important to discuss so you understand some use cases of how you can help support your business. Because now you'll be using Power BI, and now Power BI is about to be rolled out into your business, and it's good to know some of those support cases already. So whenever those users come and need support, you've already discussed some possible support cases, and you'll be ready for when new use cases come up and you have to support those users. So these are the adoption workshops. Once again, once you're ready to adopt Power BI, you've made the decision that Power BI is good for your organization. You've made your decision on if you want to get pro or premium. Now you want to meet with your decision makers and discuss workshops and who should have the responsibilities for each of those roles. So that discussion should be with the IT stakeholders at first, with the management team, and then you want to start to include those roles and responsibilities. So after you've identified those people, you want to then set up these workshops and choose who goes to what workshop, who will lead the workshops, and how long the workshops will be based on your business model. Thank you so much for listening to this session. I hope you've learned something today when it comes to adopting Power BI in your tenant. So happy adopting. Best wishes to you and your business on using Power BI in your environment. Goodbye.
Woo, okay. Welcome back to the studio, everybody. Thank you, DeNisha, for sharing Power BI adoption practices with us. You know, listening to that talk can be applicable to anything. It's not just Power BI that can be adopted in those ways. It's any set of tools. And so, DeNisha, thanks for giving us a talk that wasn't only applicable to BI, but the entire platform. All right, guys, we are in the final stretch here. Our final 2 sessions are coming up, but before we get to those, earlier in the day, we had the chance to go through some slides and share some very important learning resources. We want to go through those again, make sure that you see them as well in case you weren't here earlier, so that you can maximize your value in attending and learn where you can keep your journey going. Heather, you want to share some slides?
Yes, that was awesome. Yeah, end user adoption in general is such a good topic. So thank you so much, DeNisha. That was fantastic. Yeah, so we're going to go in and talk a little bit about our online communities again. So like we said before, we've got, community engagement's got a lot of different pieces to it. If you're a blog writer, if you're a video maker, if you're an app maker, if you, you can do all kinds of things and contribute to the community, share with each other, share your stories. So to get into our community and join, we've got community.powerplatform.com, and we've got all 4 of our awesome Power Platform products there where you can jump into those communities. And at the bottom there, we got some hashtags, and I know there's a lot of them, but if you have a specific question in one of the areas and you want to grab the attention of other folks who happen to be in the Flow fam or Bot Squad, use those hashtags. And you know what? You're all Power Addicts. If you're at this show, you're one, right? So you need to go to their Hangouts and go check that out. So we wanted to show you this for sure. And the hashtag that we really love there at the end is "We rise by uplifting others," right?
That's right.
We've seen a lot of that today in our YouTube chat and on Twitter. People really supporting each other, and that's what this whole thing's about, right, John?
Totally. The collaboration has been fantastic. And so definitely get plugged into the community. Check out that community.powerplatform.com site. There it is up on the screen. And so then what makes up the community?
Yeah.
And so there's a few different parts to it. The first one is forums, right? And so we have a slide for that. What's a forum? It is a place where you can actually go and ask questions and answer questions. It's probably the bread and butter to any community site.
Absolutely. So and next we have galleries. So you can go into our galleries. You can check out webinars. You can check out videos. You can check out different flows. You can post your own up there as well. So this is a place to share information, share flows, share apps, share your bots, and get something back as well. So definitely get into those galleries and share. It's what it's all about, right? All the things you saw today, I bet you lots of people are either they have them up there already in the gallery, or they're going to put them up there afterwards, right?
Definitely,
so the galleries are awesome.
And then there's ideas. And so ideas is where if you have feedback about a feature, or if we're missing a feature and you think it belongs in the product, head over to the ideas area in the community so you can suggest those things. One quick thing, make sure you always search first to see if the idea exists. If it's there, go ahead and throw your vote in to add your weight to it. Otherwise, create a brand new idea to get your feature added.
Can we bring John and I up for a second as well? So first of all, I'm watching the chat on YouTube, and I want to say, so John and I got here at 4:30 a.m. Pacific time, right, to get started at the studio with our awesome producer, Paul Naz. And so I've been looking, people have been putting in how long they've been with us, and so many people have been with us, dipping in all around the world, starting with us in Australia and New Zealand. I've seen South Africa. We've seen people from all over the place. So thank you for hanging out with us. I mean, this all is going to be available literally immediately after the event is over here in just about an hour. So the fact that you stayed on with us pretty much the whole time and we're in the chat and tweeting like bananas, thank you so much for that. It means a ton. And oh, actually, you know what? Can I show? Ooh, should I show the tie graph?
Let's check it out.
Oh yeah, let's talk about this tie graph.
So tie graph tweets, let's give them a shout out.
Yes.
They do dashboards like this for community events. If you need an excellent community dashboard that shows all your social activity, reach out to tie graph. They put this on. And so let's take a little look at some of the numbers.
I just refreshed just to get us where we're going. Okay, there we go. Go ahead, John.
Wow.
Right?
1,100 tweets. Over 4.5 million people have been impressioned about this event, and over 1 million have been reached. What does that mean? It means 4 million people had this event in their feed, and 1 million people actually saw it.
Yeah.
Over 1,000 interactions from all of you. We trended on Twitter today. I am happy to announce that that was actually a goal of ours and something we accomplished. So thank you all. Thank you all for participating, for chatting, for being here with us, for sticking it out, and for, just being part of the show. It's really, really appreciated.
Absolutely. And I just dropped the link to the Tygraph tweets into the YouTube chat as well. So if you all want to go check it out, if you're a top original tweeter, I'm just saying, I don't know who's at the top there, but wow.
That person's tweeting a lot. That person's tweeting a lot today. They are, yeah. And if you don't recognize that name, it is my co-host over there at the other desk who is leading the leaderboard. You know what, Heather, real quick, before we get to our next session, let's go ahead and jump back into the slides and do a couple of shout outs for some community material.
Yeah,
I think we should get that in front of some more eyes. So real quick, we're gonna run through these as fast as we can. The Flow Pro Show is all about Power Automate. It's a monthly YouTube show. Definitely check that one out.
Awesome. Go ahead, do that one.
Power Addicts is a group of people who identify themselves with the hashtag Power Addict. Their whole mantra is we rise by uplifting others. They are here to help you get all of your Power Platform questions answered. Go to that link to check out their Hangout or use hashtag Power Addicts on Twitter to find them.
And we've got some amazing podcasts. Lisa Crosby and Megan V. Walker are putting out what's going on in Power Platform and what's getting us out of bed in the morning. They're fabulous. And then we have another podcast. This is all Power BI focused. It's been around a long time. And Diver Down is one of the fellows with Tygraph that's helped us with our tweet sentiments. And Jason, who's a love, who's been around forever, a dear friend, a podcaster for all time. And then this wonderful, talk about this one because it went up like bananas.
It did. Power Platform Weekly is brand new. They came out last week. They've had their first newsletter. It's a newsletter where you can sign up and get the latest and greatest information on the Power Platform. All the best content, all the best news. The link is there. Definitely go ahead and check that one out.
Absolutely.
Okay, Heather, it's time. It's time for our next session.
It is?
Nick Doelman is doing our final community session of the day.
Oh my
Make
gosh.
sure to stay tuned.
Yes.
We have Arun and Amir from Power BI to follow him up.
Yep.
But right now, get your dose of Power Apps Portals with Nick Doelman.
Yay, Nick.
Welcome everyone to the Power Platform Community Conference 2020. And this is my session, More Power to Power Apps Portals. Just a little bit who I am. My name is Nick Doelman. I am a Microsoft MVP in the business applications. Please reach out to me on Twitter at ReadyXRM. Last March, I was lucky enough to be able to present at the Power Platform Online Conference, and some of you may remember my session, Intro to Power Apps Portals. Now, if you want, you can actually, there's the 2D barcode, you can scan that, and that will take you directly back to the recording of that presentation. And just a few things of what we covered last time. We talked about what a Power Apps portal was. We talked about provisioning a portal. We added a web page. And then from that web page, we linked it into our common data service and surfaced some data there. And then we also talked about how to make that data secure and only make it visible to specific users. So here's the scenario for today's presentation. I've been powerlifting for quite a few years now and been involved in a lot of local meets and also competed at the national level. Now, the association here is pretty good, but their website, I think, was designed in the 1980s. So I thought I would take it upon myself to design a portal to help out the Powerlifting Association. And so I came up with a list of requirements and I've implemented them using Power Apps portals. All right, so let's talk a little bit about my scenario. So this is the Power Platform and I've created a model-driven app and it's for the association. It's called Powerlifting Membership Management. This is a model-driven app that I created. So let's take a look. And we see here, we have our sitemap, we have our clubs, our contacts, and we have a listing of our meets. These are the competitions and some information around them, start and end time, registration fee, etc. We can actually drill down into these in our model-driven app and take a look at them and find out some more information. We also have a listing of our registrations, and these are the folks that are registering specifically for these particular meets. So in our maker portal at make.powerapps.com, we have different things here. We can create our other apps, but I'm going to create a portal app. And this is a bit of a review, but what we can do is this is what will provision the Power Apps portal. So I've given it a name. I've just called it Powerlifting Portal. I've given it an address, which has to be unique. It's .powerappsportals.com, but of course we can create our own URL, and I've chosen language, and now I'm just going to hit create. Once your portal has been provisioned, you're going to see in your list of apps, you're going to see that you have still you're going to have a new model-driven app called Portal Management. And then you're also going to see that you have an app of type Portals. Let's actually take a look. If I click on this, this will take you to your provision portal. So what we're going to do is we're going to edit this particular portal. I'm going to go to that portal app. I'm going to choose edit. And this is going to launch the Portal Studio. If you recall from the intro to Power Apps Portals last spring, we went in through this and we did a couple things. And I'm just going to quickly go through those same steps again, just to give you a bit of a refresher. We created a new page. We picked a particular layout. I'm going to choose page with title. So we've gone in, I've created the brand new page. I've given it a name. I've given it a partial URL. And then from the studio, we can begin to add content. So I can just clear out some of that stuff. We can add something like, I don't know, let's add a 2-column section. So we'll go into the 1 column here and we're going to add a text component. And what we also could do is we could add another component, something like an image component. And we can select our particular images. We'll just use the About Us. And we'll just sort of give this a hello world. And then once we're done this page, we can just quickly, I'll immediately browse to our page. And we have a very simple page up here. But we're going to add a little bit more power to it. Back in the studio, we're going to, and in that section, in that column, we're going to add something like a list. And that list links to the common data service. So let's just choose, we'll create one, we'll call it contests. We'll go choose our entity, which would be the powerlifting meets. I'm going to choose this. I'm going to pick my view. I'll just pick the active meets for now. And we'll just click on some white space to save. And we have here, we see the column headings already. So let's just browse to our website and we have a list of our meets. So that was just a 5-minute version of the session from last spring. Let's talk about what we're going to focus on today. We're going to look at power tools for the portals. We're going to take a look at some technologies that you might already be familiar with, such as HTML and CSS, but we're also going to take a look at a markup language called Liquid, which is very important for Power Apps portals. From there, we're going to show you how you can power up your display of common data service records. And we're also going to take a look at the Power Apps Portals Web API. And this is something that's currently in public preview, but it's going to add a lot of power to your portal projects. So here's a slightly updated version of that entity list that we added to our page. Added a couple things. I've added a search button to this. I've also added the ability to drill down, and this will drill down to an entity form. So I can go in and click on some information and find out more about this particular meet, who the contact information is. And also I've created a link here to register that meet using a web form. So we have new extra functionality, but so far I've just used the standard point and click configuration for Power Apps portals. If we take a look at this, we do have the drill down into the meet because this is the entity list is related to a specific entity. And from that, I can drill down to that particular entity. But what if I wanted to drill down, for instance, into the host club, or maybe I wanted to drill down in more information? This is something we can easily do in a model-driven app. However, it's very difficult on the portal. The other thing too is this is sort of a grid list. It's, it's very functional, but maybe we want to display this in a particular different way in order to, let our users do a couple things. We also have the dates are full of extra information. Maybe we just want the start and end date. We don't necessarily need the times. Now with entity lists, we're pretty limited of what we can do. So we're going to actually build a template that's going to show the information, and we're going to be able to configure the information exactly how we want to do it. So let's take a look. If you're working on anything in the Power Platform, and specifically the Common Data Service, and also with portals, is the XRM Toolbox. This is a free tool developed by the community that has a set of hundreds of tools to help you with your projects. Definitely download it. It will definitely help you out with your Common Data Service projects and Power Apps portals. Specifically for portals today, we're going to talk about the Fetch XML Builder. And then there's a new tool called the Power Portal Web API Helper that I found extremely helpful when I was building some of my portal projects. Let's talk first a little bit about the Liquid markup language. This is an open source markup language for dynamically showing content. With our Liquid tags, we can place them anywhere on a web page, content snippet, header, footer, and we can mix that. We can make it interact with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Key thing about this, it runs server side. So it's not like a client side based technology that's going to run in your browser. Liquid gets interpreted on the server, so that provides a little extra layer of security, but some other things we need to be aware of. Currently, it's read-only execution. We can't use Liquid to write back to the common data service, but we're going to talk about the Portal Web API and how we can do it there. And really, Liquid is the foundation for a concept called web templates within the Power Apps portal. So Liquid is made up of a bunch of different things. You have your Liquid operators, your types, your objects, your tags, and your filters. So we're back on our portal page here, and I've added a new page, and it's a meet listing. And it's, maybe not the most prettiest thing in the world, but we're showing our information from the common data service, not necessarily in a grid form, but more kind of in a listed digest form, and a couple different things here. And we have the ability still to drill down into the record. I've added that, but also we can drill down into the particular clubs. And that's something we couldn't do before necessarily. And that's something we could do when we're configuring our own template. Now let's dig in and take a look to see how I did that. Recall from earlier when we designed our web page and we added our component. The page itself is based on a particular template. So when we created a new page, we picked a template. So a lot of this stuff is where we'd want to do some of that foundational work to be able to give a layout of what we want. So what I can do is I can take a look at the templates here, and let's take a look at that page with title. So here's an example of some of our page template using Liquid code. So we have the div classes and the containers, and this is standard HTML. But then we see the stuff in the brackets, and these are the particular Liquid tags and objects we're working with. So we see here we have a Liquid tag that's showing something like the breadcrumbs. So that is the listing on the following of pages we see across the top. That's within this block here. And then we also have our block main, which is showing our page copy. So stuff that we would key in or some of that static content. And if we look at that page copy, if we were to go back to our particular page, if you remember, we can take a look at the source code editor. So I'm going to click on that. And then here, it's not the full template, but we see some stuff that's custom put in that page. And if I look at this particular div here, we see here another Liquid tag, and we're including the entity list as the Power Platform specific object. And the key is powerlifting meets. So we're already, when we're adding to our components, we're using Liquid already. What the Portal Studio will do is inject those particular Liquid comments directly into our page copy to show our particular components. But what we want to do is use Liquid to be a little bit more flexible. So let's take a look at what we're aiming for. So if you recall from last time, we do have to do a few extra things that we can't do directly in the Portal Studio. And I'm here in the Portal Management app here, and I'm going to look at our web templates. And here we can begin to build a brand new template. So I'm just going to add a new one. So I've added a new blank web template here, and we don't have any source code into it yet. So if we were to use that, we would run into some problems. First thing we're going to do is we're going to have to add some blocks and able to build out our Liquid. So here I've added the block main and block, so we can begin to build our code within there. Now, we don't want to reinvent the wheel. So a lot of times we want to utilize existing web templates, and we'll take a look at some of the other web templates. Let's take a look at something that we know, like layout one column. And we see here that it already has a lot of structure in there, the breadcrumbs, the title, for example, and also the main where you have the page copy. And remember, the page copy is where the particular Liquid code for showing that entity list component was contained. Powerlifting contest template here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to include that particular link to that other web template. So we have that here. We're extending layout one column because we want to utilize that. But here's where we're going to want to start adding our own custom code. So what I want to do is affect some of the layout as well. And this is going into deeper HTML stuff. So I've added here some new sections and containers and stuff. So we can, our portal is not going to be like all over the place. So in our web template, we're going to add a reference to some content snippets just to show some static text. Announcements, content snippet. We have all that here as a content snippet. So let's add that into our code as well. So we've added our content snippets in here. So that's going to display that. We're also going to add some site markers into our code. Now, what a site marker is really just a pointer to a particular web page. So we would first set up our site marker directly in the Portal Management app. So if you see here, I've already got a site marker pointing to the Meet Details page. So we're going to use that site marker in our code. So I've assigned those here. We have our site markers that we're going to be able to reuse later as we define the layout of our particular common data service data. So the next thing we want to do is retrieve all that meet information, meaning the contest information that we have in our common data service. So how would we go about doing that? So here we've added the fetchXML liquid tag into the code. What is fetchXML? fetchXML is a querying language specifically to the Common Data Service in Dynamics 365. Now, you could type out your fetchXML query directly, but I recommend using a tool from the XRM toolbox. Here in the XRM toolbox, I've used the fetchXML builder. I've picked my entity, I've picked my particular attributes, and that's generated my fetchXML statement for me. So I've added the fetch here. So I have my site markers, have my fetch. So I've now been able to retrieve my data, got everything set up. So let's go and actually format the look of our page. So now that we have our fetch, the next thing we're going to do is we're going to parse through those results. So first I'm checking if the meets, and that's, remember, the name of my fetch XML. It's going to make sure the total record count is greater than 0. Again, remember this is going to be interpreted on the server. So by the time it gets to the browser, we're going to have the results already. So it's going to check to make sure it's greater than 0. If it is, then we're going to use a for loop, and we're going to go through each component in our results. And of course, those represents the particular contest, or the meets as we like to call them. And here I'm just using regular HTML and using an href, but now notice I'm using the site marker. Remember the site markers we set up earlier? And that's going to that meet detail, but we're passing it a parameter. We're passing the GUID, the ID that we've retrieved as part of our fetch XML. So it's going to know which particular meet to go. And then in the display, we're going to choose the actual name. Of course, we want to show the description. And then I also had that other site marker that was linking to that web form to do the registration. What I'm going to need to do, and this is more of a Power Platform Portals thing, is to create a page template. So this is a web template, and there also is something called page templates. So these are, it's a structure that is kind of a holdover from the legacy thing. So basically we need to create this other pointer record effectively. So I'm going to create this page template. I'm going to call this contests. We'll leave the header and footer, and we'll save this information. So now that we have this contest page template, what we can do is we can go back into our Portal Studio and add that. So I'm now into the page configuration, and what we've done here, if we created a new page, it gave it a name and a partial URL, but here instead I chose the template of contest. So now that we have that contest template, if I were to take a look at this page now, so now you see we have our new page layout that we've designed ourselves, and you can see that this is a great way to add more power using Liquid and web templates to your Power Apps portal. So one of our other requirements was for our meet directors to be able to go in and update the results. So they would go into the meet results, and this is just using the regular point and click configuration. And we can see here that Jim is logged in as a meet director, and he can begin to go in and update some of this information directly in this entity list using an entity form. So we would click on the edit button, and that would open up this form. Now he could go in and update those results pretty quickly into this entity form. And of course, we'll put in the squat, bench, deadlift results. And then we're going to submit those results and click. That is going to update the Common Data Service. Now, this becomes very tedious because you have to keep going and clicking open a new form and filling in those details and submitting the form. So there's got to be a better way. So what I've done is I've created a page that will be able to edit directly a lot easier. Let's go here to this update meet totals. And here we have a list, and I can go in directly and begin to edit that information directly into this portal. And then I just hit save, and I can just continue on and enter in information. So this becomes pretty powerful. Let's take a look at how we did that, because we were using here is the Power Apps Portals web API. Let's talk a little bit about the Power Apps Portals web API. And this is currently in public preview, so you can try it out, but you might want to hold off putting it into your production projects until it becomes general available. From the web API, you can do a create, an update, and a delete without a form submit. This is all secured through using entity permissions. And remember earlier, we talked about entity permissions. Like I mentioned, it is public preview, but you can try it out. And it's really based on using JavaScript. So if you're used to JavaScript, you should have no problems with the Portal Web API. So I've created a brand new web template called Update Contest Results, and we want to fill in a lot of the information here into our web template. So I've updated my web template with some code, and we'll just quickly go through it. Again, I'm extending the layout one column. I've added my block. I've added some containers and some columns and stuff here to make the page look better. Again, standard HTML stuff. And then here on the fetch, I've added a fetch statement and I'm collecting the registrations. Again, I use the fetch XML builder to build that. And then I'm going through to make sure I'm going to parse through all those results. And I'm just, again, making sure that we have data that's been returned. And I'm creating a table. And this is just a regular HTML table, nothing too fancy. I have my headings in here. And then from here, I'm going through each of those registrations and I'm displaying some of that static information into the HTML table. But we want to be able to edit those particular values. So here's where we're going to add a little bit more HTML to make those sort of editable values in my table. So I've added some more inputs into those table cells and I wanted them to be an input type of number. So these are going to be input values. I'm giving them an ID. Now you notice that I've called these things like squat, bench, deadlift, which are the powerlifting moves, but I've also incorporated using Liquid the ID of that record. And that's important because we want to be able to identify those particular controls later. So we want to give those a unique value. I give them a name. We talk about the minimum, the maximum. We can do other things with this. And then in terms of the value, I also want to show the value that came from if there were already results in that table. So we're again pulling that from our fetch statement using this liquid tag. From this object, we're showing the different results here. So that's going to display in my table the existing results if there already were some. Now, the next thing we want to do is figure out how we're going to be able to take those input values and update them directly to the Common Data Service. And up until this point, the only way to be able to do that would be to use something called a companion app. And a companion app could have been another service we would have created in Azure or something else. And we would have to use JavaScript to call that particular service and pass those values. And that particular standalone service would have to communicate with the Common Data Service using the regular authentication and APIs and everything. But using the JavaScript Web API, there's a much better way to do that. So the first thing we're going to need to do is set up some site settings. And if you understand portals, site settings really are sort of like those registry settings from Windows. There where you can configure specific things for the portal. So there's the Web API error, inner error. We've turned that on so we can monitor some of this stuff. And then the thing is we need to create a site setting for that particular entity. And it is registration, but we need to use the schema name here. So it is the readyxrm _ registration. We want to enable that to true to make sure that we are telling the portal, yes, if we're going to use the Portal Web API for this particular entity, it's good to go. And if we take a look at the other site setting, we're going to define the fields. And these are the fields that we're going to allow the Portal Web API to update, read, and do creates and things like that. So these are all comma separated. Now I could just put in a star, which would be everything. What we want to do is kind of limit what the Portal API is able to do. So once we have these site settings set up for the Web API, that's the first step in setting this up. The next thing we need to do is set up some helper code. And this is a function that you can copy directly off the Microsoft Docs site. They've created this here. To build this out would have been pretty tricky. And the thing is, what it's doing is it's getting the proper tokens. It's doing the right authentication using jQuery and Ajax and all this stuff. And this is great because if I had to build this script, I probably would have struggled with it quite a bit to get it exactly right. And it's going to be the same script all the time. It's not built into portals directly, so we're going to have to add it. Now, what I like to do is add this directly as a web template. So I've added this, I've used script tags, and this is the first time we've seen this. Those particular script tags mean we're going to be running JavaScript in between those tags. And of course, if you've done any kind of web development before, you know all about adding script tags in JavaScript. So we're going to add that. And then what we're going to do is we're going to reference this particular web template from the web template where we're going to do our editing. Let's take a look. So I'm back in my update contest results. So just past my block main here, what I'm going to do is just add a reference to that Portal Web API Ajax into that web template. So we have a reference to that, so we could reference it from our own JavaScript. So the next thing I want to do is we want to actually have script that we can, a place we can call. So what I'm going to do is within my web template, I'm going to add script tags at the bottom so we have a place to put in our JavaScript code. And we're going to actually create a function that we can call in order to update the Portal Web API. So I've added my script functions. I'm add this function called update where I'm going to pass it the GUID because we're going to want to know the GUID of the record we're updating, and also the squat, bench, and deadlift values to this function where we can actually go and call the Portal Web API, which we're going to get to in a few minutes. So going back into my for loop where we're building out our table, we're going to want to add a save button to the table. So we have our input types. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add the save button as the last cell in the particular table. So let's put that code in and let's just take a look at it. So let's just, so what we're going to show here is we have, again, our table row. We're doing an input type of button. We're just giving it a value of save. So we see that save and then on click. And this is where we're going to be calling our JavaScript function. We're doing update. And remember, the first thing we're going to do is pass our GUID. So again, using the liquid tags, we're passing that ID from the record that we've retrieved. And then we're going through and we're getting the values from those different elements. And here I'm using, again, the document get ID by, and I have my identifier there and as the value. So we're going to pass each of those three values in our table to our JavaScript function. And I know there might be some better ways to do this, but this is just sort of to explain the concept. So there's my squat. And if I move over, I've also got my bench results as well as my deadlift results values. And we're basically calling our function from here, calling our function to update this information. And again, by putting in those GUIDs, the GUIDs are important because we're going to need to know if we don't want it to pick the first one. We actually want to pick that unique value if we have multiple on a particular table. So let's continue and let's take a look at the next step. The next thing we're going to want to do is update our particular function here with calling the Portal API. We could begin to punch in this code, but this is where I get a little bit lazy. And there are some great tools out there that will help us to build out that code a lot easier. So I've used, again, the XRM toolbox, so definitely check this out again. So I've loaded the Power Portal Web API helper tool. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to load my entities, and that's going to load the website. And it's going to recognize that we're looking at things like registrations here. So I'm going to pick that because that's what I want to update. And here it's already going to check if it's been enabled for the web API because I did the site settings. If I wanted, I could have generated I could have enabled that already directly from here. So I've choose already the bench, the deadlift, and the squat is the things I want to update. And what we can do is we can generate those snippets. And it's created that wrapper function, which we've used already. We have that in our system. But then we have things like the create. So if I wanted to create one, I have a bit of code here that I could just cut and paste. The update is the one that I'm interested in. I can go here and copy this particular code into my web template. So I've copied the code into my web template, into my update function. We have the data object here, and it's got the three different values. Now I do have to change this to parse float because those are numeric values. If I left them straight up, I would get an error message. And then we have our data object. And then let's take a look at the web API. So we're doing a patch statement. Of course, it is following here. It's going to the URL. It is passing the GUID. Remember, we did pass the GUID to this function. We are passing that JSON object, which is the data object that we created up here. And basically looking for the success, and it will do something to the console log. So now that we have all of this code in, our template is ready. So again, what we're going to need to do is create a corresponding page template for this particular web template. And then we could go into our Portal Studio and use this particular page template for our page. So we're in our Portal Studio. I've created a page, update meet totals, the partial URL. I'm using the template, the page template that I set up. And of course, this could preview and show you some of this information already. And now we can go in and we can update the information like I mentioned earlier and just save that and continue on. And of course, I'd probably want to do something like a little alert, maybe change the color or change the icon. But these are the types of things you can easily do with JavaScript. So in summary, get to know Liquid. Definitely learn how to configure web templates using Liquid and JavaScript and HTML and CSS. Check out XRM Toolbox. Even if you're doing other projects in the Common Data Service or other things in the Power Platform, XRM Toolbox has a lot of tools and they're all free. And check out the Portal's web API. It's really awesome. You can do a lot of cool stuff.
Thank you, Mr. Nick Doelman, for that amazing talk. That was our final community session of the day. Our final tutorial, our final how-to from those of you out there showing all of us how to do it. Thank you so much for all of our community speakers for giving their time, for presenting such amazing sessions. It has been great. It is now time for our final session of the day. I'm going to go and hand it off to the CVP of the Data Application Platform, Arun Ulag.
Hello, everyone. I'm Arun Ulag, and I'm the Corporate Vice President of the Power BI engineering team here in Redmond. I wanted to thank you for spending the last couple of days with us. This was a fantastic event where the community around the Power Platform really shared a bunch of information that was hopefully very useful to all of you. It's really incredible how far the Power Platform has come. What started off as a journey with one product, Power BI in 2015, has grown to a family of products with Power Apps and Power Automate and Power Virtual Agent, and over 500,000 organizations around the world using it today. And this has only been possible because you, as the community, leaned in. You told our story, you got trained, you built solutions, you worked with customers, and you gave us tons and tons of feedback. There are tens of thousands of ideas on ideas forums that come from the community, and you know we take it very, very seriously. We work really hard to deliver the capabilities that matter most to you. So what we're going to do in this very last session is listen to some of the stories from the community. So I'm going to transition to Amir Netz, who's the CTO and Technical Fellow for Power BI, and he's going to talk to a few of our community members. He's going to talk to them about their stories, about how they started with one of the products and how they grew their careers and how they help their organizations and other customers get value from the Power Platform. So Amir, over to you.
Thank you, Arun, and hello, everybody. My name is Amir Netz, and I'm the CTO of the Power BI team. Yes, Power BI, the first product in the Power Platform. And I was there from the very beginning, before it was called Power BI, before, somewhere between the Big Bang and today, I was there, and we built the whole BI business. And it's, this is so exciting to have the partner conference for the Power Platform. And because for Power BI specifically, the momentum that you guys have provided us is just unbelievable. I want to share with you one stat that we haven't shared before. I want to see this, look at this slide. We have over 19,000 partners right now for Power BI alone, not the whole Power Platform, Power BI alone. And in the last year alone, almost 7,000 of you joined the community of partners. If you do the math, it means that we are adding a new partner to Power BI every 75 minutes, around the clock, 24/7 by 365. It's just incredible. And this is because there's so much there. This is really an amazing journey that we have with all of you, and we really are changing the world. But it's not just Power BI. It's very clear that what's happening with the whole Power Platform is pretty phenomenal. The idea of having a suite of products, which is both the Power BI and Power Apps and Power Automate and Power Virtual Agent, and they all kind of share the same idea that we can allow anybody that just want to take a risk and want to pull up their sleeves. Anybody can become an application creator, and you can change organizations. And it's a great opportunity within the organization. It's a great opportunity to the whole partner community. And the productivity we are seeing is just incredible. But it's more than just the productivity. It's more than just the product. This is an amazing, amazing business opportunity for all of you and for all of us. I want to show you, this is a formal Microsoft slide that describes the Microsoft Cloud. Basically, this is the Microsoft Cloud, and you can see all the familiar members like Azure at the bottom, Microsoft Office 365, and the Microsoft Power Platform is showing up here. And that's really, just really indicative about how big we think at Microsoft the opportunity with the Power Platform is. We think it is going to be at the same scale as Office 365, as Microsoft Azure. You know, it's not going to happen overnight, but the growth rate are just staggering, and the opportunity for the whole ecosystem, all of you, is just amazing. And especially now that we are joining forces with the Teams product, and the whole Power Platform is being rehomed as Team is going to be the primary experience, something pretty amazing is happening. So I want you to kind of feel, you know, this is a suite. This is not just a bunch of full products. This is a suite of products designed to work together and integrate together and integrate with Teams. And to get a feel for what it means to have a suite of products integrated with Teams, I want to roll this cool video I really like.
More than ever, businesses are looking for ways to be agile and save time and money. Microsoft Teams is a rich platform for work, offering so much more than just chat, meetings, and calling. With Power Platform in Teams, it's also a place where anyone can develop simple yet powerful low-code solutions that simplify work right within Teams. Power Apps is a low-code app-building platform that lets you easily create, edit, and publish apps directly to Teams, allowing you to simplify work across any device. Now, anyone can benefit from AI-powered, natural language-capable bots made right in Teams. Power Virtual Agents makes chatbots easy to create and scale across your organization. You can automate processes like approvals, reminders, and even robust enterprise-grade workflows using the Power Automate app. And turn your insights into action with a new Power BI app that lets you quickly find, share, and create data visualizations right within Teams. With Teams and Microsoft Power Platform, your opportunities to simplify work are endless, making it easier than ever to bring people together and achieve more.
Isn't it amazing? And we couldn't do it without you guys. And, you know, the whole community has been so instrumental for the success of the platform. And we just, you know, we know we're just at the very beginning of the long journey, but it's going to be amazing. It's going to be amazing. And we're going to spend the next 20 minutes or so chatting with some of you guys. And I'm going to have the pleasure to have the chat with Belinda Allen. Hey, Belinda.
Hi, how are you?
Hey. And Mike Carlo. Hey, Mike.
Hi.
And Belinda and Mike are long-time enthusiasts of the platform, and that's your day job right now, right?
Yeah, that it is.
It is.
Yeah. So, Mike, tell me, how did you find yourself in the Power Platform?
So I would call myself a quintessential Excel user, totally in the business. Mechanical engineering is my trade, so I love data. I thought it's just awesome. So I just kept pushing into it, and I realized that I love coding. I love software. I used Visual Basic, VBA to write code, and right about that time, Power BI came out. So I was super thrilled and just jumped in with both feet and thought, man, I don't have to write code anymore. I don't have to write scripts. I can just jump right into my data and start really getting involved with Power BI. So I was there from the very beginning part of Power BI when it was initially released. I thought organizations need to know about this. It's going to be incredible. And the tight connection between this and Excel, I just fell in love with it. So that's why I started the website Power BI Tips, and just started talking about this amazing tool that we have in front of us.
And what did it do to your career?
Well, I'm now a full-time consultant in nothing but Power BI and Power Platform assets for organizations. I do from raw data, developing full solutions all the way into reporting for organizations. So for me, it's entirely changed my career. This is what I do full-time, all the time. It supports my family, and this is how I run my business. I run my business on top of the Power Platform as well, because I need tools that are quick to build and are reliable.
You know, this is just a great story because I know of so many people who started, you know, they were just analysts, they were just propeller heads in the departments. And when they saw the opportunity with the Power Platform, they jumped in both feet in and changed completely their career trajectory. Sometimes it was within the organizations, you know, so they suddenly took an official role of you know, assimilating the platform into the organization. Sometimes move to business IT, sometimes move to full IT. Sometimes they actually quit their job and open their own business like you did, Mike. That's pretty awesome. Belinda, how did you get to the Power Platform?
Well, I was a long-time implementer of one of the Dynamics ERP systems. So for many years, I was constantly searching for better reporting tools that would help my customers. So I saw the benefits of a good report and good information that was accurate and timely for my particular customers. So like Mike, I was like heavy in Excel. And when some of the earlier pieces came out, like Power View and Power Pivot, I was all over it. So the moment that Power BI came out, I jumped on it full-fledged. And I can really see now how it truly benefits those end users. Anyone who's using an ERP system, which is basically any business, some of the things that you could do to change their business and actually improve it dramatically is important. So that kind of intelligence, I have my own definition of business intelligence, and that's making accurate decisions based on timely information. And so it's incredibly important to us. So that's kind of how I did that. I ended up changing my entire career from ERP implementer and consultant to just being particularly a Power BI, but a whole Power Platform person.
So using the whole Power Platform, Belinda, right?
The whole Power Platform. Yep. I love it all. Power Automate. I absolutely adore Power Apps. Every single one of them, I can see true benefits. So I'm just working my way into Virtual Agent, but I'm getting there. I see what it can do for people. So one of the things that I try to do in the community is really help people create ideas of how they can improve their businesses in very simple measures that could save them several hours a week. And if you do that with enough people in a company, then you're really making a positive effect on them financially.
Yeah. And how did it affect your career, the whole Power Platform?
Well, you know, I have to say, Power BI is a lot more fun than accounting system. So I have a really good time. But so that's probably one of the things for me is it's really given me a chance to be creative. I mean, you cannot afford to be creative when it comes to accounting systems. So to really be creative on coming up with solutions that better business. You know, I've been telling people for years, you know, everyone's in business to make money, but I'm in this business because I like making businesses better. So by utilizing and implementing Power BI, Power Apps, Power Automate, I really get the chance to do that and have a good time doing it at the same time.
And do you have, if you think about the integration between these things, do you have any feature that you'd like to see us delivering?
Oh gosh, I wish you'd asked me that earlier. I would have given you a list when we're here, but I'm not really sure. I think I'd like just to see tighter integration between Power BI and the other two products. I'd like to see them work a little bit tighter. What they do now is astounding, and I'm blown away by everything that Microsoft is putting into it. Every time a new release is out, I'm mind blown. Maybe something that.
How about Power BI and Power Automate?
Okay, so Power BI and Power Automate, maybe something that could create some interactions based off of the decomp tree would be kind of interesting. That's my new favorite toy, the decomp tree. And so if you could take maybe something, I don't know, something in the decomposition tree that would allow you to spur some actions in Power Automate, that might be a lot of fun.
So you know what, we actually working on something that I think might fit the bill.
Okay.
Yeah, so we haven't rehearsed any of this. So I do have some slides. It's just I thought maybe people would like to see. So I'm going to transition, and you all know that we have the integration between Power BI and Power Apps, where you can actually drop a Power App into Power BI, right, into a report. And this you see here, this is kind of a Virgin Atlantic application that allows you to compute the fuel consumption and into a flight, and it's fully interactive. So you make the selection in the Power BI, cross-highlighting it, it's communicating with the Power App. So the selection in the Power App is changing as well. And it's so cool. You guys are using this, Belinda? Do you use this kind of the ability to drop in Power App into Power BI report?
I am. So one of the problems that a lot of people that use ERP systems has is they have approvals in place, maybe to approve transactions before they get committed to the system. And no matter how you do it in the ERP system, it's always a hassle to review the data. So what I like to do is build a report in Power BI where you could just see on one screen, you can use some interactions and really make it powerful, and then put that Power App right there on the screen so that they can create their actions right from the same screen. And the person who's doing the approval never has to leave that one space in order to be able to do everything that they do. So for example, if you're approving accounts payable transactions, you could see all of the accounts payable transactions and where they're coded in the general ledger on the screen, all your different batches. You have a little app over on the side that lists all your batches. You highlight your batch, you click approve, and then not only does it approve it in your system, but it also kicks off some flows in Power Automate that perhaps notifies the AP department, hey, this batch has been approved, so go ahead and process it, it's ready to go, or whatever it needs to do. So that kind of integration, I wish I was exaggerating, but you're going to save between 2 and 10 hours a week if you have something like that in place when you are approving batches. 2 to 10 hours a week. Crazy.
It's crazy. Now, you mentioned Power Automate. So we are working right now, Belinda, on integrating a Power Automate with a Power BI report. So in this case, you can actually create the flow, the Power Automate flow, directly from within the Power BI report. In this case, we're seeing how we create a MailChimp mailing campaign, and you attach it to the data you select in the report. And now as you slice and dice the report, in this case, we're slicing a specific region, we can start an email campaign, a marketing campaign to that specific region. So easy, just like that. You don't even have to pre-author the flow in advance. You can just do it on the fly here inside Power BI. What do you think of that?
I'm doing a happy dance in my chair.
This is excellent. So,
Mike, what do you think?
Well, I do a lot of Power BI embedded. So this is a feature set that's kind of been in the embedded space for just a little while now, but you got to write a lot of code to make this happen. Again, this is really the story of the Power Platform, is to automate things and make it easier for me to integrate these things. What better way to get a custom generated list of mailing campaigns to find my most impactful customers? I mean, this makes a lot of sense in my mind. And the fact that now it's being brought out of the embedded space and we're able to build it right here in desktop, I think this really opens up the accessibility for this for many more organizations. And again, define what works best for your business scenarios. And I think this is what really drives a lot of these value-added projects. It's little wins like this that save you tons of time and will add long-lasting value to the organization. I really like this feature.
I do too. You could take an accounts receivable report. I'm all excited now. And you could be managing who owes you money. And then when you go through and narrow down the list, you could use Power Automate right then and there to automatically email them and say, hey, you're past due. You owe me some money. I love it.
You know,
who doesn't like collections?
Yeah.
You know, Charles in the opening keynote talked about the the number of people who will be required in the new economy, people who have digital skills to build application, like we need to think of something like in the order of magnitude of 100 million software developers, and there's just no way people will be able to go to engineering school or to go to programming classes to learn all these skills. And this is why I think that the Power Platform is so important. In fact, if you look at Microsoft today, one of the things we realize is that we have a responsibility as one of the companies who is responsible for transforming the world to a more digital world, through digital transformation, that we don't leave people behind. And we have something called the Microsoft Digital Skill Initiative, where we are bringing more digital skill to about 25 million people worldwide. And we view the Power Platform as having a pivotal role because it really allows people that perhaps otherwise would have been stuck in the old economy to move forward and, just like you, Mike, change what they're doing and move up the food chain, because it's so much easier and you don't have to write code, as you said, Mike. So I want to share with you a story of a security officer in Heathrow.
I don't just want to make a living, I want to make a difference. When I left school at 16, my dad was working in Heathrow at the time, and this opportunity came up as becoming a security officer. I thought, what a great opportunity, my dad used to take me here to watch seaplanes and everything, so why not work for a company or an airport like Heathrow? I've been a security officer for 13 years. When I saw the amount of paper and time we were spending, I saw an app would be a great solution for these problems to be solved. About a year ago, I started learning about the Microsoft programs. I went home and I looked at a blog from Power Apps, and it said, this is how you can build an app. And I thought, why doesn't no one know this? Because this could have so much potential to change so many things. We have saved 11,000 sheets of paper and saved around 288 hours of manual input data. Going from paper to digital has been amazing. It doesn't matter what your skill levels are like, anybody can build this app.
Him with his community of super users have created 17 Power Apps that are already being used across our airport, and this is just the tip of the iceberg.
My name is Sam Saini, and I'm a IT user adoption specialist at Heathrow. There's no limit what you can create with new technology. I'll create a new career.
It really is pretty amazing the set of transformation this platform can bring to people. Now, the future itself is kind of bright, and sometimes one of the privileges that we have at Microsoft is to really being able to work on things that are beyond the horizon. And one thing that we think is we can not only transform the work and the career of people like you, Mike, and like you, Belinda, but actually go to people who were never part of that world of information technology. For them the thought that they'll work with data and is really not part of what they do every day. They think about the people here in the let's switch to the slide. Think of the people here that are wearing those those orange and yellow jackets and wearing a hard hat. Computer is not part of their career. They wear goggles for safety, but we think we can bring them something pretty unique. And I want to share with you something that we've been working on for a while. And we know that time is not yet right, but that's so awesome working for Microsoft. We can invest sometimes 5 years in advance on what we believe the world will look like. And what I want to share is real code, shipping product. It's Power BI. You probably never run it because you needed a whole lens to do that. But Power BI, it would look to you like this is an Iron Man production from Hollywood, but it's real live code shipping, GA. Now let me run it, and this is actually being taken, photographed in the Israeli Development Center of the Power BI team, where they're working on this kind of technology. And this is the new building that they have in Herzliya in Israel. And this is the maintenance manager of the building. And he is looking at reports that are hanging off his tool belt. Notice that his hand is digitized there. You see that? and he's taking a look at the one report. He's going to pull the other report, and he has this page switcher on the side. So he's going to look at the second page. This is where the census status is. Let's look at the case status, and you can see that we have some problems with the elevators here. So let's head to the elevators hallway there, and you see on the wall, this is a virtual screen hanging showing the status of the elevators, and above every one of those beautiful glass elevators, there's a virtual screen showing exactly the status of the elevator. And you can go and pull one of those screens and zoom in and see exactly what's going on, where the problem is. Isn't this just incredible? It looks like a science fiction movie, but this is live code that we have available shipping to HoloLens customers today. What do you think, Mike?
This is like out of this world type stuff. I mean, you could save me from having to buy a 75-inch TV and put it everywhere. This is I can buy one device and get TVs all over the place. This is amazing. Data everywhere I look. This is incredible.
It is incredible. But do you have a HoloLens 2 lens, Mike?
I do not yet, and it looks like it's going to have to be on my near-term shopping list. Maybe for Christmas. Maybe if I'm good this year, I'll get one.
Do you have a HoloLens too?
I do not, but now that makes me want one for sure.
Do you have an iPhone? Do you have an iPhone?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, I have an iPhone. I thought, it is super cool, but how many people have HoloLens? We know it's going to take some years until it's going to be here. So can we bring some of it, not all of it, some of the magic? Can we bring it to the iPhone? So I want to show you something that we're working on. This is not production code. It's using a new technology that we're working on inside Microsoft called spatial anchors. And I want to show you, in this case, we're going to be in the gym, not in the elevator hallway, but we're going to be in the gym of the same building. They have a beautiful gym. And what we're going to do now, we have a Power BI report, and we are going to hang it, pin it in space. So now we have the camera, and this is showing the kind of the report that shows the utilization of the equipment in the gym. And you're going to say, this is actually going to be, this is attendance in the gym. So we're going to hang it just over the desk. And let's set it to the right size, right angle, and now it's hanged. Now we're going to teach the phone about where it is in space by just rotating the phone so it kind of get a feel for the three-dimensional space around us. And now the phone is going to say, yep, you're done, your card is pinned, and that's it. So now it knows where it is in space. Now you're the gym manager. You're going to go now to the gym and say, okay, let me see where my reports are. And you're going to notice two things. First of all, notice now the report that will be hanged before is there, and we're getting closer, it authenticates us and say, oh yeah, you have the right to watch the report. But notice at the bottom here, we have this radar showing directions and distance of the other reports that are hanging in space. And this is just a phone. You don't need HoloLens. This is just a regular iPhone, and you can just go through the gym and see above every piece of equipment how it's being utilized, or maybe above the reception desk, what is the attendance today, and so forth. What do you think of that?
Wow, I'm picturing a warehouse where you pin the reports of the data on the different shelves, so when you walk through, you could just see what's going on with it. Love it. That's awesome.
Yeah, I love it as well. This is just pretty incredible. Okay, so we're at the end of our time. Thank you so much, Mike. Thank you so much, Belinda. I hope you have so much fun as much as I did. And I want to thank the whole community for joining us for the Power Platform Community Conference. It was an amazing event, and I just cannot wait. The whole Microsoft family cannot wait to see you again in the next community conference. Goodbye.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
That was awesome. Arun, Amir, Belinda, Mike, thank you so much. You know, John, I swear, every time I go into Teams and I go to raise my hand, I just feel like I'm giving everybody a high five, right? So high five to the Power BI team who is 5 years old. So thank you so much for that beautiful video, y'all. It was great.
It was awesome.
Whew!
So what do you think? What was your highlight moment of the day, Heather?
Oh my goodness. I think just watching and interacting with the chat, you know, being here and being able to, you know, do what we're doing, but also interact with everybody kind of all day and doing some guiding and seeing all the love, you know, like everybody is just like helping each other, sharing and all of that. And it's just really fun to see how everybody interacts with each other. It's really special. So how about you? Favorite moment?
Yeah, I think there was a couple of things, like I enjoyed Azure's Power Automate session. Now, obviously, I'm a bit biased, right?
Okay.
The Power Automate
Yeah.
stuff is my favorite stuff. And so I loved Azure's session because it was one of her first talks ever, and she just slayed it so hard. Also, powered by Ed G, his talk, smooth jazz, basically. That was a great moment. But I think, honestly, I have to agree with you. The chat in YouTube became something special today.
Yeah.
There was an immense amount of collaboration and sharing and answer giving, and it really was special and unique. And so I think actually watching everybody rise by uplifting others, that was probably one of my favorite moments.
Absolutely. And you don't do any of these things by yourselves or just two people. That is not how anything happens in life. It takes a village, as they say. And so we have people to thank for sure. We have Kolnaz, our producer, and Cameron and Ryan, who are all Channel 9, who are amazing, who helped us put so much together. Jenny Morgan, who was the back producer for everything, website, all of that stuff.
Backbone of this event.
Amazing. And shout out to Donna Sakar for bringing her crew to us after with the Start Dev change and saying, hey, let's do it this way. And we were like, okay, yes, let's do that. Also, Paul Coop, and the whole design team who made everything pretty for us on the back end and for the website and everything.
Yeah.
And John, you do some, because I got more.
And Julia Hilbun and Kate McNamara from the events team, Demery, who helped us understand the landscape and where we could promote this event. Thank you to Stephanie Whitaker and Eric McChesney and the marketing team for letting us get this information in the newsletter so we could get in front of you. To the product teams, where there are so many people we can't even name them, for helping us get in product. So we had those badges in product while you were using the tools. You could sign up for this conference. So many people. Go ahead, Heather. I know you have more.
Yeah, absolutely. And to our team, our Power Platform Community Success team. I love this team. It's been so fun jumping in and just building strategy with everybody. And so Kelly K was just here and brought us lattes.
Thank you.
So happy, and taking pictures. Super awesome. And Sandy Rivas. So Sandy and Kelly help out our community for Power BI. We've got Chuck Sterling, who is Power Apps, and John obviously takes care of Power Automate and Power Virtual Agents, which is new to him. So we're looking for some rock and roll in that community as we build it out. And so we have the whole PowerCat team. So you can see we're wearing PowerCat t-shirts. We're part of the PowerCat team, and that's the customer advisory team. And so it's like Fast Track as well, where they go deep with our customers, where we're more of the breadth of community, where we're getting all of you. They really work with our customers on solutions and the Power Champions program and all that sort of thing. So I had to put my ears on. I want to
rock a cat.
Like give a cat meow. So and it's almost Halloween, so we had to give a shout out to our Power Cat team as well. And also we've got the Fawad and Pervin, and we've got Ananth and Siva and Sarab, like all the folks that help with the Dynamics communities, and then also our online community who run those, who build those, who do all the back end stuff for the forums and the galleries and run the strategy there. So very excited to
tons
of people to thank. And y'all from the community.
Yes.
So many of you on the chat today answering questions as well. John, talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, as Heather said, thank you to you all. There's a huge team here that helped make this event happen, but a huge thank you to all of you for taking time out of your life, taking time out of your job, taking time out of your work and all of your responsibilities to come and be here with us and learn. It means the world to us to get this opportunity to chat with you guys. And it also, we couldn't do any of this without you. You all are the backbone to why we are successful. You all are the reason why we can do these things. And so thank you all to you as well. And you know what? We forgot one of our team members. Let's give a special shout out to Mr. Brian Dang.
Oh my goodness.
Who is not only a marvel, you all know who he is, but let's call out the fact that all day long, we got to have social interaction with each other because he went ahead and created a Power App out of his head so that we could interact, so we could leverage everything you were saying, organize it, see it, and present it in a good fashion, and then also get to have that conversation. So we definitely don't want to forget to shout out Brian.
Yes, thank you, Brian. And this is an opportunity as well. Like when we get together and do these types of events. It's about sharing. You know, when we said, put your blogs up, put this up, put that up.
Yes.
Follow each other on Twitter. You know, encourage other people to get on Twitter. All of you have user groups. Go speak at each other's user groups. We're in a virtual world right now. Anybody from anywhere can go speak at anybody's user group at any time. Did I say any enough? I mean, really, you know what I mean? And John and Chuck and myself, we love speaking. You want us to come be a part of what you're doing, your user group, your virtual events, just let us know. Also, if those resources slides that we went through, if you have something that you do, that you have a slide for, that you want to have it in the resources, DM me on Twitter, and I will make sure that we add a secondary layer to all those resources slides. Yes. Happy to do so.
Those resources that we've shared all day long, we will actually go ahead and put those in a link in the description underneath the video so that you can download those slides and use them anytime.
Absolutely.
So don't be afraid to do that. Go ahead and get us your additional information. We want to make sure that we cover everything. I know that there's things that didn't make the deck, and so please reach out to us so we can get them in there so that everybody can have those resources and see the great things you do too.
Absolutely. And you know, the other thing is that feedback is awesome. You know, like we want to know what you're looking for out of this community. How we are dedicated. This is our job. We get to, it's so amazing. We get to do this, right? This is so cool. So if you have things that you're looking for that you would like, you know, we've got a lot of those in a day programs. We've got starter kits. We've got COEs. We've got all those kinds of things. Let us know. You know, that's what we're here for. Hit us up on Twitter, or, you know, and we will definitely connect with you, or through a user group. Our MVPs who are amazing. Thank you, MVPs, for what you do. We'll see you at Summit virtually, but so excited to have you do the things you do all the time. Our super users, our power champions, all of you doing such good things all the time. I gotta spin around real sec.
Go ahead, do it. Show them. Because why? Because community rocks.
Woo!
Awesome. Okay, and so last thing, why don't you come back and join us tomorrow at 1 o'clock Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific. We will have a panel where we will be discussing this event with a bunch of community members that became FTEs. You can see their names there. Me and Heather, Manuela Pickler, April Dunham, and the amazing Mr. Dang. So we hope to see you all tomorrow to join us for the panel where we will be answering questions that we missed from social media all day. But before we leave you, we just want to send you off with one
more thing.
One more thing. Go ahead, Heather.
One more thing.
Go ahead.
I just want to say a big thank you to John. John, you did a great job. And I really, really appreciate your passion and how you've come to this and how you included people. You did a really great job. And I know that this has been something that you started a long time ago, and it was for Flow, and now it's Power Platform Online and Power Platform Community. It's cool. It's cool when you start something and then it snowballs into this amazing thing. So, you know, shout outs for being first to the table on something like this. So I want to say thanks.
Thanks so much. It's it makes me emotional a little bit to see this thing grow, you know. Started out as a little baby, and now it's become this amazing thing. 35,000 people registered today. So thanks, Heather.
Amazing. You bet.
Thank you to all of you.
Loved it.
And let's go ahead and end on one more note where we have Microsoft saying thank you to you. Hopefully we'll see you at the panel tomorrow.
Yeah.
Thank you for being with us. It's been an honor. Have a wonderful rest of your day, evening, morning, wherever it is.
Big love. Thanks, everybody.
Hello, everyone. My name is Priya Kodkala. I'm a Senior Program Manager on Power Automate team. Today, I want to thank all of the community for your enthusiasm, your ideas, your support to each other, and your invaluable feedback for us to build better products together. Last year, when I joined the team, I listened through a bunch of your videos and the content that you put together in the blogs to learn the product. I still do every single time you post a new video. A special shout out to Reza, Dorrani, Serge Luca, Daniel Laskewitz, April Dunham, Jerry Weinstock, Tomasz, Clarissa Gillingham, and Eliza Benedez for continuously giving back to the community. And thank you so much, guys. We really appreciate your efforts.
Hey there, LaShawn Smith here with our learning and skilling work for Power Platform. I wanted to say thank you to everyone out there in the community who is helping create content and leading training events. When you give back, you're creating the next wave of experts for the platform, and that helps us all move forward. Thank you, and we appreciate you.
Hi everyone, I'm Rakanka Fodida, Program Manager in Power Automate team. Thank you for being part of our community. Your thoughts, your insights are very valuable to us. I want to do a quick shout out to Eric from External Vision for his valuable insights for AI Builder. Thank you.
Thank you so much to the Power BI community for everything you do. Here on the product team, we love learning from you, getting your feedback, hearing the good and the bad. So keep it up. Thanks.
Hello, I'm Joe Fernandez, Program Manager on AI Builder. Thank you for your enthusiasm and engagement you give to our products and how you push us every day to make them better. When speaking to customers, it is not uncommon to see them that they have heard or learned more about AI Builder through community videos, blog posts, community conferences. You are inspiring so many, so for that, thank you. And I want to give a special shout out to Eliza Benitez, Eric Sauvé, Leila Itati, Marian B, Mariano Gomez, Rebecca Albers, Reza Dorrani, Vivek Babishi. Thank you for sharing your passion around AI Builder and the Power Platform with so many. We're lucky to have a community like this one. Let's keep the conversation going.